In this lesson, we're going to look at a really cool effect that is available in this program, and it's probably going to be your favorite effect moving forward because it's really simple to use, but the effect that you get from it, the result that you get from it, looks like something that you've spent hours working on. So the result is really remarkable, but it's created by a few clicks and a few adjustments. So let's get straight into it. I'm going to import my footage. And in your resources, you have two Adobe Illustrator files. Just bring them in. And we're going to look at a bunch of examples. So these are going to be one of the examples. So we're going to use this effect with the Adobe Illustrator files, also with some shapes and the pen tool, things that we've learned and we know how to use. So let's go ahead and make a new composition as always. Let's call this trim path, which is the name of the effect. I'm going to close the paint panel. And just whenever you're working with After Effects, make sure you only have the panels that you need. That way you're going to have a lot more space and things will just look more organized. Alright, so let's make a new solid. Right click in your timeline, new solid, so we can see the effects. Choose a bright color, and okay. So on this solid, we're going to add our cool little animations. I'm going to grab the pen tool. I'm going to start with an easy one. Make sure you have the star next to your cursor and not this box. So click away from any of the layers and we're going to turn off the fill. So right now it's white. Click on the text fill, set it to none, hit OK. Tap on the stroke text, add the solid color, which is the second one, hit OK. And then select the color and we're going to choose something bright, something vibrant so that we can see. Now that we have our thing, we can also adjust the width of the pixels. I'm going to go for 5 and just go ahead and make a curve or a straight line. I'm going to click and drag to make my curve. I'm just making a line like this. Alright, click away. This is our line. And if you want, you can still go and change the width. If you open Shape Layer 1, open Contents, Shape 1, go to Stroke 1. You can always change the stroke width from 5, and you can just add on to that. Let's go for like maybe 8. Let's just go for 10. Type 10 or any number that you want. You can also change the color. So this is not permanent, you still have time and resources to come back and change that. So we already know how to do this, we learned this in previous lessons, but what we're going to do is to animate this line. So when you open Shape Layer 1 and you bring down these guys, there's this Add button that this is where we're going to add that animation. So if you just click on this play button, you have all of these animations and we're going to go to Trim Paths. And this is going to be your new favorite. So once you click this, you're going to have a Trim Paths 1 in your shape layer. Go ahead and open that and then we get the start and offset stopwatches. So basically, if you remember from previous lessons, when you have a start and end stopwatch, that means you're going to make your line appear like this, and then after 5 seconds it's going to be full. So it's going to essentially show the process of you drawing the line, and start is where it starts and end is where it ends. So if I add a start stopwatch from 0% and move in a few frames, maybe add it to 100, this is what I'm going to get. So it's going to start from where I started, which in our case is the bottom left. But if you go for, put this to 100, from 100, and then put this to 0, you're going to get this. And you can also work with the end. So basically, you just do the exact same thing. So 100 to 0, type 0. you're going to get this cool effect. And if you do it the opposite, so 0 from 100, oops, from the end, 0 to 100, we're going to get this effect. So it's like showing how this line was made. It can also be applied to spirals, any shape that you want essentially. So now once we have this, we can do a lot of cool things with it. And before that, I'm just going to trim my timeline. Let's go for like 2 seconds. Hit N on your keyboard to trim the rest. So we only have 2 seconds and we don't need to get 30 seconds of this. And now that we know how this works, let's go ahead and make some cool animations. So I'm going to, oops, get that back, add a text layer just so we have kind of a base to work on. Let's type in hello, Control A. I'm going to change the color to maybe black, something we can see. And I'm just going to drag it here. And if you go to layer, let's see, transform, just put the center anchor point in layer content so we get this anchor point here. Or you could just grab this, but this is just quicker. And I'm just going to make this text appear. So S, oops, scale it to 0. Turn on the stopwatch. Control right arrow key to move in a few seconds. Frames, not seconds. And then turn this to 100. So this guy appears and we have this line. And by the way, if at any point you didn't like the shape, you can always just select the layer and go back in with the pen tool. So you can see we have the points. You can click on that point, maybe change the curve if you want, bring it down. And you can always just come back and readjust your thing or even delete a point like I did right now. I'm going to stretch this like so. Go back with my selection tool and I'm going to click it again. Then I'll just move it towards the center. And by the way, if you have the Align tab in Window, get Align, you can always just center the things. So like that, it was going to be in the center. But again, we have the problem with the anchor point. So just go to select that layer, go to Layer, Transform, Center Anchor Point in Layer Content. And now if I put it in the center, it's going to be positioned based on the anchor point. So I'm just going to bring it up like so. Once I have chosen my location, I'm going to make sure it's aligned horizontally, not vertically, because we don't want it to be in the center. That's where the text is. I'm also going to make this a little bigger, and then I'll make sure that it's in the center. Readjust my thing. And now we have this this kind of text with an underline. I'm also going to drag the Align tab up here so I have my timeline clean. Okay, so we can go ahead and just add, as in we already did add the animation. So you see the text appears and then the line starts animating before the text is here. So it's something like this. But we can even go a step further and kind of animate it more. Go to Trim Paths, and I'm going to delete these for a second. What we're going to do is to move in a few frames, not from the start, like this, and turn on our end anchor point, our end animation. So set it to 0, then turn on the stopwatch, but make sure you are a few seconds in. You can also expand this. And we're going to go towards somewhere in the middle. Let's go for like 10 frames and then make it 100 here. But then instead of only using this, we're going to go in the beginning of our composition and we're going to set the start to 100, then turn on the stopwatch and then kind of move this way. You can always just come back and readjust things and set the start to 0 here. Let's F9 everything. So you drag all the keyframes, hit F9, come back from the beginning, And this is what we have. So we have kind of this repeating animation, which you can keep if you want. You can also delete one of the animations and just keep the regular thing. So if I turn this off, we only have, oops. Make sure you only select one of them. If I remove the start, this is what we're going to be left with. So you can choose whichever you want. And we're going to go back to what we had. So Control Z to get these two. And let's say this is what I want. But I want more than one line, or maybe more than one shape. So if I want to add more, it would take me a long time to, let me turn this to third. It would take me a long time to create a shape from the beginning, add the trim paths, add the exact same animation, and it's just going to be really time consuming. So what I can do is to go on my shape layer 1, Control or Command D to duplicate. But instead of having the exact same line, I'm going to open the contents and then delete shape 1. So hit backspace, and now we have the settings but no shape. So on the contents, we're going to grab the pen tool and I'm going to just draw a random line. Let's say something up here. So you can see this shape went in shape layer 2 with all of the trim paths setting. So we kind of saved ourselves a lot of time. I'm gonna make like another curve up here and move away. Hit V on your keyboard, and we're just gonna move this like somewhere down. Again, the anchor point is somewhere random. Go to Layer, Transform, Center Anchor Point in Layer Content. So now it's in the center. I don't remember where my text was, so I'm going to go in a few frames and then just adjust it. In the Align tab, I want to make sure it's centered horizontally, so click that once and you should have a nice center line. So if I click away from this, we're going to have the exact same animations. You can see the line is a little bit crooked, but again, you can always go back in, get your pen tool, and just adjust the line. And if you want it to not look like this, you can also go in the shape layer, then go to Layer, Transform, and we're going to flip horizontally. Sorry, vertically, not horizontally. So now it's like different. And you can also do it vertically. Flip vertical, do anything you want. Let's also change the color. I'm not happy with the blue. Let's go for like a green color. Stroke width, add, or let's keep it that color. The same width. So this is what we have. They both appear at the same time. It's the same animation, but again, you can always just kind of expand your work. So I'm going to hit V on my keyboard, and let's say the first line appears here. I'm going to make the second line come in somewhere like this. So it's going to be like that. And we can always make the beginning disappear as well. Anything you want. You can add a scale. So hit S on your keyboard. So we're going to set it to 0 here. Control right arrow key. Next frame, we're going to make it 100. Do the same thing for the other guys so they don't suddenly appear. Set this to 0. Turn on the stopwatch. Control or Command right arrow key. Turn this to 100. So essentially we have this, and if it's still not appearing, like the appearance is sudden, you can just add space. So you can see it kind of like pops in. Add the same amount. So it like appears like that. And if it's still too much, you can always just add an opacity animation. So 0%. Turn on the stopwatch. And then make it 100 here. So it's going to be like this. And you can just play around with this. There's just so much you could do with this animation type. Just motion graphics in general. the possibilities are endless. Select both keyframe, hit F9. Boom. Alright, so this was just the basics of how it works. We can now get into other types and see what we can do exactly with this effect. So I'm going to just delete everything except the white solid. And if at any point you think that you might delete your solid, you can always just go ahead and lock it. So now you cannot move it, you can't delete it, and you can't add any effects on it. So you're kind of saving yourself the trouble, and you won't be affecting this layer accidentally. All right, now let's get to shapes. You can always just drag, long click on one of these, let's get a star, get yourself a shape, add a nice color to it, let's go with the blue. Hold down Shift if you want a perfect shape, like so, and the anchor point comes in like so. And if you want the anchor point to be in the middle when you create shapes, you can go to Edit, Preferences, and then go to General. And then here, just make sure you have Center Anchor Point in New Shape Layers turned on. So if you don't have that turned on when you make a shape, the anchor point might just be like somewhere here or in the corner. And to save yourself the trouble, you can just turn that on. But if for any reason it was away from the original center point, you can select that layer, go to Layer, Transform, Center Anchor Point in Layer Content. And see, I could use that. So let's go to Layer, Transform, and hit that. Now it's in the center. Now I want to make sure my shape is in the center, so press this, and now it's in the center. Alright, so now that I have my shape, I can go ahead and add that trim paths thing to it, open that up, and if I make a start animation and an end one, you can see just how this is animated. If you stretch that, it's going to move in a lot more slower. If you bring it in closer, it's going to move in faster. And I forgot to mention that there's like some adjustments that we could do to the cap of these lines. You can see it's sharp. If you go in the, let's see, go to Polystar. If you go to Polystar 1, which is the name of our shape, you can go in the stroke, and there's this thing for line cap. Just change it from butt cap to round cap, and now it's rounded. Let's zoom in so we can see. It's rounded. This is what it looked like before. See, it's sharp. You can make it round. There's also a projecting cap. The round one looks better, so just go with the round, and then you can see that it's just round as it goes on. Change this to fit. And so this is what we have. We could do another cool thing with this, which is to, like we did last time, duplicate this layer, Control D, and we're going to make the second star a little bigger than the original star. So just drag one of the corners and make it bigger than the star. You can position it in the center, or just hit these. I need to move it up a bit. Use the arrow keys to make like really small movements. And now, once I play this, you can see they're moving at the same time. But that's not what we want, because what's the point of adding two if this is what it's going to look like? So we're going to go into first Polystar. And let's close the stroke. Go to the Trim Paths thing. Trim Paths option. And I'm going to just add this here. Bring this like so. And then make an end Polystar. This one I believe is 0. Yeah. So in the end, we want to make it 100, and then come in somewhere around here and then make it 0. So this is what we have. It's like a cool little thing. Let me turn off the second star so we can focus on one for now. So you can see it's like moving from both ends and it's coming back. This is something that you can do. Looks cool, and you can also do something like this. Looks like so. You can just play around with these and see what works best for you. If you try to move them around, it's going to go from the opposite direction. And if you do this, let me just bring these two from the start. So we have the animation throughout the entire composition. And we have this cool line effect. And we can also try something else. So let's delete all of these. And we're going to move in maybe a few seconds. Turn the start to 100. Turn on the keyframe. Move in around maybe 5 frames and then turn it to 0. And we're also going to do the same thing with the end, but we're going to come in like so. 100, start, and then we're going to put the zeros somewhere around here. 0. So essentially this is what we have. One line just going around like so. And we can now turn on, or actually let's delete the second one, Control D. And in the second one, we're just going to make it bigger like we did with the last shape. Move it up a few frames, a few pixels, spaces, I guess. And we have this dabble star tracing thingy. But if we want it to be the exact opposite, all we have to do is to just open trim paths 1, and we're going to kind of flip the entire thing. So we're going to delete this and move in to where the star appears, the first one. Add a 0 keyframe. Hit start, and let's see. Or better yet, we could just move the keyframes for this one. So let's say it starts maybe after the first star. So it looks something like this. Or we can make it start in the beginning. So it's like this. And like I said, you could just play around with these and see what works best for you. And just see, if you stretch these out, it's going to be longer. So maybe we could move these guys like this. So we have a longer line for the second star compared to the first star. And we have this nice little thingy. And we could just duplicate this as many times as we want. So we have a nice little star move animation. Now this works better with shapes that don't have that many sides. The best shape would obviously be a circle. There's no sides in it. So let's try that with a circle. Get the ellipse tool, go from the beginning, hold down Shift on your keyboard and make a perfect circle. You can see the anchor point jumps in the center. Center it with the Align tab. Press this and that. And we're going to do the same thing with this circle. So let's add like a really thick width side, so 20 pixels. Let's add the trim paths, go in the beginning, open trim paths 1. We're going to set the start, gonna come in here to 100, turn on the stopwatch, then move into maybe 10 frames, set it to 0. Then we're going to move in a bit forward, a bit away from the start keyframe, turn on the end for 100, and then here for 0. So we have this, and like I said, if you add this in, we're going to have a longer line. And now we could just go ahead and Control D on this, maybe make the second one smaller. Hit V on your keyboard so you can move this, maybe make it a little bit smaller. All right, Control D again. Let's make this like bigger. So we have this, and you can kind of see the spaces between each one. So now we have 3 circles moving in at the same time. The last one's a bit too far. All right, and like I said, you can always just go back in, maybe shape layer 1, change it from 20, let's go for like 8. So we have this third one, which is the biggest one. Let's go on the second one and just add this to maybe 10. Let's give this like 25. And just play around with these till you have a nice separation effect. I'm also gonna make the caps round because it's a circle. And we just want to make it look nice. Go to stroke 1, come down, round cap. And you could also duplicate after you've set the round cap. I'm just going to do it now. Stroke 1, come down, round cap, close that. And finally, oops, we have the stroke 1, round cap. So now we have 3 lines making a circle. Now, to make this even more interesting, we can use the basic transform options like scale, rotation, opacity, and position to just make this even cooler. So hit R on each one and maybe move in a few frames so you can see the lines. And we could just rotate the lines. Let's hit R on this too. Just don't turn on the stopwatch so it's like a permanent thing. Maybe add this here. You can now see that my circle isn't exactly perfect. That's okay. Let's add this. Make it like so. So now these guys are moving like this. Now what we can do is to select, let me just rename these. Circle 2, it's actually the second one. Bring this guy down, right click, circle 1, circle 3. It always helps to name your layers. Select all of them, Control D, so we have 3 more. And we're gonna just bring these up here. So 4, 5, 6. And I'm going to go to Layer, Transform, and let's just flip these vertically. So now we have this cool multiple circle thingies. And you can also just maybe rotate and flip it as many times as you want. Transform, horizontal, and the possibilities are just endless. So now we have this cool circle thing. But if your shapes are a perfect circle, it's going to look even better. You can see that mine, some of them look a little bit squished. That's all right. Let's click away and maybe select all of them. And just, oops, I brought the text tool. Like that. Hit V and just kind of stretch the entire thing out. So we have this thing. And then here, I'm going to go to the point where all the circles are in. And then let's say grab the text tool and just type something in like hello, Control A. Let's set this like that. Bring it here. Maybe add like a purple color, make it look nice. Add a silly little thing. And I'm going to change the anchor point to the center, was in the corner. Align it in the center. But now we have to see if it's in the center of our circle animation. It's not. Let's move it up a little. Still a little bit off. Let that play again. Alright, I'm gonna close this. You can go in each of the circles and you can see the outline. So you can move the text away. Or let's actually center these guys. Center that. They're mostly centered, but I believe this circle is, which is the first one, it's kind of moving in on the text. Let's move the text a little bit here. Or let's make it a little smaller so it doesn't interfere with these circles. Let's play that back. Have a look. Alright, so it looks better now. Now we have this cool little animation. Let's also add like a scale pop effect to the text. 0, come here, get 87 because we made it smaller. So now we have this text. Let's bring this in closer so it appears more suddenly. And there's our text. We can also make it slowly become 100%. So add like a big space. That's kind of like zooming in like this. And yeah, so this was a simple explanation of how this thing works, the trim paths option. Now let's have a look at it with the Illustrator files that we brought in. I'm gonna just delete all of these guys except the white solid. Because we locked it, we can't delete it even if we wanted to. So that's a good thing about the lock thing. Alright, so let's go ahead and add our line art. This is the first one. And I just made this based on a line art that I found online. But because it needs to be one line with the pen tool in either Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator, preferably Adobe Illustrator because it needs to be a vector file. You can see it says vector art. If it's in Photoshop and you don't know how to use Illustrator, you can just draw it in Photoshop and then open it in Illustrator and save the file as an Illustrator file. So, or you could just make this in Illustrator from the start, whichever way you want. But if you're going to do this yourself, make sure it's one stroke using the pen tool, or it could be 2 strokes, but it needs to be clearly separate. So if we look at our second example, let me move it here. You can see we have another separate stroke, but it's clearly obvious that it's not part of this one line thing. Let's delete that. Alright, so if we open this Illustrator file, we don't have that add option. That is because this is not a shape. So what we need to do is just go in here and go to Layer, Create, Convert Shapes, Create Shapes from Vector Layer. So now we have this line art outlines. And we can go ahead and just delete the line art Adobe Illustrator file. You can see it's the exact same art and it's just a shape file now. Now if we open this, we have the trim path or just the animation option. And just go ahead and add a trim path. Open this up. And by the way, we can always just open the groups. You can open the paths and just animate the paths, or you can go to merge, go to stroke 1. You can maybe add to the color, the opacity, and just anything you want. I am going to change this from butt cap to round cap before I start. I'm going to see how it looks. It might not look that cool. Let's actually not do that. So if we saw that there's a need for it, we could go for it. Right, so let's add the trim paths. Open that up. And just like we did so far, move in a few frames. 0, start, and then go in maybe 1 second. Make it 100. So this is what we have. You can see it like undoes itself. Let's go for the opposite. So I want it to appear 100, 0. So it's like drawing itself. And like I said, you can always just add space between the 2 keyframes so you get this really slow animation. So this is great for maybe storytelling if you have like a YouTube video where you're trying to show a story through drawings. You can just do this, and the direction goes according to the direction that you took with the pen tool in either Photoshop or Illustrator. So if you start at a point from, let's say, the lips, it's going to start from the lips, and if you ended the illustration on the eye, it's going to end in the eye. So it's basically copying the data that you created in either Illustrator or Photoshop, and it's bringing it in to After Effects. So this is how it works with this file. Let's look at how we can kind of spice things up. We do the same thing we did with the previous thing where we brought them in like so, and then we added the end stopwatch here and 0 here. Let's see how this looks. Add a few things. So it's going to kind of like disappear like that. And if you have a, let's actually duplicate this so I can show you what I mean. I'm going to delete trim paths from the second one. Delete that, so it's just a regular illustration. Let's call this base. I'm going to bring base below line arts, and I'm going to open line arts, and let's actually do that in base. So go in base, group 1, come down to stroke 1, and just change the stroke width to 12. So it's something big. Let's go for 10 actually. Something big, we have a gray color, just leave it be. And then in the line art, we're going to open group 1, go to stroke 1, and let's add a like half the size. So that was 10, this is 5. Change the color to, let's say, like something like this, red. And so once we add that animation, it's going to look something like this. And if you want, let's try to add a glow thing to this. So now we have this glowing red line going across our art, which is a great way to kind of showcase your art. If you make line art yourself, it's a nice little adjustment. All right, so this was with one of the lines. You can see we added the trim paths. It looks great, especially when the lines lead to a finished drawing like this one. Now let's look at our second Illustrator file where we had 2 separate line arts. Delete this one, go to project, bring in line art 2, like this, and set this to full. If you saw that the drawings are like kind of, let me bring this here. If I expand this, you can see it's kind of like pixelated. That's because this is on third. If you bring it on full, it's good quality. So again, click that, go to layer, create shapes from vector file, delete that. I'm going to duplicate this, base, turn off the visibility, open this up and add the trim paths. And let's add the start thing. So 100 here, turn on the stopwatch, go to the end and add 0. Also forgot to F9 both things. So now if let's go back, play this, you can see they're both starting from the part, so it's starting at the same time. This is essentially what happens when you have 2 separate shapes in your Illustrator or Photoshop file, and it's going to look something like this. Again, we can do the animation with the second base or the second copy. Just have to do this twice because there's 2 groups. Stroke 1, let's make this 4. Let's make this round cap as well. And where's the color? Here it is. Add like a green, a vibrant green. So it's looking like that character from Kim Possible. Forgot her name. Make the second or the base clip, base footage, make that like twice the number, so 8. Oops, this was the second one actually. Turn this to 4, add the same green color, which you could also try to like eye drop it so we get the exact same colors for both ends. So, oops, I just added that to the wrong thing. Control Z. So this is our base thing. So what we want to do here is to actually just make this larger. So 8. We're going to add the neon color to the second thing, the thing that goes on top. Open stroke 1, 4, change this to a neon green color. We can also just copy the hex code here. This is 4, let's go for like 2. Just something to just be barely visible. I don't want it to be covering the original art. Copy, paste the code here. Change this from 4 to 2. You can also go ahead and add the glow effect on top. And let's add to the radius. Do what you want with the glow. We already learned about this. So now we have this art, and this is just going to like slowly cover it in. The base color, it's a little bit too intense. I'm just going to go in base and group 1. The group 2 is alright, just group 1 looks a little bit weird. Go to stroke, change this to round cap. Let's see, merge path. Right. Change this to round cap. Alright. And I wanted to reduce the size because it looks really chunky. So just go to stroke 1. Instead of 8, let's go for like 6. Alright, that looks better. Filter join, let's go for a round join. Stroke is gone. Let's go to group 2 and change this stroke into, I believe 6 was the number we went with. And then we're just going to hit M on this layer to close off the properties. And now we have this little cool outline animation of the art. So that was how you use the Adobe Illustrator files. Now, if we were to make another form of layer, let's try to make a shape layer, delete those, get the text tool, and we're just going to type something random. And it would be better if we use a cursive font, just to match the aesthetic that we got going on right now. So this is a cursive font, it's a text layer, but as you can see, there is no animation for trim paths. We have different options for this layer. So this will not work with like other layers. It has to be a shape layer, so I just made this random text layer. You can see in animate, we don't really have that trim paths thing that we wanted. And if you go in text, we have just the basic things that we talked about. And yeah, so trim paths, that specific effect is for shapes. And I did want to show another type of shape. So it's not just basic lines and circles, it can also be rather complicated shapes. Let's try like a spiral. Let's go for like another line. Oops. It's a little bit off. Alright, let's say this is my shape. Here, if we added trim paths, it's going to work brilliantly. So just like we did with all the other ones, if we set this to 100, this is going to start from the end. Set this to 100. let me just type that. 100, turn on the stopwatch, go in here, set it to 0. It's going to start from the outside. Let's just do it with the end, so like the opposite. 0, 100. So that starts from here. You can do the opposite direction if you want. But with like spirals or shapes like this, let me like duplicate a few and hit V to just maybe make this smaller. Got another one. Move this here. Another one. Make it medium sized. Set another one too. And make this like this. Just reposition these random lines. You can also just go in here, add different colors so they stand out. Let's just quickly add some random colors to each of these guys. An orange one for this. Alright, so we have the trim paths happening for each one, but it's two identical and it's looking a bit creepy. One way that you can kind of save yourself time when you're trying to add, I guess, accents to your composition is to first duplicate them, and then you can go ahead and just kind of flip each one. That's a way to kind of make things different. So if you flip it, it's going to stand out. Let's get the third one in the back and also flip that. So we have a random effect. I'm also going to flip that one vertically so it looks different. Let's go to shape 2 and just do, let's go to shape 1. Layer, transform, flip, vertical. So now shape-wise they look different, but they are a spiral, and spirals are supposed to go around, so just hit R on each one. And we're going to, first of all, move these guys. Like create different spaces for each one. Like that, like that. And then I'm going to turn on the stopwatch. So basically none of them start from the beginning. Turn on the stopwatch, go to the end, and we're just gonna go for like 360. Just want them to continue turning, and we don't want them to stop. So we're going to just grab those two keyframes, go on the next one, copy. You can see that one's also turning. Just copy and paste because the position isn't really important here. We're just making these things look, we're just making them turn at the same time. So F9 each of the keyframes. I'm hitting R on each of these layers to show the rotation properties, which is just 2 keyframes. And also, if you want them to go in the opposite direction, you can simply, when this is 0, go on the last one, delete the last one, and instead of positive 360, you can go negative 360, which is going to go the opposite way. So this is 1, this is negative 1. And I'm going to go and like another one here, turn that, delete that keyframe, or just select it and write negative 1. So we're going to have these lines. I also want to change the cap to round. I always forget to do that. Just hit U, or we have to actually get it to open. Shape 1, stroke 1, round cap. Open the next one, come down to contents. Shape 1, stroke 1. Next one, open that, contents. Shape 1, stroke 1, round cap. Then finally the last one that is closed, just gotta open it up. Shape 1, stroke 1, round cap. Now let's select each one, each of the layers, control and then click, and hit M to close our properties. And now we have these rotating effects. You can also add maybe a position keyframe. So we have, you're like moving around, and you can just really go crazy with the animations because you do have some really random shapes right now. So it would only make sense if they have like weird movements. And yeah, so this is how the trim paths work. As you saw, it's really simple to use, but the effects look pretty nice, and you could use this to maybe complement your text, like maybe add a text there and make that circular rotation thing around it to kind of emphasize on the message that you wrote. You can use it as like a background animation like this, maybe lower the opacity and then place your maybe an image on top or your text on top. You can also just add them as accents. So you make them really tiny, and whatever text or image you have here, you can just put these guys all around, but they're really small. So it's like, it looks better. You can also do something else that I can kind of use. If you're going to turn these into accents, this is a cool thing that you can do. So just open up, let me click away, one of the layers, go to the contents, shape 1, go to stroke 1, and we're going to go to stroke width. So basically we're going to move in like here, make the stroke width full, or you could do the opposite. Let's actually make it 0. Just remember 15 because that's the number of your thing, the width that you had, which here's a great time to kind of change the width as well. So you can see the line suddenly appears. I'm just going to make it, see where the animation begins, bring my time indicator there, and add this stroke width, and then hit F9 on this. Let's do the same thing with each one. Move in to the next one where it begins. Contents, shape 1, stroke width. Turn this to 0. So the last one was 10. We can kind of make this one. See where it's like a full circle. Let's go for here. This one we could, because it's in the back, it needs to be smaller. Let's go for like 7, then F9. The more different each of the layers are, the cooler it's going to look once you look at it from afar. So just try to make them as different as you can. Try not to have identical stroke width and shapes. Not the shape, but the stroke width and the position of each of those shapes. Just try to make them different. That's also small, so let's go for like 4. F9 on both of these, and then finally we have the one in the front, which is this guy. Open that, stroke 1, come down, and we're going to set this to 0. Turn this on, come to 1 second, turn this to like 18, so it's like the biggest one. Turn these off. We can also add a scale animation. Hit S, and we're going to just make this 0. Turn on the stopwatch, make it appear like a few frames in, like 2 frames in. 100. F9, S, 0. So this was 74. Remember the numbers that you had. So actually it was negative 74. Forgot. Negative 74. It was the opposite. F9. So it's not 0 or 100. If you look here, like this is 100 because we didn't really change it. You can go ahead and add like a 0 here, and then here we're going to add like 120. Or actually, let's go for like 90. Negative 90. Actually, the one above it was negative, so just make it positive. I believe this guy is there. This guy's negative, so if you hit S, you can see it's negative 74. Turn this to 0, keep negative 74 in mind. I'm going to actually make it like negative 64. Alright, hit F9. Now let's have a look at the animation. So the thickness is going to appear and they're kind of like popping in because of the scale. And this just looks a lot better. And you could just go ahead and add as many animations as you want. The ones we've learned so far are really helpful for these type of motion graphics. And that is just how the trim paths work. It was a rather long lesson. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to be creating advertisements using motion graphics to promote a product or a brand, and these are going to be GIFs, so it's going to be a looping video, which is perfect for Instagram, Facebook, and other platforms as well. So let's go ahead and import our Adobe Illustrator project, and if you want to create this yourself, I would suggest doing it with Adobe Illustrator, because we need it to be a vector file. But if you don't know how to use Adobe Illustrator, but you know how to use Photoshop, you can still use Photoshop. Just open your project, the PSD project in Adobe Illustrator. That way you are converting the layers into vector files. And even if you don't have Illustrator or you just don't want to use it, you can still work with PSD files. It's just that some of the animations are not suitable or not available for regular layers, but are for vector files. So in the resource pack, I have put, 2 projects. So you can see there are AIs, and they're both by Freepik. I just organized them in a way that will be rather easy to animate. Just drag both, but before you hit import, come down here to import as, and want to change this from footage to composition, retain layer sizes. And if the sizes is not important, you can just put the composition. But what happens when we import them as footage, which is the default option, is that these two are gonna come in as vector arts, meaning that if I drag this here, it's only one layer and I cannot animate anything. I mean, if I double click, you can see I only have like a merged version of all the layers. So that's why it's important. Delete this to import your AI files or PSD files if you're using Photoshop as composition. I'm gonna keep the layer sizes because I already aligned them in Adobe Illustrator, and just hit import. Now you can see they're here as compositions, and they each have folders which contain all of the layers that I arranged in Adobe Illustrator. So we have 2 examples. Let me bring this guy in, just double click, and we're going to get this guy. Let's zoom in. The quality is low because of this. Just change it to full and you will see the full quality. But for the sake of a faster tutorial, I'm going to put this to 3rd. And let's just have a look at what we're dealing with. So these guys are one file, but they're separated. So you can see the name, bike body. It's the body of the bike. It's separate. The body of the person is separate, and just goes on. So when you're dealing with projects like this, there's a lot of layers, and in the future there might be more than 17 layers. You might be dealing with 50 layers or even more. So this will be a little bit confusing to like animate each one by one, and it's just hard to look at when you have this many layers in your project. So what we're going to do is to pre-compose and sort of group these layers together. The reason why we don't do this in Adobe Illustrator is that you cannot separate them once you group them in the Adobe Illustrator, meaning that the group that you bring in is going to be merged, and then you can't animate each of the layers separately. So for example, if I kept body and head in one group in Adobe Illustrator, over here it's just going to be group and it's going to be one layer. So I cannot animate the head separate from the body. So this is why I separated each of the layers so that we can group them in After Effects. But this is not an issue in Photoshop. So basically when you make a group in Photoshop with the layers inside, it's going to come in as a composition itself. So meaning that it's going to be group. This will be a group icon, head. So when you double click on head, you're going to get other layers in it. We already went over this in the video editing lessons. So now let's see how we can group these ones. So I'm first going to see what's related to what. So we have bike body, wheels, wheels right. If you double click, I want to rename this. Just right click, rename. I meant right wheel. And it's always helpful to name your layers. That way you don't have to click to see what is what. It's just going to help you a lot. So now I know that these 3 layers are related. They're all related to the bike and they're separate from everything else. So this means that I have to group these 3 together to make things more organized. So to do that, just select your first, second, third. You can also select the first one, then hold down Shift and press the last one. Another way that you can do this is to select all 3. In this box, you can change the label color. Right now it says gray color. You can click once. Let's set this to dark green. You can see it became dark green. Put head, body in another color. They're related to each other. Let's go for peach. Phone. We have a lot for phone. You have this many for phone. Click this. Let's go for pink. Got this red plant. Got 3 background things. This one is also a background. So I'm going to select everything related to the background and just turn this to cyan. So if you go on this and you can go up here, select label group. So anything that's dark green is going to be selected. Show you another example. I'm going to click one of these ones where we have a bunch of these pink labels. Click once on the box. On the top, it's going to select the label group that is in pink. Select that, and you can see all of these guys are selected. All right, and then we're going to go up to composition, layer, and then we're going to come down to pre-compose. You can also hold down Control-Shift-C or Command-Shift-C. And then we're going to name this. Let's call this phone. Leave this on, but don't do anything for this. And now this is a pre-composition. If you double click, we have all of our layers in here. Now let's make a few for the other ones, and I'll explain why we're doing this, as in how this works. We already know why we're doing this. I'm gonna pre-compose this as well. Forgot to name it. You can also right click and go to pre-compose. Let's name this person. Get the bike, right click, pre-compose, call it bike. And already you can see that this is just becoming a lot more organized compared to what we had before. So you can see instead of 17 layers, I'm looking at 4 groups, and I can go in each group and animate things and then come out and just do an overall animation. So let me just create a solid because we have a transparent background right now. You make a white solid. This is our background. I'm going to lock it in place because I don't want to be moving this. And there we are. All right, so if I go in, let's say bike, I can animate each of these separately. And once I animate it here, I can go back here and those animations will be applied. And then here, because it's a group, I can add a overall animation. And I'm going to just explain and just show you what that means. So we got the bike. I'm going to zoom in, see what I want to do with this bike. Before that, I'm going to go in. Let's animate the person first. I want to choose an order. Or we could just start from the back. So let's start with background, where we have some random icons. I'm going to make them just appear. You can use scaling or just transparency. I'm going to take the boxes. I'm going to hit P on that. I'm going to make them drop from top. So it's going to be first this guy and then the other one. Hit P on your keyboard. I'm going to get the second one and just bring it all the way out of frame. Turn on the stopwatch. I'm going to hit Control R to get a ruler and just decide where I want this to fall. And I'm going to first determine the time. Keep it there. Come in a few frames. We're going to put this back like that. Make it reach the thing. I'm going to bring this in closer. And then I'm going to go in like a few frames after. Just bring it up a tiny bit. And then down. Grab these, F9. See what we did. The box comes down. Kind of bounces. And I just have to readjust the things. I believe one of them, okay, it's a little too slow. I'm going to bring in these guys a little. All right, we have, so here it's actually going down. Let's delete this and take this here and delete the other one. Going to just a tiny bit up and then a little bit down. I'm going to bring them in close as well. I want this to happen quickly. All right, and has to be quicker. Just readjusting these. And better yet, we could just go in the graph editor. So just select your keyframes, go to graph editor. We're already pretty familiar with this. And just remember the slide theory. You can see here we have a really gradual line. It's slowly curving up, so that means that this is going to be slowly appearing, and in here it's going to like bounce in. Alright, so I want this motion to happen faster. I'm going to kind of make the slide more steep. It's going to come in like that. And then we can just readjust everything, maybe bring this up a little. Something like that. Comes down, it kind of bounces upwards. Let's try to bring it down. Alright, so we have like a bouncing box effect right now. This is how it looks. Click this again to come out, and these are repositioned because we went in the graph editor. Alright, I also wanted to rotate when it falls, so we're going to hit U. Or just open up the transform. Here we are. Turn on rotation, 0 degrees, and then here we're going to make it rotate a bit to the side, a really tiny bit, like 2 or 3 degrees. It's going to go upwards, and then here I'm going to make it bounce in the other way before finally making its way down on the floor. Easy ease those keyframes. Let's have a look. Comes in and kind of like bounces downwards, like so. So that was the first box. Now let's make the second box appear. Close this. Hit box 2. And I'm going to make this appear once the second box, the first box has settled here, like when it's about to make its final drop. I'm going to get P on this second layer, bring this up, turn on the stopwatch. Once this box has settled down, I'm going to get the second box and make it just come down like that. Be a little bit down. Alright, delete this keyframe. Let's see how that works. So the first one, because it's big, I'm gonna assume it's like hollow. It's gonna bounce around, but the second one is going to be really still. So we can have some variation in this animation. Hit F9 on those two keyframes, and now we're done with the box animation. Alright, we got the box. Now let's think of the other things as well. And I'm just going to make the floor like come down, like come up suddenly. So again, position. We're going to move this guy down. Turn on the stopwatch. Again, we have a ruler, so we know exactly where we're supposed to stop. Gonna make it come up a little. And then in the next frame, we're gonna bring it back to where it's supposed to be. Easy use those keyframes. It's kind of hard to see with the transparent black background, but should get an idea. There it is. So we're going to rearrange the layers once we've animated them. So so that not all of them start at the same time, because that wouldn't make sense. Alright, hit M on that, close it up. We have 3 elements, which I'm just gonna make them scale in. So like this. Make sure the anchor point is in the center. If it's not, and if it's like somewhere here, just hold down Control, double click on this, and then it will be centered. Hit S, and we're going to make this 0, scale, stopwatch, make it like 120. Next 2 frames, perhaps 100. So it's going to come in like in a bouncy way. You can rearrange these and just see how they come along. Copy those keyframes, and we're going to paste it on this guy. Hit S, Control V, and also the location icon, S, Control or Command V. So you can see they appear in a more fun manner. Select all 3, hit M, and now all we have to do is to just rearrange the layers. I'm going to close this. So first we know the floor comes in. Then we can do the leaves. This was the floor. Let's come in a few frames. Bring the leaf here. Then we get the location icon. Make that come after. And then the red plant. Come in somewhere here. And then we have the box. So the main box comes first, and then the second box. So now we have an order of how things appear, and you can just play around, and we can always come back here. So just close this, or just go here, and you can see that the background is animated. We turn off the other layers, so we can see it against the white background. These guys appear like this. Alright, so we're done with the background. Let's move on to the next layer, which is the phone. And we're going to double click to come inside. So for the phone, I'm going to make it slowly appear from the bottom. So just, we're going to get the phone background and the white background together. You can also pre-compose these two, or we could just leave them like this. Hit P again. And because we're selecting both, we are animating both as well. Bring them all the way down. And we're going to hit the stopwatch. Come in a few frames and just bring it back to where it was. Alright, so slowly it's going to make its way up. Let's also link these guys to one of these. So basically they stick together throughout. And I zoom in to make sure I did the positioning right. Etch. Guess it's equal. Let's see down here. Alright. And if you feel like yours isn't equal, just use the pick whip before you do the position keyframes. But since we got it right, we're just going to leave it like that. All right, so we did this, and the screen, once the things appear, I'm going to bring everything else here. So up until then, we just have a white screen, and the app is going to slowly show up. Or we can also put the map with it. So first, it's just a map, and then it's going to show all the other properties. So we're going to come down to these two little icons, and I'm going to make them appear suddenly. Come in the beginning, 0 for scale, turn on the stopwatch, 120, control right arrow key to move in frame by frame, and then 100. F9, I forgot to F9 these as well. So this guy appears in a bubbly manner. The space is too much, so just zoom in and then bring these closer. Let's have a look. Alright, and then the second icon, which is this, we're going to move it in here. Copy the keyframes, go in the beginning of where this layer starts, hit S, Control V, or Command V. It's already going to come in like that, not at the same time. And then finally we have the route that you see here. And I was thinking that we do like a trim path motion, but if you open this up, you can see we don't have that trim path option. And what we need to do is to just right click, create shapes from vector layer. And now we have the shapes. Can go ahead and delete this, don't need it anymore. Then here we have the add button, and therefore we have the thing layer, the trim path option going forward. Or you could mask it. Let's first see how this looks. Open trim paths 1. Let's see if this will help us. Alright, so we do have the filler issue. Let's just do the masking. It's alright. Going to delete. Where's trim paths? Delete trim paths. We don't need it. Instead, we're just going to mask it normally. Close this layer. Go in the beginning. Get your either pen tool or the other layer. Let's get back our previous Adobe Illustrator vector file. I'm just hitting Control Z to get that. I believe this is it. Yeah. So we have this back. Just delete the outlines because masking doesn't work on outlines. Alright, so with masking, we could just make this appear like this. So select that and then get your pen tool or the shape tool, whichever you prefer. I'm going to go with the pen tool and just create something like this. Hit M twice to open the mask properties. Control T on the mask. Or just get the pen tool and we're going to double click and reposition it here. Turn on mask path, and then we're going to move in time and just go to where we want this to end. Let's go for 3 seconds. Get the pen tool and just kind of expand the shape. So you can see it's coming in like that, slowly making its way there. Go in a few more frames. Extend this upwards. A little bit more. Get another point if needed, and there we are. So basically it's going to be like this, which is nice. Again, F9. And this is our phone animation. Comes up here, we get the icons, and this guy starts moving. You could make the route start before the icons. Let me select all this, hit M. So now we have more of a random thing. There we are. We're done with the phone. Let's close that. Go back to this guy. So far we have the background and the phone appearing. We can make the background kind of offsetted by a few frames. So it looks something like this. Let's move on to our next thing, which is the bike. So in the bike, all I want to do is to just rotate the wheels, which will kind of be hard to see because it's an identical shape. But I'm just going to do what we can. So we're going to, I guess, kind of move it up and down, just a really slight movement. Hit P and turn on the stopwatch. Move in like the next frame, couple next frames. Use the Y anchor point, Y position. Just kind of bring it up and down. So it's something like this. So it can show motion. Copy these and we're just going to paste it like a couple of times. Open up the layer. Make sure the positioning is right. And adjust the thing. Control V. Right, so we have motion. So it's like it's moving. Let's do the same thing for this guy. We can't copy and paste position because it's going to... This is the X and Y positions for this particular layer, so we can't get the exact one. You can see they're different. So we have to do this ourselves. Just align it with the other layer. And another tip is to just hit Control R on your keyboard or Command R so you know where you're supposed to line them up. So the wheels need to be moving at the same rate. Goes up. Move it up. I believe here. You can get one for the up one and just try to get a nice alignment. Make sure they move together perfectly. Next one, it comes, I believe it went up here, down here. Maybe we're not doing it at the same time. It was up, down, up, down. Alright, so we have a problem with this. This one needs to go down. Or I could just copy this actually. Let's get this. Control V, Control C, Control V, Command C, Command V, just standard copying. And we're going to kind of work with the position of the keyframes. Make sure they are equal and perfectly placed in a nice manner. Alright, so we have just moving wheels. The guy is driving and the wheels are moving. So that's all that I wanted to do for the thing, the bike. Let's move out. Go to the delivery guide by Freepik, which is your composition name. And finally, we have person. So for the person, I'm going to zoom in. I did want to move his head like he's having fun with his delivery job. Zoom in, the hand tool. And we're just going to get the anchor point tool and bring it all the way down here. Alright, so you can either use the puppet pin tool, but we're going to try rotation first. Bring the anchor point in the center down. If you hit R, turn on the stopwatch, you can just kind of move his head back and forth. So it's like he's having lots of fun. You can see he's like moving like that. Gotta definitely increase the space. You can see it's really slight motion. Copy those and paste them accordingly. You can also go ahead and loop this. I'm just gonna copy and paste it. And the body stays the same. So we have things appearing, and now I want to do a general animation for the guy and the motorbike. So we're gonna link the person using the pick whip to the bike because he's riding it. And we're going to go in the beginning, hit P, move him, P on the bike because we connected the person to the bike. Just gonna move him this way so he comes in from the side. Turn on the stopwatch, come in after or almost halfway through the other animations, and we're gonna make him come in like that. So the dude is coming in like so. Let's go to the graph editor and just try this. Okay, it's really slow. Let's adjust this ourselves. So he's gonna come around here and let's see. It's gonna come here really slowly and then kind of speed up here. And then he's just gonna stay there. So we have something like this is slow and then he makes his way there. Once the animation is finished, F9, play that back. So you can see when the route is starting to finish, he's going to be quick. You can see they aligned, they arrived at the same time, so it's a good animation. Alright, we're going to keep this around 5 seconds. Hit N on your keyboard, hit M on bike, select all of these, unlock white solid, Ctrl-Shift-D, delete the rest. So this is what we have. It's a simple animation. And we can put a text, maybe finish it off. Let's see, can put a text here. Go on top of this. Get a black color. We are here, or something like that. Smaller text. And maybe come here. Control A, I'm going to choose a more suitable font. Yes, that will do. Let's readjust the space between each of the words. Alright, it's capital, it's good. And let's see what we can do. I'm going to change the color and maybe just get a gray color rather than a flat black because it just looks better. And I'm just gonna have a look and see where I want the text to go. I'm gonna drag it and offset it here, hit P on my keyboard to get the position, and I'm going to make it as if the text is gonna come from behind the phone. So just drag it here, then we're gonna bring the layer below the phone. Oops. F9. We have something like this, although I'll have to bring it in when the guy is near the finish line, I guess. Something like that. Increase the time. I'm gonna Ctrl-Shift-D, delete the rest. increase the time for the other layers so they meet. All right. We can also write something else. I think we can write fast delivery, something that makes more sense. Fast delivery. Bring it here. I wrote a P. Delete that. It's at an angle. Let's edit this guy. Hit V. Here, I guess. Have a look. Fast delivery. Doesn't quite start from behind the phone. Let's bring these down. You redo the position. I'm gonna first choose the final destination. I think we can do here. Turn on the position keyframe, and we're gonna go in the beginning and just bring it behind the phone. Alright, hit F9. Because it's a little big, we can add a transparency thing as well. So 0% here. And I'm going to just open up the properties to where it starts to make its way out. Let's just have a look, and I'm just going to rearrange the keyframes and just try to make a really smooth animation. Make sure you hit F9 and easy ease those keyframes. And yeah, so that's what we have. I'm going to close this. Let's have a look at it again. It's going to come in really smoothly, and then the text is going to come here. But now we need to make it retreat all of the elements so that it would be a looping animation. Alright, so now that we did the first part, we need to make them retreat, because like we saw, if this was the end of our clip, it's going to just suddenly cut off like this, which is not, doesn't have that loop motion that we wanted to have. So I'm going to stretch this. Let me close the paragraph panel. Let's stretch our timeline to about 6 or maybe 7 seconds, because the retreating part is going to be quicker. So we got the bike and the person's on it. Gonna stretch this clip and also everything else with it. Actually, a little bit here. We are going to make the white background come all the way to the end. Alright, so the bike, we had the position keyframe, so it's gonna come just chill around here. I'm gonna make another keyframe and come here, and then come in the last, almost the last frame, and then make it move out from this side, just completely out of frame. So let's see how the speed is. He suddenly moves away. That's good. We'll come back to this later if we saw we need to change it. The person is with the bike, so we got the phone. I'm gonna make the phone go upwards instead. So it's gonna come like this. And before the guy goes, I want the phone to go upwards. So position keyframe, move in a few frames, and then just make the person go all the way up. The phone, not the person. Again, F9 on those keyframes. So it just goes up. And we're gonna come back to this and adjust the keyframes. Then we have the text, which I'm just gonna make it go to the side as well. somewhere around here. Hit P on that keyframe, move it in, and just completely move it to the side. All right, and then we have the background elements, which you would have to double click to go back in. And we're just gonna make them scale out instead of in. So just hit S on each one, and we're going to make a keyframe for 100 and another one for 120. So it has that bouncy effect. And then finally 100. So it's going to, oh, sorry, not 100, 0. So it's going to essentially do that. We have one extra keyframe here. See which one it is. Okay, it's this one. Delete that, move them around. So it's going to do that. All right, let's copy those keyframes and we're going to paste it on the other leaf. Be a little differently. So the other one's going to start here. Control V. So you can see they don't exactly disappear at the same time, which is what I want. Hit S on location as well. Maybe we can make location disappear first. So it's going to just do this. That's good. And then we have the boxes, which I'm just going to move to the side. Hit P. And you can do any animation you want. You can maybe scale the box as well. I'm just going to do something like this. I think it looks better. I'm going to first move it a little bit to the right before it moves to the left. Move in 2 frames, or maybe 3. And you move in frames by holding down Control and pressing right arrow key, or left. And then we're going to make it completely disappear. So it's going to just make a little move and it's going to whoosh to the side. You can even increase the time. Let's see. All right. And then I'm going to come around here. And if I want the top box to move with it, I can just link it, get the pick whip and put it on this box. So you can see it's going to move together. The boxes, which would make sense because we kind of connected them in the first animation. Then we have the floor, which I'm just going to bring it down. So around here, maybe before everything else disappears. Hit P on that keyframe, move in, and then we're going to bring it up a little and then make it go completely down. So even the floor is going to have like a bouncy effect and everything else disappears. Come back to this. I'm going to close these guys. And by the end of it, everything will disappear. Let's see. Oh, we made the keyframes happen at around 9 seconds. Remember that in the composition, we're looking for 6 seconds. So simply just bring all of these guys to the side here. We said 6 seconds, so bring the time indicator here and just simply move these around. Just the floor, so it needs to disappear before everything. Then we have the box, which we can make it maybe come here. We have the leaf. Do this, and then we have the location icon. So like that. Come here. All right, let's have a look at the speed. All right. And now it will disappear. It's a bit too late still. We're not really seeing them fully disappear. We could just kind of increase this. Get all of the layers and just increase them like so. And then also the background, remember it needs to be bigger. And make sure all the layers close at around the same time. Right here we can see the leaf is not quite disappearing. So let's increase this even more, or you could go back to the background layer and kind of decrease the animation time. Bring it here, and now we can see here everything has disappeared. I'm gonna put my time indicator here and then just zoom in to make sure that they close at the same time. You can see they don't. Background and the text layer are not. Alright, now we can move to the beginning and have a look at our looping animation. It's not quite looping yet, but it will soon. And I do want the bike to move less quickly. So let's kind of bring it here, play that back. And here he's going to move in a little slower than it was. And you can see when we play this back, it's a lot more natural than if these guys were to suddenly disappear. And this just makes for a great looping animation. Alright, so how do we loop this? I'm going to show you the exporting with the second example. So for the animation, just know that you want a white screen. You want everything to appear in whatever manner you want it to. And it's the boxes from the back. And in the end, you want them to disappear in whatever manner you want it to. But essentially, the first and the last screen should be your background color. So here you can see we have an empty spot where it's just the background. We have the same thing in the beginning before the phone appears. So just make sure you have this. You can adjust the time as well. Maybe make them equal. So I'm going to just lower this. It doesn't have to be equal, but again, you can just choose whichever you want. And we're going to export this. I'm going to export the second example because we're going to be exporting them in the same way as GIF files. And I'll be using an external program for this, which is a program that you will need if you're going to use After Effects. So that is why I'm bringing it in this lesson. It's not a complicated program. It's just meant for exporting footage as different formats, and it just gives you a lot more control over how you export things with all the settings and all the choices that you have. And those formats are not usually available in After Effects, or if they are, you just don't get as much settings for them. And like we mentioned in the previous lesson about Adobe Media Encoder, that's the name of the program, is that when you're exporting on that program, it allows you to still continue your work on this program because you're not exporting in After Effects. You're doing it in another program. You can still continue your work in After Effects, and just Adobe Media Encoder is just exporting your footage in the background. So that is why it's so great. And we're going to continue the second example in the next lesson. So I'll see you guys there. Now let's move on to the second example. I'm going to, let's see, close delivery guy and alright, shopping. That's the second example. I'm going to delete background as well. Alright, so for this example, we're going to use, I guess, more complicated shapes. We're going to, not shapes, animation methods. We're going to use more complicated animation methods. We're going to use some 3D layers, some mask path, and so much more. So when you're advertising for your product, you can either choose the flat animations that we went over in the first example, or you go for the 3D animation styles in this example. So again, we're going to group these. We have ponytail, head, body, right arm, left arm. These are all related to the lady there. I'm gonna make them cyan and then right click, pre-compose. Let's name it person. So that's the person. We have the card, which is just a single layer. Gift is also a single layer. Light, I'm gonna leave that as a single layer. And then we have some background elements. These guys. Right click these. Pre-composed. You can also pre-compose without labeling them. Let's call this background. Background. Make it D. Alright, so got the background. We got some phone elements, which are all related to phones, but they are separate. You can see the card is separate, the gift is separate. I'm just going to keep them here. You can put them in groups if you want, and what we're going to do is to create a nice little 3D animation. So we're going to create a parallax effect, which we went over in the how it works lessons, or the first lessons. So we're going to have the camera kind of move in, and the lady's going to be here. She's going to be excited, going to flip the card, and so much more. So first I'm going to animate the small elements like we would in the first example. I'm going to go into person. That's the first thing we're going to do. I'm going to zoom in. Alright, let's see what we can do. So we have the left arm, got the right arm, which each of them contain the shopping bags. The body stays the same. We got the head, which I'm going to again tilt back and forward because she's excited about the card that is being displayed. So I'm going to start with the head. Again, get the anchor point tool and just bring this right where her neck would be, which is up here. A little bit down. Alright. So now that we have this, I'm going to hit R on my keyboard, turn on the keyframe, and just come into this much. Kind of move her head maybe a little forward. 19 is too much, let's go for -5. Then come to 5 seconds, we're going to go for +5. Or actually, we've got to go for 0 first. So basically, she's slowly bringing her head down. I would have to speed this up a little because we're not really seeing that much movement. Bring him in, let's have a look. Is it too quick? Alright, so it's a really slight movement. You can add to the rotation if you want. I'm just going to leave it like that. Alright, then I'll just copy these, Control C or Command C, move in, Control V. So we have 10 seconds of this animation. Alright, then we have the ponytail. I wanted her ponytail to move around as well, but the ponytail needs to be a part of the head. So first I'm going to just move in the keyframe, the anchor point to where it's connected to, then get the pick whip and put it on head. So now the ponytail is also moving with the same rotations. Now you could leave it like that or hit R and we could make the ponytail move on its own as well. So if she's moving up, I'm going to make it like come maybe a little higher. So I'm going to choose 7 because the hair moves a lot more faster than the head would because it's like lightweight and maybe she has silky hair. I'm going to assume she has that. 0. Then we're going to go for +7. And let's just copy this, paste it like so. So the hair is moving kind of independently from the direction that it's moving to. And you can see it's like a fun little motion. I'm going to hit N here. So we have this. And it's connected to the head. And this is what it would look like if it wasn't. Or if you can see what it like cuts off at some point. and you don't want that, so just make sure you connect the ponytail to the head. Alright, let's close these two. I'm going to move to the arms. The body doesn't move, she's just standing there. But the arms, we're going to make them kind of move like this, a slight movement. Okay, I'm going to go for the, I guess only her left arm would move. But we could try both actually. Get the anchor point again, put it to where it's connected to. And if you guys had a character but you didn't separate these, you can also use the puppet anchor tool. Puppet position pin tool, sorry. But just make sure that the arm is separate from her body. So when you pin it here and you move this, you're not kind of shifting her entire body with it too. Here's an example of what you shouldn't do if you're planning to make this one layer. You can see the shopping bag is connected to her leg. So if this was one piece and we wanted to move the arm, we're going to kind of drag her leg with it. But here, because it's separate from the body, we can easily use the puppet pin tool. Or you could do what I'm doing here, which is to just separate each of the layers. Whichever you prefer, hit R. Now, because I made the head move faster, I'm going to let me hit U on this. Make the body kind of skip one of those layers, one of those keyframes, so that it's a lot more slower. Let's go for -5 for this. Then come here, 0, and finally save my project. 5. Again, make sure you save your project as you go on. F9 on these. I forgot to ease these guys as well. Alright, so we have a simple movement for the character. The head is moving and the arm as well. The reason why we're making the movement so slow is because of the parallax effect. We just want to show that this character is alive. We don't want to bring all the attention on her because the attention is on the card that is being shown in the mobile thing, because that's what you would be advertising for, not for this person. So this is just a supporting element in your animation, which is why we're not adding high numbers for the animation. So she's not like moving around like crazy, just a really slight movement. Alright, let's do the same thing with the left arm. Again, get the anchor point, go upwards to where it's connected. And then we're going to just get V, hit V on your keyboard, then hit R on that layer, turn on the stopwatch. And if you don't want them to move at the same time, you can maybe make the keyframes in between for this one. So I'm going to bring this down, 7, come here, 0, then here for 7, then finally here for 0. Select all keyframes, F9 on your keyboard, play that back. They're not moving in the same direction or at the same time, which is more natural. That's not how you would be moving as well if you were to just stand and move your head around. Alright, so that's the thing. And then because we want a looping animation, I'm going to stretch this a few more. So this is +11. I would have to make everything come back to 0. Hit 0 here. The second keyframe is also not 0. Just try to link everything on 0. Get your time indicator, and then we're just going to type 0 in the little box. Alright, after some adjustments, we're going to play this. You can see she's doing her thing, but then every single layer stops at 0, so it can loop back. As we made sure here, so it's like she stops, and then it starts again. We move this here. So she stops here, and then she continues there. So it's more natural than if her hair was here and then suddenly it's here, which is why we brought them all to 0 first. Right, so we're done with the person. Let's go back to the composition. And we can see the person is still moving. Then I believe we went for, how many seconds is that exactly? Around 13 seconds. Gonna cut my composition to 13 seconds, which should be here. Alright, so now I know when to stop. So, for this one, we're not going to do the whole position thing, which we did with the other example. Instead, we're just going to make them come up, everything. So, the last example, we made them come from the side. We're going to make this person, or these elements, come from below. Stopwatch. Oops. Bring her down first, and then we're going to hit stopwatch. Below, everything completely out of sight. Turn on the stopwatch. A few frames back to where she was. Which is 1855. Starts in here. So she suddenly appears like that. F9, you can make it slow. Gonna keep it fast. So as we're doing the parallax effect, she's going to pop up from below, and so will everything else. Alright, so we have the card. What I'm going to do is to kind of rotate this in a nice way. But first I'll do the background stuff, which is the phone. So I'm going to turn this off for a second. Turn off gift as well. We have phone. Let me first do background. So go in background, we have some leaves. And I'm going to kind of make them sway from left to right. So we're going to do the same thing with the arms. Get the anchor point and put them to the point where they will be moving. Leaf 2. We want them to move from a single point. And we're defining that point with the anchor point tool. Alright, we got the R. Do the same thing as we did with the arm. Just make it go in. 6. -6. Copy. Paste. So we have this motion, essentially. It's just going left and right. And copy this as much as you need to. Even if you go past this, it doesn't matter, because we cut the composition in the composition layer, so you can go all about this, and we're going to do that. Alright, then I'm going to grab, oops, gotta change the spacing here. Alright, I'm going to grab all of these guys, hit R for this, open the keyframes, open R, turn off the stopwatch, paste this, but I'm going to move it maybe in between. So it's going to start moving like that, and I'm going to right click, keyframe assistant, time reverse keyframes. So they're going to move in rather differently. So you can see they kind of go in different directions. Copy that, come down here, hit R, paste this here. So we have just some leaves moving left and right. I will, however, redo leaf 2, which is the big one there. It has a different color, so I want to just make it different. Try to align the keyframes while you're at it. Alright, then it's going to move the other way. Go for -8. Stretch it out. Bigger things move slower, which is why we're adding a lot of space here. -8. Copy these 3 and just paste it as much as you need to. And remember, you can always copy and paste for scale, rotation, and opacity, but you cannot do it for position because you're choosing the exact X and Y coordinates of that layer. So that's why sometimes just for position, we don't really copy and paste the keyframes. We just have to do it for each layer, but because rotation is just a general angle and scale is just a general percentage, it's easier to do that. Alright, select everything, F9, and then we have a circle, which I'm just going to make it come from below. Nothing too fancy. Position, want to make it go from below. Alright, out of frame. We're going to copy this number because it's a square composition, but I'm going to make it a little bit larger, so 1900, a little higher than it was, and then come a few frames and then copy the number. And we can only copy because it's a square, like we just said. With other layers, these would not be the same. So you can see it kind of bounces in, and we're going to grab all 3, make them appear after the circle has come in. Alright, and then we're going to maybe add a opacity keyframe for all 3. Hit get all 3 layers 0. Turn on the stopwatch. Move in here and make it 100. Alright, F9 those keyframes. You can always just play around with the order that they appear in. Let's have a look. They appear like that, and they're just going to do their dance in the background while everything else happens in the foreground. So this guy appears, the lady appears. We're going to offset the person layer a little bit because we need the background to come first and then the lady. Bring her here. Alright. Then we have the phone, which I'm just going to make it come from above, I guess. Or we can scale it in. So because the anchor point is in the center and we can't do that, turn off the light for a second. We're just going to hit scale, 0, turn on the stopwatch, again 120, couple frames to the side, then we're going to make it 100. So it has a bounce effect. F9 and just make it bounce in. Again, we're going to offset this so it appears after the background circle made its way. Alright. Did that, the phone appears, and then we have the light, which I'm going to use a mask path for it. So we're going to just bring it here and where we want it to appear. Then we're going to go to where we can see the layer, zoom in, get the hand tool, hit Control R to get rid of the ruler, that's Command R. I'm going to get the rectangle tool, but selecting this layer, so we're making a mask. Make a really thin shape in the center, almost until you're not seeing anything, so it's essentially a line. Open up mask 1, and we're going to open mask path. So it's going to be this small, and then moving forward, I would have to zoom in quite a bit. So you can see those little points. Hit V, and we're just going to get the pen tool. Get the pen tool and just stretch this out till we are seeing the I'm gonna come around halfway. Well, let's just go full. We're like opening up this light. While staying on the same keyframe, we're going to move down and also show the bottom. Reposition. Try to bring the points close to the shape, not too far away. So essentially it's going to be like this. So it's like showing the layer like that. F9 those two keyframes. Let's try to add a glow to this layer, so it's a bit more bright. This is without the glow. You can see it was just like that. Now it's like glowing. We can increase the radius if we want. If you want more of a glow, I'm gonna keep the glow because we're showing this gift, which is important. Also, in the beginning, it's kind of a line. We're going to hit T on our keyboard, make it 0, turn on the stopwatch, move in 2 frames, and then make it 100. 9, just so it looks better. See, it appears and then it opens up. Alright, we did that, and then we want the gift to appear after the light is there. Change this to fit. I'm gonna make the gift fall from above. Let's bring it here. Turn on gift. Hit P on your keyboard. Move it upwards. Go all the way up. It's a long way to go. Alright, turn on the stopwatch. Couple frames. It's going to come back down to where it was. We can't copy the next number because it's not in the center. Going to come down and maybe make it bounce up a little. I moved in, I think, 3 frames. Bring it up really slightly. Again, move in 3 frames and then bring it down for the final position. F9, let's have a look. So it does a little bit of a bouncing effect. You can zoom in and just create spaces between those keyframes so it's a little bit more visible. Alright, play this back. Now the bounce was more visible. Alright, the gift appears and we just have the card to work with. Here it is. Now for the card, I want it to be a 3D layer. So first, we're going to move it in to where we want it to appear. So the gift comes down, and then the card is supposed to, let's make it bounce in. Hit 0 on scale. Turn on the stopwatch. 120. Next couple frames. 100. F9. So it's going to bounce in like that. But we're not quite finished here. We instead are going to go to where we wanted to spin. And I'm going to go on card, and you see this cube icon. We're going to turn it on for this thing. So now we get extra transform properties. And we're going to just turn it around, basically. So come in on the last keyframe, turn on orientation, and just kind of, you can see if we go on the middle shape, the middle line, so the Y axis, we can just rotate it like crazy and just add a space between the keyframes. If you want it to be slow, you can make it fast by decreasing the space, but basically it's going to be like this, though we have to make it turn all the way. Let's just type in 270. Save the project. You can either keep the keyframe, and we're going to just copy and paste that until the end. Adjust the space a little. Bring it here. Copy those keyframes. First F9, then copy. Move into an equal space and just paste it. Paste the keyframes, that is. So it's going to just spin until the very end. And this is what we have so far. So I'm going to grab these guys and just hit M to close them. The properties. Hit start. We get these random things just appearing in different ways. And the card is the most special thing, which is why it has a special effect. But like we said, we're not quite done yet. We're going to make a 3D parallax effect. So it's like our eyes is moving in through these different things. Alright, so we're not closing the end, like kind of making the retreat like we did with the first example. Instead, we're going to just do the parallax effect and then make it zoom in to the point where it's just a solid screen, and then we can type in something like money card or whatever the product is, and it's going to fade to the background color, which we forgot to add, and then it's going to come back in again. Let's add a solid for the background color. Yes, we can go with white. Bring that below. So you can see it starts from a white color, and then after the parallax effect, we're going to zoom in so much, and then we're going to make these just move out from the sides. I think we should do something like that, or we could just fade it in. Choose whichever you prefer. I'm going to make it fade in because we did the retreating in the first example. Alright, so what we're going to do is just create a parallax effect. I'm again just checking for one last time to see if my animations are good. And if they last, alright, they do. So what we're going to do now, this is something we already did in previous lesson, but we're going to go over it again. I'm going to lock my white solid. Remember, we want this no matter what, so just lock it in place. We're going to create, right click here, a new camera layer. You can name this camera 1 is good, just hit OK. We're also going to make another layer, the null layer. We can call this control or something. You can keep it as null, anything you want. And now we want to turn every layer 3D. So just turn on all the 3D layers. Just turn on the box. We cannot do that for white solid. Leave white solid be. And now we're going to change, let me close this. Layers, we don't really need these. Want to go here, instead of one view, let's go to two view. So this is our camera, essentially. Zoom out. And what we want to do is to just go to our null or control layer and hit position. Make sure that this is all 0. So 0, 0, 0. This is what we want. And although before we do that, let's undo what we did. We need to first parent null to camera, so get the pick whip, parent like that. Then we're going to make this 0. So it comes at the beginning of the camera's lens, essentially. And then we're going to just unparent it. Instead, we're going to parent everything to the null layer, even the camera. So select everything, first click, shift, last click. Get the pick whip and connect it to control. Now, what we're going to do is to go into order of appearance. I'm going to move in so I can remember the order. And what we're going to do, we can just name it here before I start. So the first thing I want is the lady. So the person is going to be 1. Then it's going to be the gift 2. Although the gift and everything else needs to be the same. Let's make, I guess we can make the card appear in front of the gift. So this gift will actually be 3, not 2. The light will be 4 because it's behind the gift. Phone, BG, or background will be 5. And the background will just be 6. Will be 6. And yeah. So we have named every layer and we have the numbers, so we know what is what. Alright, go into beginning, and what we're going to do is to go in from the order, whatever order that is closer to the lens. So we're going to go to person 1. First, we're going to unparent this, so change it to none. Go to position, and we're going to hit S, and essentially we're just going to move back. So add to that 111. So we did person 1. Let's go to card 2 again, none, then move forward. Essentially what we're doing, and also make sure there's no keyframe, is that we have a basket full of these, and like we said, we're like dropping them as we move forward. So we did card, give this 3. And remember, the amount of scale you add is the distance between the last layer and the current layer. So if you want the card to not have that much space between the GIF, just add a little bit of scaling. 136. We got light. Let's go for like 148. Just a little bit. I do want the phone to have more space, so I'm going to just add a lot to that. 179. Then we have the background, which is the final layer, and that is just gonna go really far, like 236. Alright, so we did that. We're going to just make sure that we did it to every single layer like we did here. Alright, change this back to one view. We're done. And we're not going to see much here unless we add a camera animation. So hit P on control, and we're going to go to the Z animation and turn on the keyframe, come to the end and just, or the middle, whichever you want. Let's go for like a fast thing so you can see it's coming in. And then I'm going to stop here and then we want a slow version here. So we're just going to go all the way in towards the phone, or the center of the clip. So this is what we have. I'm going to play this back, although it has to render first. It's going to appear, but we're like moving in between these guys. So we kind of have a dimension going on. This is what we have. There's space between each of the layers. It's kind of rendering right now. I'm going to let it do that. Just F9 those keyframes. And now what we want to do is to come up with different sorts of animations to kind of move away each of the elements so that we're left with the white solid. And we talked about this. We're doing that so that the animation can loop back to the beginning through that white solid. So you can use any method to, I guess, get rid of each of those elements so that at the end of the animation there's nothing. But I'm just going to go in on background, just here. Let me delete that. Come in again. It's background 6. I'm going to delete the circle. Just going to remove the circle. We don't really need the circle. Just have some leaves. Alright, so I'm just going to make this move out, and we're going to have the leaves do their little dance. Would have to create that effect in the leaves as well. So around here, I'm going to make the phone move away. Where's the phone? Here it is. And we're going to parent, light, gift, and card, just anything related to the phone. Hit P on phone and just make it disappear to the side. Completely out of sight. It's still rotating and it's still doing its thing, but because we want a message here, better make some room. Go out completely. Alright, now we just have the lady and the leaves. You can also get rid of the lady as well. I think we have to do that before the phone because the lady's in front. Alright, so go on person. Hit P on person. We're going to make a keyframe, move in a little bit, and make her move out to the side. To the side that they're closest to. So for her it was the right, for the phone it was the left. So that way we're just going to have, after these two disappear, we're going to have the leaves, which we're also going to create a parallax effect for. So just go to, let me close these, hit M on those open layers. Double click on background 6. We're going to do what we just did with the other layers. First I'm going to hit M, new, camera, okay. Oops, I forgot to make them 3D first. Delete, we're going to make the layers 3D. Right click, camera, okay. New null object, there we are. So first we're going to parent null to camera. I'm going to leave it as null to view down here like we did. And we're going to go on null and hit P, make this. Oh, and also make the null 3D layer. Turn the position to 0. Just 0, 0, 0. So it shows up here. Close this up and we're going to unparent that. Instead, we're going to make everything parent to null, including the camera layer. Then we're going to start moving in on those little things. I'm going to make the null and the camera layer start from here. Let me first see which one's which. This is leaf 1. I want leaf 3 to be first. I'm going to name this leaf 1, this one leaf 3. So I know which order I need to go to. Alright, back here. we are going to unparent leaf 1, set it to none, and hit S on null and just add to that. No stopwatch, remember that. Leaf 2, add even more space, and leaf 3, add more space. And then here we're going to go to P and turn on a stopwatch, move in, I guess 13 or 15 maybe, just in case, and just move in with the Z value. So you can see we have nice little space. I'm going to go until we reach the center, until we get a white screen. You can see we're moving forward. I'm going to turn this to one view. We don't need that anymore. Go in until we are not seeing the leaves anymore. Just a little bit more. Alright. So we have this. Nothing happens. We get the leaves. They appear. Do a little dance. And we're slowly making our way in. Although, because the animation stops around 13 seconds, I'm going to speed this up a bit. So we're moving in faster than the rest. Alright, so let's go back here on the layer. Just have a look at what we have. Got the phone, we got the other things, the leaves, and everything is going accordingly. You can see the leaf is down there because we created that parallax effect. And it's just a fun little animation. I will, however, get a position keyframe for background. It's a little too high because I'm seeing the ends of the leaves. We're just going to bring it down a little bit, down, not up, because I don't want to see the bottom of the leaves. I'm going to let this render. And then because we made, we're kind of slowly moving in towards the center of our animation, which is a white screen, it leaves us a perfect opportunity to maybe write in a message on the white screen after all of these guys have disappeared. Write maybe the name of the bank that is offering this magical card. You can write something else, and because we added a kind of a appearing element and transition to all of the layers. So we start with a white screen. After the video is done and after the text fades away, it's going to loop because we added that appearing animation in the beginning of the work. I'll explain and show you what I mean in a second. Right now I'm just waiting for this to render so I can show you guys what we did. There it is. Everything appears. We're having a nice little flower moment. Like so. I would have to slow down the background because the leaves are not there once we finish. So add this to like 15. I forgot to easy ease these guys. F9, and once I come to the end, they should be... Alright, so I'm going to make the phone disappear faster so I can get some leaves before they go. Go to phone, position, and just grab these guys here. Alright, then we had the person as well. Hit P. We said we want this person to disappear first. So after these two disappear, we have some leaves just hanging around. Let me make this even faster. Maybe drag both. Alright, So around here we're getting some leaves. And then we can put in our little text. And it will just look nice. Gonna speed this up even more. This is optional. Here goes our text. Let's write the text before we see everything. So around here, I'm going to get my text tool, type something. We need to make it quite big because of all the scaling we did. With the color black, I'm going to write maybe example bank. That's the name of my bank. Set this to auto. It'll decide for me. I want to choose a somewhat sophisticated font. Like a fun but sophisticated font. I prefer light, and I'm just going to make this centered like this. And then we're going to just get the move tool and put it here. Maybe in the center. I can get the align tab. Got rid of it previously. Alright, and let's just make it bold. Okay. And we can add another text just for fun. Go on that text layer. I'm gonna add something else. Let's call it the best bank. Control A. You don't need it to be bulk or the best, as in capitalized letters. Turn this to light. Make it a little smaller because it's like their tagline. Bring it in the center vertically. I'm gonna bring it down here. Bring it in the center, and then we're just gonna bring it down ourselves. Oops, I'm scaling it. Bring it down here. And I'm gonna put example bank in one line. So it looks better. Get the best bank. Bring this below. But we're gonna make sure these guys are in the center vertically. Alright. So we're going to just grab these two and we want them to appear here. Hit T on both of them. 0%. Turn on the stopwatch. Move in a little bit. 100. Just bring them in here because I want to kind of slow down the fade effect. And first is the name, then comes the tagline. So, and also want to make sure this is below the background layer. Bring background above the best bank or your text layer. So we're going to have these guys move away to reveal example bank. Example bank, move in here, and I'm just gonna, now that we have a white screen, make it disappear. So 100 again, and I'm gonna make them disappear together. 0%, move 0 a bit closer. There we are. I'm gonna close all of these guys. Hit M on those layers. And I'm gonna let this render. So then we can see what we did. So basically, we learned two different examples, one with flat animations, the other with 3D. And here I can see I'm still seeing the bottoms of these leaves. Just hit P without the stopwatch and move this down. Alright, I don't want to see the bottom of the leaves. Okay, all good. Let this render. And yeah, so basically with just a few flat techniques and a few 3D techniques, we were able to create this fun animation that is great for promoting your product through a more eye-catching way. Generally, when you use flat animations like this, you are more likely to attract the attention of your customers on your social media. And you've probably seen a lot of advertisements with flat characters or flat drawings. It's because it's lighter on the eye and it attracts more attention than if it were to be maybe a more complicated animation. Although it also depends on the movement, so there's a lot of complicated animations, but the movements are eye-catching. So you could either go for those or for simple flat designs like this. Alright, it rendered. This is this animation in real speed. We got the 3D effects and the example bank. So it fades away on a white background, and then the video starts on a white background, which is what makes this a looping animation. So you saw that we didn't need any coding or any special movement. We just had to start and finish with a white animation. Alright, so I'm done with my animation. I want to export it. And this is generally how you export GIFs. You can either use Photoshop if you have it and you know how to use it, but I'm going to show you this program, Adobe Media Encoder, because it's something you will need. So just go ahead and download it, and you're going to need that quite a lot. Alright, so before you start, just make sure that you have the same versions of After Effects and Media Encoder. I was using Adobe After Effects 2021, and therefore you cannot use it with Media Encoder 2022. So I just want to give a quick explanation of how this program works. It's really easy and not complicated at all. So you would use Premiere Pro or After Effects to bring in your footage and data into this box up here. And then you would choose the settings, the format, and where you want this to be saved. And then here you would just hit play or that play button. And then down below is where you would see the preview and how much more is left until you get the exported file. So just make sure both apps are up to date so you don't run into a problem. Alright, so we're going to do this composition, add to Media Encoder Q, and this is just going to open up Adobe Media Encoder for you. And it's going to be transferring all the data to this program. You can see here it is, the name of my composition. Now here, this is H.264, which is not a GIF file. So we would have to change the format. All right, we get the export settings. Format, we need to change it to a animated GIF. Alright, preset, match source, output name. This is where you would choose a location. I'm gonna do that real quick. Alright, so I chose the location. The output is here. And then when you come down here, we have the use the maximum render quality. I'm okay with this. There's no audio. And we're just gonna hit OK. So now we have everything listed, and yeah, everything's good. Alright, so we have this, and then we're going to hit the play button, which is up here. Then down here, it's going to render this queue, and then we can see how many seconds it has exported, how much is remaining, and you would just have to wait for this to do its thing. And as you can see, it's in a separate program. So if I still have some other projects to do in After Effects, I can do that. You can see it's even showing a preview. But the preview is a little bit pixelated because it's just a preview. So if you see that it's not the quality you had in After Effects, that's you shouldn't be concerned about it because this is not the actual quality of your footage. And I'm just gonna let this render and then we'll be back to see what we did. Alright, my file was exported. As you can see, it's a .gif file. And I brought it up here. Let me just show you the preview. So you can see it's there and we get every single thing. And because it fades into a white solid, it kind of loops. So this is great for maybe Instagram or Facebook where you just want to show or advertise your brand through a creative way. So let me just get out of here, and that is just how you can create fun flat animations, flat or 3D. We went over both one, and as you saw, it was a little time consuming, but once you learn the techniques, it could be done in like 15 minutes or so. So it won't take as long as this lesson did. And I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to look at a really essential animation called morphing. So we're going to go over different types of examples to exactly show you what this morphing does and how it could be used throughout your motion graphics animations. So let's go ahead and import our project. Just bring that in as composition. But mainly we're going to start with the stuff we have in After Effects, which is the shape tool and the text tool, and then we'll get into this later. Let's make a new composition, call this morph. Alright, so basically what morphing means is when one object turns into another in a really smooth fashion. So it does not slowly transition, it just goes whoosh and it changes into something. An example would be to get your rectangle tool or any other shape. Let's go ahead and draw something. All right. And also draw something that you want this rectangle to morph to. So let's go for a circle. And draw a circle. You can hold down Shift for a perfect shape. Let's change the, we can keep the color. Alright, so I have two shapes right now in two separate layers, as you can see. This is the circle, and this is the rectangle. So let's rename our layers, really important. We're going to name this rectangle, and this one circle. So I want my circle to appear first, and then I want my circle to turn into a rectangle. That's when the morphing comes in. So we're going to open up circle, contents, ellipse 1, open that, ellipse path 1. Want to right click on this, convert to Bezier path, and now it's just path 1. It's no longer ellipse path 1. It's really essential. Let's open up the path, and we're going to go forward in time to where we want this transition to happen. So let's say 1 second for me. Zoom in like that. 1 second, I'm going to turn on the path keyframe. All right. And then we're going to do the same thing on the rectangle, which is our second shape. So you open up this, then you go to contents, rectangle 1, rectangle path 1, right click, convert to Bezier path, open path 1. But for this one, we're not going to turn on the keyframe. Instead, we're going to copy the path. So click the path, Control C, come on this path, move it forward, Control V. All right. So now this dude, let me expand it so we get to see. It slowly turns into a rectangle, just like that. Right, but you can see that it's kind of robotic. There's like a pause, and based off what we know so far, to make things more smooth, we can simply easy ease those keyframes by selecting them and hitting F9, or you could select them, right click, keyframe assistant, go to easy ease. So now it's going to look a lot more smooth compared to the robotic thing that we have. And obviously, if you bring these in closer, the transition time will be faster. So you can choose whether you want it to be quick or whether you want it to be slow. Okay, and one more thing is that if you want this guy to be a rectangle, but then you want it to turn into a triangle, you can work with the points that you see right here. But the thing is that you got to make sure that you work with the points that are in the shape. And this also means that you have to go back and make sure the new points that you added did not disturb the circle or the rectangle. So if I go in a few frames forward and get my pen tool, let's say I want to make a triangle, I would have to bring both of these points in instead of deleting one. Then I have to go back to my rectangle. Okay, everything is okay. My circle, it is a little bit less curved. You could just simply fix that. And now I added a third shape by just working with the shapes that we have. So what happens when you delete a point? Let's bring this guy back. And if I delete this guy, we already get a warning. This happens. So my circle is weird and my rectangle is not even there anymore. It's a right triangle now, but the triangles are there. So this would mean that I have to go back on my keyframe and, add a point, fix my circle, which is just time consuming. So the best thing to do is to just work with the points that are in that shape. So as you saw, I've made this triangle with 4 points, even though I only needed 3. So I just brought in these 2 points together to make a triangle. Okay. So we can also do something to kind of add to this motion if you want it to be faster. One way is to, let's get rid of the triangle. One way is to select both keyframes, go to your speed graph, and just bring those, get your move tool, don't work with the pen tool. Pull in these sides. So this is going to make the thing more smooth, as you saw. You can see there's like a little pause and it gets quick. So you could add that, or you could only keep one, hit Control Z. So we only brought in one side. We go back. It's different. So it's going to be fast in the beginning and then it's going to slow down like that. Another way to make this better, another thing that you can do is to look at the transition. So go over it slowly and you can see that our circle is actually rotating to become this rectangle. We could add a simple rotation animation to make this better. I'm going to delete the rectangle. We don't need this. We just needed the path that we copied. Just delete that. Now we only have the circle. Okay, so let's open up the transform properties. So contents, we're done with this. Go to transform or hit R on circle and match the time with the first keyframe. Let's turn on rotation, move in, and just go to the times where it's like rotating, which would be here. Bring it to 0 degrees here. So first it's 0, but here it's rotating this way. Let's go for positive 90 degrees. So we kind of added to that, although we did it the opposite way. We added to the rotation that the circle does. But here we just want it to be normal. Until here it's rotating, so hit 90 here. And then here we want it to be 0. So you could add a rotation. I added 180 instead of 90. And you can bring these in close. So it looks faster, the rotation effect. Without these, this is how it would rotate. So if you add these two in the center, it would look like this. It's spinning faster. Then we can obviously hit F9 and work with the speed, maybe bring them in a little bit closer. All right, so it's all up to you. Okay, so this was the circle, the shape thing. We can also do it with more complicated things. So I'm going to go hit U on circle so we get our path. Going to draw a more complicated shape like a star. So let's go ahead and draw a star. Okay, bring that on top of our rectangle. Let's make it similar size. All right. Now, this is the same thing. Go on Polystar Path 1, convert it, open that up, the path, and then Control C. Can delete this star layer now. Then on path for the circle, we can go ahead and just hit Control V. So we now have a circle, a rectangle, and a star. Just like that. And if you guys see that your shape is jumping to the other side like it is right now, you can simply hit P on circle for position. Let's turn it on and hit U so I get all three. We want it to move into one side, right? So go forward and just bring it to the center, which is where the other shapes were. Let's have a look at the speed. And now let me hit F9 as well. Now it's not jumping around. It's right where the other ones were. And you could also maybe add a rotation. So we're going to go here, make another keyframe for rotation. Move it forward. And I want this star, like this tip, to be straight. So I can just add to the rotation. There we are. Make this happen before, like during the transition from the rectangle to the star. And now I have a upright star. And you could just go on with these shapes. Additionally, you guys can make, just use the pen tool, not the shape tool. If you want to make a weird shape yourself, let's go ahead and make something weird with curves if you want. Position it on top of your current shape, which is a star. In our case, contents, shape 1. But this one, we don't need to convert it. It's already path 1. So just simply open it, Control C. Delete it, hit U on circle to get the path. Select path, and then Control V here. So now we have this other shape. For this one, we do have the same position problem. So over here, let's select position first and move it to where the right position is. So that would be here. All right, so these are the shapes. You could just go on and add as many shapes as you want, whether you use the pen tool or the, let me hit B here and then N here so we can have a looping playback. Whether you use the shape tool or the pen tool, you can make as many shapes as you want, maybe even draw out the letters yourself, although we're going to see how we can do this with text, so don't worry about that. And in the next lesson, we're going to go over the text morphing, which is a really cool additional element that you could add to your motion graphic projects. You can add it in your advertisements or just some looping animations. And it's just a really professional yet fun touch that you can add. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, welcome back. Let's continue learning more about morphing in After Effects. So in the previous lesson, we went over shapes, whether you use the pen tool or the shape tool, and how we can merge and morph different shapes into another using a simple path technique. Let's work with text. So I'm going to get the text tool and just first let's make a solid, Control Y or Command Y. This is our background. And I'm going to lock this in place. Let's type in 2 words. So morph and then click away. Text. So we have 2 words. They don't have to be the same length. You could do that if you want. I'm going to keep them this way. Let's get a nicer color. White would be better. The font is also not doing it for me. Let's get this font. All right, looks better. Let's make them bold as well so it looks kind of fun for this tutorial. All right, so we have two words. First thing we want to do is to get our Align tab and just center this text with the other one. If you're not seeing these, you may have had Align layers to selection, so make sure it's on composition. All right, so we have our first text and we have our second text. You could keep maybe the second word and give it a different color. Let's add a weird color. Okay, or you could keep them the same color. So we want the first one to turn into a second one. The first word for us is morph, and then it's text. So usually you want to start with a longer word because you could have more, you could have an easier time when you're copying the paths. And in our case, the morph is supposed to be the first word, so we have no problem with that. All right, so we do have text layers here, but this whole path morphing things work with shape layers. So simply go on both of your text, right click, create, we have to select them one by one, create shapes from text. Let's do the same thing for the other one. All right, we can go ahead and delete the other two. And now let's hit U twice on the morph things, and now we're getting all the paths for each of the letters. So now each of these letters are separate. That was the M, this is the O, the inside of the O, and there's just a lot to work with. All right, so what we want to do is essentially the same thing as the first example. So let's go in a few frames. I can get rid of these guys. Let's zoom into our timeline. I'm gonna stay until here. So it's gonna be morph, and then at 1 second, we're going to change it into text. So let's go ahead and just type in path. Okay, so we only get the path. Just go ahead and turn on all of these paths, the stopwatches. Then we have the edge, so they're all turned on. All right, and then we can move in a few frames and just do the same thing for this one. So let's write path. Okay. Now for this one, we want to select everything, all of the paths. We only have 4, Control C. Come to, we have to do this one by one actually. Get your first letter, T, and we're going to go to the first letter of the first word, morph. So T, copy the T path, come to morph, go to the M path, Control V. Make sure you are moving in a few frames. So now you can see our M turns into T. We have to change the color later. So we're doing this for all the other letters. So then it's E from text. When it comes to O from morph, Control V. Come down again, got the X, Control C. Coming down to R, Control V. And notice that we have 2 R's here, and this could happen. It's really common. What you can do is just paste this twice, so once on this R and another time on this R. All right, so we have that going on. And we also had the same issue for O, so I'm going to get the E again, Control C. Come down over here, Control V. So you could just paste it twice, then we have P and then H. So we have, I believe, T right now. Control C, and then on P, we have 2 P's again. Control V on P. So now if I play this back, let me turn off the text layer for text. you can see everything turns into text, but we have one extra letter. So when at times like this, all you have to do is to just copy the last word into the first one. So for the second word, it was T. So we can just copy and paste the T keyframe onto edge. So let's get T, which was the last letter of our text layer, go to edge and hit V. So now P edge both turn into text. All right, so we have this. It's all good. Let's delete text outlines. We don't need it. We only need morph outlines. Let's hit U, and we can see all of our keyframe. There we go. All right, so we decided that we wanted text to be white and morph to be the cyan color. All you have to do is open up the morph outlines, go to contents, and we could just just type in color. All right, and you're getting the fill color for each one. So essentially what we want to do, let's hit U on it and see where the transition is happening. All right, so about here, I want it to turn white. So select that, type in color, turn on the keyframe for all the colors. There we go. And then move in forward to where the text appears and just change this to white. You can even grab the keyframe, the eyedropper tool, and make this white. Just sample the white on the screen. There we are. So now we get this. Okay, the first one here is white. Turn that into the cyan color, just sample it. So it's that, and then turns to white. All right. Let's hit U on this, or just type in path. Now we have the same issue with the hit U. We have the same issue that we did in the beginning where our text is just drifting to the side. To fix that, we just simply need to hit P. First coming to where the second text is gone, come down to, let's just write P. Want to make a keyframe at the beginning of this effect. So right when it decides to turn away, turn on the keyframe for position. Come to the end of where the text thing is finished and just simply move it to where you want. Then we have to reposition the keyframes. Okay, I think we moved text a little bit low. Hit Ctrl R and you can just use a ruler for guidance. So I know that my text can start here. The center of my morph text is here too. Let's delete the second keyframe, come in forward, and simply just move this using the guidelines that we have now. All right, you can see it does not drift away, does not jump away. With an easy fix, we were able to do that. Hit F9, hit U, and also easy ease all of these keyframes. F9. So now it's just going to be a lot more smoother. And another thing that I forgot to mention for the previous example is that you can turn on motion blur. Just turn it on, and this will make it look more smooth. It kind of adds like an echo effect. You can see it's a lot more smooth compared to when we didn't have motion blur on. Basically, motion blur just blurs out those rough edges that appear when there's a motion like this happening. So turning them on is a great idea to just make things better. And another thing that you can do for the color, if you don't want to do this, let's type in color, turn off the keyframes completely so they stay the cyan color throughout. So we have this. It's just the same color throughout the entire animation. You can go ahead and add the fill preset, fill effect, onto your text layer. All right, and let's hit U on morph. See where all the transitions are happening. So in the beginning here, let's get the eyedropper tool and select this color, turn on the keyframe, and move in here and simply turn it white. That's if you don't want to go over those layers one by one, you can just do this. So we're gonna have, play that again, we're gonna have this effect. Okay, so we did the text thing, and this was another simple thing. You can add as many or as little text as you want. Let's go for a third text. You can write by, like we finished presenting. Let's Control A or Command A, look for a different color, make it blue. Let's bring this by layer right in the center. And we're going to right click, create shapes from text, delete the text layer itself, hit U twice on by, and we have 3 Bs, and we just simply have to open this guy up as well. Let's expand our workspace, hit U on morph outlines, and now we just want to get the B path, select all the B paths, just type in path here, we're getting the strokes path. Okay, that's better. Select all of the B paths, Control C, come down to M, Control V. Okay, and here, let's also add it onto O. And do it here. Make sure you paste it everywhere. So now M and O from morph turn into B. And we get the Y. We only have one Y here, so come down to Y. And let's also type in path here, so we only get the path. And then on R, let's add the Y keyframes. Let's also add it on P. And finally, we have the E, copy that, the E from the by, and then we had the edge here. Let's go ahead and get rid of by outlines. Bring back this timeline. Hit U on outlines, and we can see exactly what we did. So morph, text, by. There we are. So we have this, and if you want to change the color, again, just go to fill, down here on fill, come to the third keyframe, which is the by, and let's get the blue color that we have over here, just get that. And also we have the same position problem, so you can come here and simply drag this guy right on your guidelines. So now we have 3 text coming in from just one original morph text. So that's how we morph text, multiple text, they morph together. In the next lesson, we're going to see how to combine images and shapes. So shapes into text, images into another image. So that will be in the next part of this lesson. I will see you guys there. Okay, let's continue with the morphing. We already learned how to morph a text into another. Now we're going to look at how we can morph shapes into text. So let's get our text tool and write something else. Or just write morph. Okay, let's center it with our align tab. Get the align tab, center it. And now we're going to get our shape tool, and generally we want a shape that will cover the text entirely. So for our case, we can do a rectangle. Just make sure all the letters are covered. There we are. And now that we have our shape, we want to make sure the shape and the text are in the exact same location, making sure that your text is completely covered. And we're just going to do the same thing that we were doing in the previous 2 lessons, which is to convert the text layer into a shape layer. Like that, we can get rid of the text layer. Okay, so now we have each of the letters separated. This time we have 1 for each. If I write path here, we get, okay, we only have a few, okay. So now let's do the same thing with the shape. We're going to, first let's open up the path for the outlines. Come in a few frames forward, and we're going to turn on all of these guys to make a keyframe. All right. And then we have the shape, which we're also going to open up. First, let's convert this to Bezier. Right click, convert to Bezier path. Open up path 1, and we're just going to copy this path. Let's turn it on first, copy. You can close that. Hit U on morph outline so we get to see all of the keyframes, and then come in the beginning. Select all of these layers, Control V. So we have a shape morphing into this text. Let's turn this off. Okay, and now we have the same problem where the shape jumps. And that should be an easy fix. So all you have to do is to go on P and just look at the shape right now. Then align it to wherever you want. I'm going to do middle. Turn on the keyframe. Hit U so you can have a look. Control right arrow key so you get to see when you should move this back. So right here, you can see that it's moving that way. So first make a keyframe. Bring that back and then just move it to the center. We have the rulers, so it's going to help us a lot. Next keyframe, it's going to move in like that. Let's actually try to move the anchor point. Let's turn this off. I'm gonna have a look at the shape. Control double click on this so it's in the middle. Let's remove this, move it here, turn on the stopwatch. Now it's going to be less dramatic. Make another keyframe, Control right arrow key, bring it back. Control right arrow key. Let's come to the end and just choose the end spot. Let's be here. So now it's going to be in the center, just like that. We have a thing with the colors. We could change the color. So let's delete shape 1. We don't need it anymore. Search for color. Or an easier thing is the fill effect here. So just search fill, add it onto your morph outlines. And we're going to choose the blue color for the first shape. Turn on the stopwatch. Hit U on this again so we see where it's slowly turning into the text here. And then over here we want to just maybe make it white. Okay, so now it's going to be blue. It's going to turn into white. You can see it has a nice little fading effect. Yeah, so that's how you do the thing. I should have made the rectangle a bit bigger. You can just do that again. Now we have morphed this shape into this text. As always, if you easy ease the keyframes, it's going to look better. So hit F9. And then we can go, let's have a look at the speed. We can either make this slower, so select all of the keyframes, including the color, and just like move it. Here, move this keyframe too. You can even speed up the kind of lengthen the gradient if you want. And then we have something like this. Let's also hit F9 on these. Hit N and look at our text. Okay, so we had a shape, we had it turned into this text, and you could even remove the color. Just turn off the FX to see it without the color, and it's just going to be like this. We can also go on this shape, add motion blur, which is these 3 circles. It's going to make it look smoother. So you see there's like a little bit of blurriness on each of the letters as they turn into each of the shape edges as it turns into the text. And we can just turn this on because I'm not happy with the blue. And there's our final product. So this could work with other shapes. It also works with the pen tool. So let's go ahead and try that with the pen tool. Delete this and let's write something else. We have the pen, bring the anchor point here. The Align tab will help us with that. Right click, create shapes from text. Delete the text. Now this is our text. Let's get the pen tool with a different color and just draw something that will cover the thing up. If we don't cover the text, the issue with the previous example will occur where like the top of the M is standing out. We don't want that, so make sure it's covering it completely. And we're just going to open this up. Now the thing with the pen tool is that you don't have to convert it to Bezier path. It's already there. Let's just search for path here. Search for path so you get to see all of these. Move in time, maybe 15 frames, and we're going to turn on all of these keyframes. Okay. Then we're going to move back, go to this path, select this, Control C, and we're going to select all of these, all of the paths, Control V. You can actually delete it. We're done with this. Delete the shape layer. Now we have this turning into this. We need to hit position again, and I'm just going to bring it to the center. You could also go with 2 keyframes. We made a bit too many keyframes in the last one. Motion blur, F9, play it back, and we have this. So it could be a shape, it could be a shape made from the pen tool, it could be another text. Now let's see how we can combine images to one another. Let's delete this one. In your project panel, we have some social media icons. Just open the layers. Let's put Twitter and Snapchat, merge them into one. Hit S, make them bigger, can't really see them. So we have 2 shape layers that look similar. We're going to select both, right click, create shapes from vector layers, delete the old ones. So we have 2 images that look kind of the same. So I'm going to bring Twitter first in the center of my composition, and we're going to turn Twitter into Snapchat. So morphing this Twitter logo into the Snapchat logo, you could do it vice versa. Let's hit type path. And we want to copy the path for Snapchat. Right path for Twitter. We can delete Snapchat. We're going to turn on the stopwatch and then go in like 20 frames and paste it. So for this, it's easier because we don't have letters. It's just one singular image. Bring these closer, hit F9. And you can see it's turning into that. We could slow it down, it's a bit too quick. So we can see the morphing happening. You can see that Twitter turns into Snapchat. And we can add motion blur for a little bit of smoothness. There we are. Now the faster you make it, the more smooth it will look. We brought the keyframes in and now it looks better. Now, Twitter, the logo is blue. Snapchat is white. So let's go ahead and add a fill effect on this Twitter outline. Not sure what blue we could go for. It's something like this. Okay. Turn on the stopwatch for color. Hit U so we get to see this. It's going to be blue, and then when it reaches Snapchat, we're going to make it white. So it's slowly transitioning from blue to white. Always easier keyframes. So like this. And now we have this. You can bring them in closer if you want it to stay blue for longer. I'm going to come in maybe around here is when I want it to change to white. So it's going to stay blue and then it's going to turn white. Just match the keyframes to one another. Okay, and I did want to show you guys another thing to decorate flat shapes like this. So we have Snapchat right now, and this is helpful for when you're illustrating and animating characters, but it's also pretty useful in motion design. So let's go ahead and duplicate this Snapchat icon. For the second one, let's go for gray, any color that you like to kind of shade this character. And on this new shading character, let's name it Shade. Previous one, let's name it OG. For the shade character, click on it, get your pen tool, go on mask. Instead of this, go on mask, and I'm going to go with the pen tool. Just choose an area where you would want the mask to take place. So I'm going to do like a little curve and then end it here. Then close it off here. So we now have this much of the shading on our character. You can play around with it and make it perfect. Okay. Once you're done, we only want to go on the, hit M twice on shade. We want to feather out the edges. Just a little bit. Like that. Maybe 6 pixels. So this right now is a form of shading if you want to do like a 3D look. But another way, which is really popular nowadays, is to, after you've adjusted the feathering and the opacity and all of that, hit toggle switches and modes, turn the mode of this layer to dissolve. Okay, so that's the shading, which we talked about. It will look better if your OG color, let's actually change the color of this, is a little bit darker than the thing. So just eyedrop the color and maybe bring down the brightness. So it's going to look a lot more blended in. You can always go back in, get the pen tool, and change the shape of the mask. Maybe do something like that. Anything that you want. Okay, so that's another shading method that you can do to kind of make your illustrations or animations better. This applies on anything that you want. It could also be pictures like we just made, or it could be shapes. So I'm going to get a circle, hold down shift to make a perfect circle, make this one maybe blue, duplicate my circle, and on the, we're going to go on the ellipse tool again and hit this mask icon and just make a mask for the character, like leave out a little moon shape on the edge like that. And for this one, we want to, let's make the color that's forward, change the color. So get the blue and maybe remove from the brightness. So 89 instead of 99. Okay. And we're just going to turn this, instead of add, turn it to subtract. So the dark side is there. You could do the opposite and then just simply change the mode to dissolve. Go and mask and add some to the feathering. So you can see it looks really nice. It's a subtle, creative way to shade your shapes or images that we did. I will say that it works better with shapes compared to images, because when you create the shapes from that vector layer, it may not do a perfect job like it does in here. So just be careful. Go for the shape layers. And we have this subtle, if you zoom in, it's like little pixelated shadings. If you add or remove from the feathering, this is without the feathering. If you add too much feathering, you're barely going to see it. So keep it less than 100, like 50, 40, 60, and all that. You could go over 100, it depends on your shape. I'm going to go for 90. Okay, and that is how you morph and shade your shapes and text layers. This also applies to text. I'll quickly show you the text. Write something on the text thing. Place it in here. Duplicate the shade layer. This one's darker than the first one. Let's go back in here and make it 85 so it's more visible. Go on shade 2 and get a shape. A rectangle would be better in this case. And maybe we want to shade the, I'm going to get the pen tool and make like a triangle here. Something like that. And we want to hit M on the shade 2 twice and go to feather, add a good amount, like 85, then change to blending mode to dissolve. So now we have the same, click away, we have the same shading going on. You can see it's kind of pixelated, but it looks cool from afar. The pixelation is happening because of this dissolve mode that we added. If it was normal, it's going to like fade out. It will have a gradient effect, but with the dissolve, it's going to look like this. All right, so that's how you shade and morph things into one another. A quick and simple technique to kind of spice up your designs. And I'm going to see you guys in the next lesson where we learn about other types of motion graphics. In this lesson, we're going to learn how we can create different animations for loadings. Like you can add it on top of your video, on your website, and just there's a lot of uses for them. And we're going to see how we can make them using the text tool, the pen tool, and the shape tool. So we have 3 examples in this lesson. We have some easy ones and some that are a little bit hard. But we're going to go through them in order so you won't be confused. So let's start with the easiest one. Just make a new composition. Just call it loading. I'm going to go here, and what we want to do is to create our circle. And if you plan on exporting this to use it for yourself, I would suggest making your composition as big as your animation. So let's make one that is not with this width. Let's go for 1080 by 1080. All right, and okay, now we have a square. And delete this. So let's get our circle. Long click on the shape tool and get the ellipse tool. We got the circle, and we're going to make sure the fill is 0 and the stroke. Choose a color that will stand out. Let's choose white, and we want to get a thick stroke. Let's first make our circle. Hold down Shift and then click and drag to make a big circle. And because we added that setting, the anchor point is going to be in the center. But I'm just going to center this with the Align tab. If you're not seeing this, go to Window, Align. Click this, then this, and now this circle is in the center. But 15 pixels is too little. Let's go for like 60. Or even more, let's go for like 80. Want a big circle. Get V on your keyboard. Hit V on your keyboard and hold down Shift while you make this a little smaller so we can see the edges of our composition. Alright, so now that we've made our circle, we are going to open up this shape layer and go to this add place, and we're going to add trim paths. And then we're just going to open this guy up. And before I do that, I'm going to go into ellipse 1, stroke 1, change the line cap from butt cap to round cap. It's going to look better. And then we can continue with the animation. So go to trim paths, and we're going to use these guys. I'm going to start with end, set this to 0. And we're going to turn on the stopwatch, and let's go first determine how much video you want. I don't want it to be too long. Go for like 2 seconds. Hit N on your keyboard to close the work area. So we're going to do this, and then at, let's say, 1 second, we're going to make this, the end stopwatch, to 90. So it's going to come around this much. You can also make the gap bigger by putting less. So this was 90, this is 80. You can see it's being removed. I'm going to stick with 90. You can customize this as much as you want, but at the same time, we're going to make the turn on the start stopwatch too. So at the end of our end animation, this was 0, this was 90. We're going to come back around 2 to 3 frames back, and we're going to start the start animation on 0. It's going to be up here, and then go to the end of your composition and add the same value that you added for the end. So 90, hit enter. And we're also going to just grab all of them and hit F9. Let's play this back. So basically we have this. You can see it starts here and then it stops, then it starts again. But this looks a bit odd because it's not really circling, because when you're loading, you want motion. So after we did this, we're going to open up transform. It's separate from the contents tab. Open up transform, and we're going to go in the beginning of our timeline, set the rotation to 0, and then turn on the stopwatch. Go to the end and add 360, or 1 times 0. You can also F9 these two, go from the beginning, and now this is what we have. So this is circling as we have that animation, and it just looks a lot better. Now, it doesn't loop. You can see at the end, it reached the end, it like has this awkward cut before it continues and starts over. And if I want to put this somewhere, I need to make sure that it looks decent. So what we're going to do, now that we're done with the animations, and by the way, the line cap that we added is this guy. Let me just show you what it would look like if we didn't change the line cap. So round cap, this is what it would look like with butt cap. You can see it's not that pretty. Just set it to round. And we're just going to pre-compose this shape. So right click, and we're just going to hit pre-compose. Just leave that, hit OK. And now this is a composition on its own. Now what we want to do is to just see how this guy finishes here. I'm going to cut this guy, Control-Shift-D, delete the rest. Because that's just how long our animation is. The rest is just a black screen. Okay, go to the beginning. We're going to go on this guy. Let me call this circle. Go on the circle layer, and then we're going to right click, time, enable time remapping. So we're going to get 2 lines. Because we didn't trim our clip before pre-composing it, the time remapping is going to make a keyframe for the beginning and the end. And if we bring the keyframes closer, we're actually speeding the whole clip up. So as you can see, nothing's changed. It's just really fast. So let me actually just go back to the shape 1 composition, delete this, delete, and I'm going to cut this shape before I continue. Control-Shift-D, delete that. So now we only have 2 seconds of animations. And I'm gonna cut the rest because it ends here. So we only want what's in the animation. We don't want the rest. So if we pre-compose this, we have some options here, and just make sure you have adjust composition duration selected, and then the pre-composed layer is also going to be 2 seconds. So we won't have that long 30-second work when we don't even have that much animations to work with. Okay, now that I have this composition, you can see the animation is still there. But we want to add like a looping thing, because if you export this, it's not going to loop like it is right now. This is only happening because we closed the workspace. If we were to export this normally, the work would be longer than, it would be like 30 seconds. And after this animation, we're just going to have a black screen. So what we want to do is to just add a looping effect. So right click on your pre-composed layer. You can just close the old one so you're not confused, or rename it to circle. Right click, time, enable time remapping. Now the first and the last keyframes are set to the correct times. And if you bring it back, if it was 30 seconds long and you brought the second keyframe back, you're going to speed up the animation. So just make sure that the new composition that you make from the layer is as long as the animation. All right, now that we have this, we're going to hold down Alt or Option if you're on Mac and hit this clock thing. So once we do this, we get this code place. And we're going to go in the expression, time remap, and open this up. Go to property, and then we're going to go to loop out. So once we select this, we get this code thing. And essentially what happens is that this is just going to loop on its own even after we export the footage. So it's not going to have an awkward cut like it would have if we didn't add this looping effect. All right, let's close this up. Now, if you want, you can go ahead and add like a text in the center. Let's write something like loading. Gotta choose the right font. Let's choose a white color first. And just gotta look for something that looks pixelated. I'm not sure if I have a font with me right now. I'm just gonna keep this. Right, and I'm gonna hit V, click away first, then hit V on my keyboard. Alright, so the anchor point is in the corner, but it's not going to bother us that much because we're not going to animate the text, but instead go to align and just make sure this guy is in the center. And now if we hit play, we're just gonna have this text and this loading thing. This loading animation. So that was the easiest one. You can see it didn't even take that long. You can export this. And if you plan on using this on a video, like your YouTube video, make sure you have black as your background color. When you first create a composition, let me just show you. Choose a background color here, and the reason why we chose black is because we can easily change the blending mode like we learned in previous lessons. So make sure it's black, so you can just change the blending mode to screen and you would have the animation. But this would also mean that the animation or the text you're adding is completely visible and separated from the background. That's why it's a good idea to use black and white, because black is easily differentiated from white, and that way we won't have a problem when we're adding the blending mode. Alright, so now that we learned how to do the easiest one, let's go ahead and go for level 2. I'm going to delete both of these guys. Create a new composition like we did, but instead we're going to leave the width to 1920. We want a rectangle now. Just type that in, and we're going to look at our second example. Let's grab the pen tool right here and You can create a solid. I'm going to go for a white solid because we already did the color black. So just make a solid, color white, and okay. I'm going to lock this in place so I don't move it around or draw anything or add an effect to it. And we're just going to hit, I'm going to go to the title action save, which is in this box. This is going to help us kind of center our pen drawing. Again, make sure fill is 0. Stroke, I'm going to choose a really large number, like 120. Also, we're going to choose the color black because we added white here. And we're going to make a click here, align it with this line. You can also hit Ctrl R to drag a ruler here. So make your click. Make sure you're not selecting the white solid. Make a click here. And then I'm going to hold down Shift and then go on the other end here. So we have this big line. I accidentally made 2. Let's delete that, hit backspace, and just drag this guy upwards to where the line begins. And bring it down here. We have to go on the other side and make sure it's the same. Grab the hand tool to move around. Yeah, you can see it's kind of crooked here as well. Hit V. You can make the box as big or as small as you want it. You just need to increase the stroke width of the pen stroke. Alright, so we have this giant box. I'm actually going to make it a little bit smaller just because I plan on putting this outline box. So I want to make sure that it's going to fit in perfectly. Okay, so we made this and we are going to first of all get rid of this, turn this off, just click on it. And also we're going to get rid of the ruler, Control R again to get rid of it. Click away. This is the bar that we have. Alright, so we're going to again add trim paths to this guy. So open up shape layer 1, let's name it bar. Open up bar and we're going to add trim paths. There we are. And then we're going to open this guy up, go in the beginning, maybe like a few seconds forward. First I'm going to determine how long the composition needs to be. And by the way, if you are creating a composition, you can also change and determine the time when this box appears. Instead of 30 seconds, you can put like 5 or 2, however much you want. I'm going to go for 3 seconds. And then I have to remember to crop the rest so I don't get extra lines. Going around maybe 15 seconds in, going to come down to the end stopwatch. We're going to hit 0 and then hit, right, that was start, hit 0 on end, turn on the stopwatch, go towards the end of your composition and make it 100. Then select both, F9, come from the start, and basically this is what we have. The bar just getting bigger. If you want it to be faster, you could obviously just bring this guy in. Oops. Click away and click one of them. And we're going to get a faster progress bar. There we are. And we're just going to go in the graph editor. I'm going to select them. This is the graph editor, by the way. Click it, and what we're going to do is to just kind of bring this guy up like this. And I'm going to click that away, and now we have something like this. So it's like slow in the beginning and it goes fast near the end. So it's like it was laggy in the beginning and then it goes faster. This is optional. You can totally skip this if you want. We're also going to turn on this motion blur thing. Turn it on. And it's going to load a little. And then we have this kind of a blur effect in the edge of the shape when it's moving fast. And you can again go into graph editor. Let's bring this in forward a bit so it's a bit faster. I'm just playing around to see what speed is nice for me. Let's go in like this. I guess I'll go with this. Click away. And now that we have this guy, we are going to draw in the holder that we mentioned. So I'm going to come to the end where I can see the full shape. Get the rectangle tool, long click on the shape tool, get rectangle, and we're just going to draw this without holding down shift. So, whoops. Before that, I'm just going to adjust my stroke width, click away from the bar shape. These need to be separate, so go for a really small number. Let's go for 4. You can change the color if you want. Choose one corner and try to get an accurate size. Let's have a look. And I'm going to go in the end and make sure it's equal. Click away. And yeah, it looks nice. All right, so we have this holder now. We're not going to do anything for the holder because it's just a number. It's just a box that is usually there before the progress bar even activates. And now we're going to make a text layer, which will be the number. So hit T, as in click the T, and we're just going to add a text here. But we're going to leave it empty because the number is going to go with the speed of the progress bar, and therefore we need to do some coding and add some effects for it to kind of do it on itself, as in start from 0 and then go to 100 in the same speed of the progress bar. So we're just adding an empty text bar, and because there's effects for this, we can easily just make that happen. So go to Effects and Presets, and we're going to search for Slider Control. So we're going to add the Slider Control effect on the text layer, just like that. And we're going to open up text and then the effects as well. Slider Control, open that up. We have the slider box here. And we're going to open up text as well. We're going to Alt-click on Source Text on the stopwatch, actually. And we have this pick whip on the expression source text. Just expand this so we can see things. We're going to grab this pick whip and put it on slider. Not slider control or anything else, just this guy. And now it added this text on its own. But we're also going to go in the beginning and we're going to type math.round and then parentheses. Then we're going to come to the end and add another parentheses. Okay, make sure you delete that. So math, capital M, dot round, parentheses, and then parentheses. So don't touch the stuff in the middle. We're just adding this math round, and then we are adding the code that was already in there to parentheses. And then we're going to set the slider to 0 as well. All right, and once we play this, whoops, click away. And I believe our text is actually white. Let's go to character. Yeah, let's add a black color. Okay. So right now we have this text, but we need to add the slider keyframe. So start from 0, the beginning of your timeline, turn on the stopwatch, come towards the end where the bar is complete. and set this to 100. All right, so we have this bar just coming in, and gonna open up my bar layer, see where the thing starts. So it starts from here. I can easily just drag this guy here. 0. So from the beginning, this way I make sure that the numbers start together. And if you wanted to start from the beginning, just move the first 2 keyframes, the slider keyframe and the trim paths keyframe, the first ones, to the beginning of the text. So that would mean you drag this guy, put it in the beginning, then come down to this guy as well and put it here, if you wanted to begin from the start. Right, so we have this, it's loading. Let it render, and this is our animation. You can always just hit the text layer. Let me hit M on that, and on bar to close this. I'm going to call this holder. But don't rename the text layer, leave it be. Just grab it, get the selection tool or hit V, and adjust this to any place that you want. Then come to the end of your composition where you can see the 100. And this way you know what the full number will look like. And we're going to add a new text layer. Click away, new text layer, and we're going to type in %. Bring that next to this, Control R, and click away, Control R. I'm going to bring this here so I can make sure they're on the same line. The % can go a little bit down. Use your down arrow key to move it down, like with 1 pixel. Let me bring back my timeline, adjust this, and now we have this % that is there, like so. Okay, so we did this, and what we can do now, let me first close this, is to add motion blur to every layer. So just turn on this guy on essentially everything except the white solid. And we're going to have a nice little effect. Let this load, and we can see that the % is not really moving with the number. There is a code for that, but we're going to use the code for the third example. So in this one, you can try this method, which is to just add a position keyframe and make 3 keyframes for the movements. First, we're going to move this next to the 0, turn on the stopwatch, and just go in frame by frame until it becomes 2 digits. This is optional, by the way, you don't have to do this. So when it comes here, we know that we need to move the X of this a bit to the right. So it's 0, 100, 10, and then 2 digits. Then come in the end where it becomes 3 digits. And come back a frame. So when it's 98, add a keyframe. Go to the next frame, and we're just going to move this to the right. All right, let's grab them all, F9. So it's 0, like that, and then it moves in like that. And I'm just going to expand this because we're not seeing the 100. There we are, now we're seeing the 100. Hit M on this guy. Gonna grab all of the layers. I just unlocked that so I can crop it. Control-Shift-D and delete the rest. So we only have the animation. There we are. And you can totally just grab all of these layers and just bring them down using the down arrow key. Just place it in the center. And oops, we can't do that with the position. Let's undo that. Bring it back into position. Bring it back to where it was because we added a position keyframe for the percent. You can just do the repositioning before you add the position keyframe for the percent, because then you have to do this all over again. I'm just gonna leave this like this. So this is what we made. It's really simple. And again, because it has a solid background with contrasting colors, like black and white, we can easily export this and add this onto a video by changing the blending mode of this as well. So now that we've done this, you can also just make these white and change the solid to black. But this was basically how you do another thing. Don't really need to loop this because once the progress bar comes to the end, it needs to start again. And so basically when it reaches the end, your video would have started. And yeah, so there's no need to add a looping video, but if you did want to add the looping video, you can simply just pre-compose this like we did. Let's just do that real quick. We're going to select all of these guys, pre-compose, adjust this, make sure this is on, hit OK. And now we have this in a separate composition where we can easily right-click, time, enable time remapping. Again, you can see it's set to the end. There we are. So our composition, the previous one, was long, but because we have our workspace here, the remapping is going to adjust itself like this. And again, Alt or Option on the stopwatch. I'm going to add this play button thing, go to Property, and go to Loop Out, so it becomes a cycle. Click away. And it's going to be a looping video that you can easily export and use it for whatever you need to use it for. All right, now let's move on to the third example, which is a little bit difficult, but we're going to get through it. So just go to your project, and I'm going to delete all of these guys, backspace. All right, let's make our new composition. We're going to make a square like we did with the first example. And I'm going to choose the color black. Now we have this guy. All right, so what we want to do here is to first, we're going to make a line. So get the rectangle tool. This time we're going to do the opposite. I'm going to click on stroke, set it to none. Instead, we're going to go in fill and add, I guess, a white color. Let's zoom in. And I'm just going to make this tiny little bar like so. All right. Let me actually make it the other way. Delete that. Make a tiny little bar. And there we are. So this is what we have. And you don't need to reposition it, but instead we're going to go in the shape layer. Let me call this loader. Open up the shape layer, get add, and we're going to add something else. We're going to add a repeater this time. So this is going to repeat this thing. And open up the repeater one and change the copies, which is the number of these guys, to a high number. I would say like maybe 70, just more than 50, basically, choose any number. And we're going to also just go to the transform repeater one and change the rotation. Let me actually go for set the copies to 60. I think 70 is too much. Then we're going to add the repeater transform thing to the rotation to 6%. So it's slowly getting up. We're not seeing the rest because it's out of frame. And we're going to set the position instead of 100, 0 to 0, 0. Now we have this ball where all of those lines are together in the form of a circle. Now we're going to go to rectangle 1 up here, and we're going to change the position of rectangle 1. Open up transform rectangle 1. We're going to set it to more than 300. Let's go like 350. You can make this big or small. I guess I'll go for maybe 413. The more you expand, the further these guys will be spaced. So just choose anything you want. And this was our original bar. We just repeated the thing with the repeater animation. And we just adjusted those using the options that are available. Alright, and then we're going to go to transform repeater 1. This was transform rectangle 1. Let me close contents. Let me actually make this bigger. So contents, go to transform repeater 1, and we're going to set the offset of this guy, repeater 1, to 0. It already is. And come in the beginning of your animation, I forgot to readjust the time of this again, so just adjust it. Let's go for 2 seconds. Alright, got 2 seconds. Go in the beginning of your timeline and turn on the offset keyframe. Come to the end and add 100. So let me make this a little bigger so we can see what's going on. And then we're going to hold down Alt or Option on Mac and hit Offset so we can get this guy. And we're going to do the same thing we did so far. So we're going to add math round, big M, math.round, open parentheses, get rid of the second one, and then finish, as in close the parentheses on the end. So we're going to click away and come down here. This is what we have so far. It's like this little circle thingy. And what we're going to do now is just add the text. Close this. Let's add like a loading text. So just get the text tool and just type in loading. Again, it would help if you have a kind of a pixelated game-like font. Just gonna use what I have and align it in the center. Just hit this, then this, and then we're going to add another text layer. Click away. Add a %. All right. And I'm going to center this too. Then I'm just going to bring this guy, use my down arrow key to move it down a little, like that. And now we're going to just link the text, this dude, the % text. Let me open this guy up. All right, I forgot to mention something. After we've done this, come down to transform repeater 1, the loader shape layer. Change the start opacity. Instead of 100, set it to 0. So we have this fading effect. And now if we hit play, we're getting the rotation. We were getting the rotation before, but the thing is that because we didn't have a fading effect, we couldn't tell that it was rotating. So don't forget to set the start opacity to 0. And basically it means that the start from after our original shape, which is this, it's going to be 0. And then as it reaches the end, it's going to be 100. So that's what that did. Let's close this so I can see my timeline. Move this guy down. And let me just close these guys real quick. And then we're going to get the text. And I'm going to set this, instead of a %, let's set it to 30. so I can get a look of what my thing looks like, my text is going to look like. Adjust the size, and we're going to go to the Align tab and just center it vertically. Hit V, and we're going to link the percent text to the shape. So hit U on the loader shape, grab this pick whip, and we're going to put this on the loader. And then we're going to open up this 30% text thing, open text, and we're going to Alt click or Option click on the source text. Again, we have this. So we're going to link this guy to the offset as well. Come down here, link it to offset. And what we want to do is to go in this code place again, go in the beginning, write 2 quotation marks, and then we're going to hit space, add plus, and then just leave the text as it is, come to the end, add another plus, so add a space here, add another space plus, and then we're going to hit space, quotation mark, add a percent in between the 2 quotation marks. All right, so we have this. Let's close this, and basically we have this guy. So it's loading pretty quickly because we set our composition to 2 seconds. So it's trying to do everything in those 2 seconds. And obviously, if you want it to be really slow, all you have to do is to just increase your workspace before you do this to like maybe 10 seconds, 8 seconds, and expand your timeline too. Or you could just expand your offset. You can see it's going really slow now because I expanded it instead of 2 seconds to 10 seconds. So just go to your loader offset because everything else is linked to that. And just get the end keyframe and just change the number. Let's go for maybe 4 seconds. Bring this guy back here. All right. Let's come in the beginning, and now we have this cool little thing. And we could have done the percent thing for the first example, I believe, I think that was the second example where we had to manually position the percentage. But you could just add the code that we added for this one onto that too, so we don't have to do the position, the repositioning of the percent text. All right, and now I'm just going to reposition the loading, as in bring it up a little. Click it and just bring it up a few bits. I'm going to hit Control R. Or actually, let's get the action safe so I can get a ruler in the center. So my loading is placed nicely. I'm just going to bring my 30% text and bring it up. Bring the loading up here, and now it just looks better. We have this guy just doing its thing. And let me see. What else can we do? Making sure that everything is centered. I'm gonna bring loading down a little bit. Play that back. Alright. Now let's pre-compose this and loop this. I'm showing the looping thing 3 times because it's really important, and when you're dealing with motion graphics, you definitely want to do this with your work, so I'm showing it over and over again so you guys remember how to loop a video. Select all of your layers, right click, pre-compose, and before that let me just cut the rest of these guys, Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. So we only have 4 seconds of our work. We hit M on this, right click, pre-compose, adjust composition, move all attributes, hit OK. And now our pre-comp 1 is also 4 seconds. Go in the beginning, right click, time, enable time remapping, And then we're just gonna hit hold down Alt or Option, and just click on the stopwatch. Get this play button thing, property, loop out. So the reason why it's loop out is because we wanted to loop after it finished. So it's loop out, not loop in. There's nothing going on in the beginning. And now we just have a looping effect. And if I increase this, you can see that it's still looping even though we're out of this. So maybe if your video has maybe a 16-second loading time, by adding this looping effect, it's going to just keep looping. Even after this reaches 100, starts all over again. So yeah, although it's not really reaching 100, let's go to comp 1. In pre-comp 1, sorry. And I'm just going to expand this guy. Let's open loader, hit view. And you can see the keyframe is kind of out, so just bring it in like this. So we can see the 100. There it is. All right, now we can go ahead and make this into a pre-comp. Okay. And do the remapping again. And then Alt click, expression, property, loop out, click away. And now we have a looping effect. It's looking pretty nice. And let me just make a new composition. Change this to red and set it to 30 seconds. If I want to bring in my comp 1, see we have this on top of a screen. And the reason why we're not seeing the black is because in the comp, we don't really have a black solid. So if I make a black solid, just showing you how this would work if you want to put it on a video. So export it with a black solid underneath, bring it down. Let's pre-comp this. Let's call it something else, final. Hit OK. Go to the red composition, delete this, and grab final and put it in. So it's black right now. Toggle switches and modes. Go to mode and change it to screen. So it won't work here. We have to show this. Let me get another solid. Just a red color. There we are. So set the solid underneath. Let's pretend this is the video. And we have this loading thing on top of our video, and it's going to be like that. All right, so I have this. If this is my video, I can just go ahead and rescale my animation. Maybe in the corner of my video, it's still going to do its thing. So it's going to load to 100. I don't want it to loop, so let's say after 100, your video starts, something happens. And yeah, we could also, because it's a separate layer right now, let's make it big again. Go in the beginning, hit S, 0, turn on the stopwatch, come in a few frames, 130. Next frame, 100. F9, the keyframes. You could add something like this. Optional, but you can just play around with this. Let's let it go towards the end. Expand your timeline if you need to. Going on this frame. Hit this, add a keyframe, and then we're going to again make it 130. And then in the end, we're going to make it 0. So it's like it loaded, and we can now see our video. So it appears like this, does its loading thing. Then it just disappears, and the video below would start, or you could start your other animations. So these were 3 different loading animations that you could do to kind of add a nice thing to your clips. You can add these on your YouTube videos or within your animations. Maybe in your animation there's like a phone and you want to add a loading screen. This is how you would do it. And we already learned how to export things. So if you want to use it for more than one purpose, you can just export the video with the black screen. So you could always have it on your computer. That way you would only just import the footage and then change the blending mode to screen like we saw in the video editing lessons. And yeah, so this is how you could do it. Really simple. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn about liquid motion, and this is going to be something you'll be using quite a lot. So we're going to go over 3 different examples and see how we can put these liquid effects onto regular shapes, regular backgrounds, and so much more. Let's get straight into it. We're going to make our composition. And choose the color white. Want a nice landscape. And let me just show you first what this effect is. I'm going to draw in a regular stroke. So I'll get this red stroke and just draw something like this. Alright, so this is my stroke, and I'm going to simply add an effect that is called, let me actually try this with a easier thing. I'll just get a rectangle. So let's pretend we're doing a transition. Add a fill to the rectangle. Remove the stroke. Okay. I'll make a solid underneath. So that's like our video with the color green. Alright, so let's say I have a green video and I'm going to write a text on top of the green. So I'll write video. Alright, let's center our text. We can't see it because it's underneath the shape layer that we made. This is a text. So these 2 layers are like our video, and we're going to use this shape to make a transition. Close this. So I'm going to hit P on my shape layer for position, and I'm going to make it come from the right. So I'm going to move the slider all the way to the end without the stopwatch. Then turn on the stopwatch, and around maybe 2 seconds I'm going to make it come back in until it covers my screen again. I'm going to cut this so we only have a short amount of clips to work with. I'm going to grab both keyframes, F9, and now this is our transition. This screen just wipes on, and we're going to make it more fun by adding that liquid effect that we talked about. So we're going to go on our clip, the shape layer, and we're going to go in the effects and presets and search for turbulent displace. It's in the distort tab. Just drag this on top of your shape layer. And let me just play this back. So essentially we get these wiggly lines instead of a straight rectangle edge. Becomes kind of liquidy, and if we work with the effects more, we're going to get a better look. So we can make it even more liquidy, we can make it less wiggly, anything that we want. So I'm going to pause at a point where I can see the wiggles. I'm going to click on this, and let's come up here and see what we can do. So by default, it's set on 50. This is what 50 looks like. If you add to it, it's going to be more liquidy. So you can see the difference, like it's taking over the first clip. We even get If we lost it, oh, there it is. Okay, we even get this extra splash effect, this little dot here, but it's all part of the original rectangle that we made. Alright, so let's go again at a point where I can see the wiggles, and then we can change the size. This is what 100 looks like. If you add it, it's going to be less wiggly because these guys are larger. But generally, if you make it smaller, you're going to get more waves. So it's 52. You can see we get this tiny lines. If you put like 20, it becomes something like this. So I would suggest maybe around 50 to 100, although it all depends on how you want your transition to look. Then we have the offset, which is the turbulence, these guys. You can play around and change the direction that these guys are flying around. These are the X and Y values. You can see this little dot is being directed every time we change this. You can also grab this guy, you like put it here. So it's going to like move towards that direction. You can see they're going downwards. And let's see what else we have. We have complexity, which is just how complex these shapes are. If you add to it, you can see it becomes a little bit more sharp. And if you want them to stay round and bubbly, I would suggest keeping it at 1, a low number. And then we have the evolution, which is just the angle that they travel to. As in most of them will travel to. I'm going to keep this at 0. I like the way it's traveling. And yeah, so these are just the basic settings. And obviously if you turn on the stopwatch, it's going to change the whatever setting you have over time. So I'm going to start here. Maybe set the amount to 194. And then over here, I'm going to make it like 300. So if we play this back, you can see, let it render first. Come here. Actually, I will make a 0, not a 0 amount. Let's go for like 30. So we can see how these guys go from being really simple and then slowly proceed to being more complex, which is what would happen if you were to pour a red paint over a green screen. The splashes or the waves wouldn't be identical. At some point they'll be more curvy, at some point they'll be more smooth. So you can play around with these and choose the perfect thing for yourself. So just like this, we created a fun little transition. And then let's say on top of this red video, once it covers our screen, we can add another text. I'm going to click away actually, draw something here. Let's write hello. And then align it in the center. But then we have to offset the hello to the point where the red screen is. So let me just go back and see when it starts. Alright. So just like this, we had our first video. This comes over, and now we have our second clip. So this is just a quick way to show you how this works. Now using the same rectangle technique, we can play around with this. So I'm going to delete my hello layer, the new text layer that we made. And if you duplicate this, let me go in the beginning, or to the point where I can see the waves, Control D or Command D. Let's go ahead and change the color of our second shape, and we're going to just move this bit to the other side, just offset it a few frames like this. So we have like these multicolored waves. And if you want it to be different, it will already be different because the waves are not starting at the same time. But you can also change the settings for the blue one, maybe make it more smooth. And you can just do as many duplicates as you want. I'm going to make another, let's go for yellow, another yellow one. Alright, I'm going to bring this to third. And now we have these multicolored transitions. And the one on top is going to be the final color. So if you want it to be red, you would have to bring the red one on top. but now it's yellow. Alright, so this is how the turbulence effect works. Let's look at how we can use it in other examples. Going to delete all of these guys except the green solid. Hit backspace to delete them. And I'm actually going to make a white solid. Make it white. Then delete the green solid. I'm going to lock my white solid because this is our background, and then I cannot do anything with it because it's locked. Now let's look at how we can use this with strokes. I'm going to grab the pen tool, remove the fill because we want to make a stroke, not a shape. Add that in. Let's go for the color red, that's okay. And I'm just going to draw in a regular line. It's like kind of curve it out so it has that fun effect. Come here, maybe curve it up here so we have somewhat a spiral looking shape. Right, before I start, I'm going to change the butt cap to round. So open shape 1, stroke 1, come down to line cap and change it to round. So it becomes circles. This is what it was before. I'm going to leave it to round cap because we're going for that fun round shape. We want to make sure that our stroke looks the same. Alright, so using the effect we learned previously, which is the trim paths, I'm going to just add the trim paths. Oops, it's down here. Open this guy up, go to add trim paths. And we're just going to add a nice little animation. So hit 0 for end, turn on the stopwatch. And we're going to come around here, make it 100. And then we're going to come a little bit further from the end and then start the start keyframe. Then come to the end of the clip, which is 100. Easy ease all of the keyframes by hitting F9, and we have this little line just traveling around. Right, so it goes in the shape that we created, but it's not exactly the whole thing. It's like a little line, and if you move these guys around, like move this, you can see we're making it longer. But if you maybe add some distance, you're going to make them shorter. So I'm going to just make it short. Don't want it to be that long. Don't want it to be that long, so I'm going to like do something like this. You can see easily it's a lot shorter than it was. And we have this little fun line traveling around. Right, now that we have this, we can hit M on our shape layer. Let's call this line. On our line layer and add the turbulence displace effect on top. So this is what it would look like. You can see it's not exactly that perfect line, but it's kind of wiggly, it's kind of squishy, and it just looks a lot more fun. So we can again go to a point where we can see our turbulence and then maybe add to the effect. You can see it becomes more splash-like. You can reduce the size if you want. You're going to get like a lot of waves. Add to it to make a more smooth color, to a more smooth shape. Maybe add to the complexity, and the possibilities are just endless. So this is what mine looks like. It's kind of like stops at some point because the shape is big and our line is rather small. So I know that I would have to choose something appropriate for my shape. I'm going to leave the size to 100 and leave the amount to 100 as well. Change the complexity to 1. So this is okay for me. It's a simple line, but it's kind of going around and it just has this fun effect. And yeah, so we can also kind of make the shape appear in. So hit S on your keyboard, 0, turn on the scale, and then we're going to make it come in a few seconds and then make it 100. Come to the end, although it does disappear itself, but I want it to kind of bounce outwards. So I'm going to add a scale effect, like so. So it comes in. It's rather small. Let's increase it. You can see it like pops in. Although the anchor point is here, we have to bring the anchor point here. I'm going to just add the scale for the first part and not the last part. So it's going to come in from there, do its thing, and then it'll just go away at the end. Just like that. Alright, and again you can duplicate this, Control D, maybe change the color. Let me go to the pen tool, change the stroke to something else, blue, move it a few frames back. And remember, this also has the scale because we copied this, so don't worry about that. Hit M. And let's see, we now have two colors following each other like that. So this would be a fun idea. Maybe you want to do an animation for maybe a country's flag. You would use the country's colors and then it would just like merge into the country's flag. It's an example of how you could use this effect with the strokes. Maybe you could just write something here and just do whatever you like. Alright, now we're going to do something with a little different. Right now we work with shapes and the pen tool. Now let's work with the whole screen, essentially. So I'm going to delete all of these except the white solid. I can't even delete it because I locked it in place. Alright, now let's get to the other example. We're going to make a solid apart from our original background. Let's call this gradient. Okay, and then we're going to go in the effects and presets and search for 4-color gradient. Drag it on top of the gradient layer. Basically, we get these 4 colors in each corner, and they're kind of blended in when they come towards the center. So that is what creates this gradient effect. So we have some options here. You get to obviously change the colors. This is not to my liking. So just click on any of these. And we also have the eyedropper tool. I'm going to just bring in some hex codes for decent gradient colors. Then I'll be back so we can get some nice colors instead of really vibrant colors, which is not going to look cool with the effect that we are about to do. So I brought in this color palette. It's available in your resource pack if you choose to use it. And we're just going to go in. I'm going to bring effects control here for a second. And I'm going to get the eyedropper tool and just select any of these colors. And you can see it changes. Grab the second one, choose another one. That one, maybe this color. Let's get a dark color as well. Let's try the blue here. Okay, I'm going to go back with the dark color so we can tell, we can easily differentiate the colors. Then I'll just bring this back here. And yeah, we don't need the color palette anymore. Alright, so we have this gradient effect. You can see it's just still. But as you notice, there are keyframes or stopwatches next to each of the colors and their points. So that means we get to animate them, kind of move them around. So go in the beginning of your timeline, and I'm going to start with the point 1, turn on the stopwatch, and just move in maybe to the end of our clip. And you can see the color. So this is point 1, and you just want to move it around very randomly. And now we have this color just slowly making its way to the center. But because it's gradient, you may not see the movement that much, but it's going to look cool in our effect. I'm going to go to the next point. We've got the cyan color. Come to the end and just move that here maybe. Let's go maybe next to the sky. The third point, come into the end. I believe it's this purple guy. Let's move it here. And finally, the fourth point. Now the color stopwatches is also something you can use. It will look fun. So for the color stopwatches, I'm gonna maybe click on this, copy the code here, Control C or Command C, and turn on the color 1 stopwatch. And I'm going to maybe slowly transition it, maybe around 2 seconds, into our pasted hex code. So you can see it's like slowly becoming this dark color. I also want to do the exact same thing with the other one. So I'm going to go in here, copy the purple color that we have, and then turn on color 4, which is the darkest one here. Then come in the end to just turn it, or actually 2 seconds, not the end, and just paste the purple color. So now we have this kind of switching motion that looks cool. And I'm also going to do it with the other colors. So for color 3, I'm gonna, copy this cyan color. Color 3, move it to the end. Where's color 3? There it is. Control V. And then we're going to get this purple color. Control C. Color 2, move to the end. Turn this into that purple. So we have a lot of movement. You see these colors come together and they kind of like switch places, which looks cool. You can do as many color keyframes as you want. You can maybe add a whole different palette halfway through. Just do anything that suits you. All right, so now that we have our gradient, we want to add the effect of that liquid motion. So create a new adjustment layer on top of your gradient. And we are going to add something called CC Smear. This guy, drag it on top of this. We get this little line that is smearing things. This is the second point, so you can see it's kind of smearing the colors. And we're just going to make the radius really large. It's okay if it kind of lifts up the colors. That's to be expected. Just turn off the white solid because the composition background is also white. And for this example, we don't really need a background, so I'm going to delete that. So we had this, and I'm going to turn on the stopwatch of from and to, which is this guy, from to, move in, maybe towards the end, and we're just going to kind of maybe do something like this. Don't worry about this, it's natural. And basically it's moving in like so. And I'm going to hit U on this again. For the first keyframes, I'm going to delete it. And we make another keyframe like this, maybe. It's all random, so you can see it kind of shifts upwards. And now we're going to add another smear. CC Smear on top of gradient, the adjustment layer. We call this liquid effect, top of liquid effect, and then smear 2. It's the same thing, but we want to move it to another side. Let's go in the corner. Again, make the radius quite large. And let me go for around close to what we have for the first example. 815, and then we're gonna turn on from and to again and just do what we were doing, maybe like bring it backwards, something like this, and then move it to the end and create another weird movement like this. So this is all we have. It's a weird gradient motion. It's getting squished, it's getting bigger, and just it's a weird thing. And this is going to look cool because it resembles that liquid effect. All right, now that we did the smearing part, we're going to do something else. Add another effect called motion tile. Put this on top of liquid effect, and this goes on top of the smear things. All right, let me just close these. We don't need the smears for now. And we're going to change the output width to something big. 300 maybe. And the output height, something bigger as well. So you can see it kind of expanded that, but we have this rough line that's not looking good, so just hit mirror edges. And now you can see it mirrored that, and it just looks cool. We have a liquidy effect. So this was without the motion tile, this is with the motion tile. And there we are. Right, we added the motion tile, now we need to add another effect, which is the effect we learned about, I guess the focus of this lesson, which is the effect turbulent displace. Place that on top of the liquid effect. And what we're going to do is to just bring this up here. Open it up. We already learned how to work with this, but instead of turbulent, we're going to set this to horizontal displacement. Or you could do vertical, just anything you want. It's basically the direction of the displacement. I'm going to go with horizontal, so it's like this way. And we're going to, again, set the amount to a really high number, like we did with all the other smear effects. And the size needs to be big too. Just gonna make it like random number. It doesn't have to be a specific number, just the bigger, the more liquidy it's going to look. And complexity, you want to add to that. Not too much, we just want to see this liquid effect. Make sure you're not exposing the white that's underneath. Alright, and we have the evolution. You can change this around. Again, watch out for those white things. Gonna come maybe -7. Let's see how this looks. You can see it has this liquid effect. It's kind of rendering right now. We'll let it render and we can see what we did. There it is. You can see it has a liquid effect, and because we changed the colors, it's kind of like this dark blue is going down the drain. But yeah, so you can see we added a nice little liquid effect. This could be a cool background. And if you change this to vertical, it's going to look like this, but we have to change some settings. But you can just play around. You can maybe add a smooth effect. I'm gonna stick with horizontal. If you did choose another one and you saw those white things, all you have to do is just go back and maybe reduce the smear and maybe the turbulent displace. So just bring them back to a lower number, and that way you can avoid exposing those white things. Alright, so this is what we have right now. It's a cool little effect, like so. And if you want, you can go ahead and add different effects on top. We already learned about glow, but you can see it kind of glows now. It looks like this. It's taking the gradient colors and it's adding that glow effect to it. You can obviously reduce the glow if needed. Let this load. And you can see we have a glowy liquid effect. You can remove the, add to the threshold, not remove. Maybe 88. I'm gonna go through my clip and see if that's okay. And yeah, this runs for longer because our clip is that long. I'm gonna let it render. And we have a really nice glowing gradient background, which is in the form of a liquid paint. That's like paint pouring on the solid. I'm not too happy with the glow. You can increase the radius 40. Let's go for 40 and yeah, maybe add to the intensity. There we are. So you can just play around with all of these effects. We added 5 effects right now. And just see what works best for your preference. Right, so this was another effect. Let's add like a text on top. Get the align tab. Let's add a more appropriate text, like welcome. The font is not suitable. Let's choose something else. All right, I guess this will do. Again, bring it forward, and I'm going to offset this, hit T on my keyboard, 0. Make it slowly appear. And there we have our work. We go back. So it slowly appears. The more you expand these two, the slower it will come in to frame. So you saw that with just a few effects and some adjustments, we created this, I would say, expensive looking background. Something you would see in like an exhibition. It's a background, and maybe you want to introduce the people or something. So this is how you could also use the turbulent displace effect onto regular solids. All right, now finally, let's go for the last example. I'm going to delete, first make a solid color, and then delete the rest. All right, now the third one, the last one, is going to be related to the text tool. We learned about the shape tool, the pen tool, and the just regular solids with the gradients. And now we're going to learn about the text tool. All right, so we have our solid. Let's get our text tool and just write something. Let's write text. And I gotta change the color. Let's go for red. I'm gonna make it all in caps and make it bold. Center my text. Center my text, and let's just make it a little bigger. All right, so we have our text, and what we want to do now is to just get a rectangle. Let me first pre-compose my text. Right click on your text layer, hit pre-compose. And I'm just going to deselect this. So this text is its own comp right now. It's not a regular text layer. Now let's make a rectangle. This is going to be the wavy effect. We're going to, that's a mask. Let me actually change the colors a bit. I'm going to make my text white and make my solid another color. Let's go for solid. Let's go for black. Maybe a purple color. I want the text to stand out, but not to the point where the background is kind of hard to look at. All right, now I'm going to pre-compose my text. Do that, and I'm going to call this BG for background. Now let's get the rectangle tool without selecting any layer, and we're going to make a rectangle like so. I'm going to add a fill. We don't want a stroke, so just turn off the stroke. We have this shape right now. Let me make a new one so it fills the entire screen. There we are. Hit V, and we're going to kind of make this text move up and down with the position like we did with the, I believe, first or second example. So I'm going to just bring this guy up. Let's go down actually. Move this guy down, and we're going to turn on position and then move it back up. Just until it goes over the text. We don't want to go all the way to the end. And should have made this like this. Forgot to move in a couple frames. Move up and then bring the text. So we have a motion like so. F9, and we're just going to change this to white actually. So this rectangle just comes on top, and there we are. Going to just trim my workspace, maybe 2 seconds. And now we're going to add the turbulent effect that we talked about. Let's type in turbulent displace, put it on top of the layer. And now we have this wiggly lines. And here you get to change it if you want. I'm going to add to the amount so I get like a rough wave. And then on the evolution, we're going to go in the beginning and hold down Alt and click on the stopwatch. So turn it on and then just do it down here. What we want to do is to just write time Astrid 500. Right? Click away. And that's what we're going to get. So now that we have this, we are going to just duplicate our text layer. Control D. And we're going to bring the shape underneath text 2. Alright, and then we have our text 2. I just brought this guy, turn it to layer name. You want to make sure your shape is underneath the text. And I'm going to turn this off for a second. I'm going to need this later. So turn this back on. And what I want to do is to just bring this under text comp 1. And you want to change the alpha matte, the track matte here. If you're not seeing this, hit this guy. So now it's here. And change this to alpha. So once you play this, you can see like it fills up like that. If you want it to be, let me expand this. So it comes like this. If you want it to be slower, you just have to hit P on your shape layer to find the positions and just kind of expand this if you want it to be slow. So once you play this back, you can see that it's very slow, and it appears at some points. But what I want to do is to just create a keyframe, like delete this keyframe, and make the new keyframe somewhere from below the text so we don't have to wait that long. So now it's just coming from here and slowly filling up. Again, if you want it to be faster, just bring these two closer. Alright, so this is good for me. I'm going to expand my timeline. And now we're going to pre-compose these two together. Hit M on that one. Hit both of them, right click, pre-compose. Again, just use these settings. We can call it effect. Hit that, we have effect, and I'm going to get the text layer on top. And let me go for fill. So put that on top of the effect, and I want to change the color. I guess red will do. So essentially, what's happening here, let me bring this down. So what's happening here is that we have a red thing filling up our text layer. As you can see, it's filling it up. And you can always just go back and go to the effect and change the color. I'm going to go for a better looking color, like this blue. Alright, and like the previous example, you can always duplicate and add more to this effect. So Control D on the effect and maybe offset it a couple times. Get like 3, 4 maybe. And if you go in each one, they all have to fill. So just go in each one and add a separate color. Go for like a greenish color here. Just randomly selecting them. You can obviously just bring in a color palette like we did last time and choose colors that you're happy with. I choose like a bright color here. And finally, let's go for this orange color. I'm going to go in the text position. So we don't need that anymore. And basically we have multiple colors filling up our text. And the last color, which was this orange color that we chose, it's basically going to be the final color. And if you don't like the way it's moving, so if you did want to change this, you would have to do it before you pre-comp these. So if you don't like the waves, we already learned how to adjust the waves into turbulent displays. It would change the amount, but I'm just going to stick with what we have here. And if you choose a bubbly font, it's going to look better than it is right now. And yeah, so this is what we have right now. It's just multiple colors filling up our text. And it's as if this purple color that we have for the background is actually a container for the colorful liquids in the background. So this was how the liquid motions work. We went over a few examples and they're rather easy. Stop this. And yeah, so that's how the turbulent displace works. When you combine it with other effects that we already learned about, it's going to look even cooler. And now you can add these effects to your work and it's going to be great. And I did want to try one last effect, so I'm going to just delete everything except the background, get the whites, and I'm going to click away first so I can make a shape, turn off the fill, a stroke, want a nice big thickness, come around and just, I want it to kind of disappear at times into the edges of my screen. Cut the handle. And yeah, just a regular spiral effect. Open this guy up. Again, we're going to change the cap into round cap like we did with the first example. And I'm going to add the trim paths effect. This is optional. It just looks really cool, so that's why I'm constantly adding it. 100%. Come into 0. So it's going to come, although I did the opposite, just bring 100 here. Oops. Bring it to the beginning. So it's going to come out like that. Then we're going to do the start with 0 here, 100 here. F9 on those keyframes. And we have something like this, which we already learned how to do. This is nothing new. But I just want to add roughen edges to this. Come up to find my shape. And I don't know if you noticed, but it made the edges a little wiggly. So we can make it spiky, rusty, anything that works for you. I'm going to just make it rough and maybe add to the border. So we're seeing more of that. We don't want to sharpen the edges. Maybe add to the scale. This is another way that you can kind of add those rough edges, but you can see this is not moving, so it's not exactly alive like it would be with the turbulent displace. When you combine these two, you're going to get a better outcome. That's just in my opinion. So you're going to get like a rough thing. Just have to think the border is a bit much. I'm gonna reduce it. I want a softer look. All right, and for the amount, I'm gonna make it less than 50. But the size, I want to make it a little smaller. Or should we go for something big? I guess slow will do. Complexity, let's add some. So this is if you want like a sharper look. And again, Alt click on the evolution stopwatch, time Astrid 500. Click away. And you get this moving liquid line. It's kind of like glue, which is again something you can do. It's a lot more smooth this way when you combine different effects on top of one another. And again, you can just come back and change the things if you want. I'm going to look at the offset. So for the previous example where the text was kind of like that, this is where you would change it. You can see I'm moving the waves. And this way I can choose any part that I like, and then I can just pre-compose my thing and move on with the rest of the things I need to do. Close this, and now we have a rather glowy effect. Speaking of glow, I would say bubbly effect. It's not really glowing until we add a glow effect. And I would have to change the color of this shape if I want the glow to show up more. Yeah, it's something like this. So you can see it's glowing on the edges right now. I want to remove the add to the threshold. We're getting these dark lines on the edges. And you can do that. Composite original. You can go like that. So we have like this glowing effect on the edge. Again, optional. I'm just showing how you can combine different effects to create something that you like. I'm going to change this back to white actually. So now it looks better. We have a glowing white effect and it disappears in the center of our clip. We could even make it disappear to the edge, to the other end of our clip, but that's just something you can do yourself. So that was the liquid motion lesson. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn about probably one of the most famous and trendy motion graphic technique out there, and that is logo motion. Basically, what logo motion is that you're going to take a logo, it's a flat or a 3D shape, and you're just going to animate it, and that's going to be like the business's intro. It's going to be displayed in different sorts of media, and therefore it's in high demand, and everyone's looking to make a unique logo motion for their business. So this is a very handy technique, and basically you're going to need this lesson if you're ever going to maybe animate or promote your own business or someone else's. So let's go ahead and make a composition out of our Adobe Illustrator file. I'm going to double click, it's in your resource pack. Just come down here and search import as composition retain layer sizes. Hit OK, and we're going to double click on logo. And we're not seeing anything because they're both in black, so just make a solid underneath. A white solid so we can see. And we're going to bring this below. So this is our logo. If you turn this to full, we're going to see the full quality. I'm just going to keep it on third so we don't get lag. I'm going to rename this to BG, stands for background. And basically we have a shape layer and we have a text layer. I kept the text layer like this, but you may need to type it yourself if you want to do certain animations that we've learned so far. So I just left it there just in case you may need it. Alright, so we're going to just turn this regular shape into a more fun, give it a more fun appearance instead of just being there. And we're not going to use the regular animations like position, scale, and rotation because those are just really basic and we want to add a nice, flavor to this logo motion. So we're going to go over a few different techniques that we haven't learned so far, but it consists of the effects that we've worked with until now. So just get this project ready and let's create a logo motion for this. I'm going to create a few logo motions so you have some options when it comes to your own designs. Alright, so we're going to start with the shape. I'm going to turn off text and I'm going to lock my background. Don't want it to move. Alright, the first thing I'm going to do is to pre-compose our layer. Let's call this, first change it to move all attributes, turn this off, and we're going to write shape. Hit OK. Now this is a pre-comp. And now we're going to fill in this pre-comp. So just go over here and type fill in the effects and presets. This is fill. Just drag it on top of the pre-comp. And we're going to change the color to white. I'm going to change and just make a new color. And let's take something like this. Just so we can see things. And it helps if you have a color palette in your composition. I'm just going to bring in this color palette from the Liquid Motion lesson. You can bring in any color palette you want. And we're just going to bring it in the composition. Just put it in like a corner so you can access it whenever you need to. And let's close this. Just bring it down here. Alright. So I'm going to make another solid and I'm going to choose a color from my palette so everything is nice and organized. Let's choose this purple color. Call this BG. Okay. This is our new background. So now that we have this, I'm going to go to shape and go in the effects control and we're going to choose the color white. Turn this off. We'll bring it back once we need it. I'm going to lock my background. And now we're going to go in shape and go to layer. Come down to auto trace. Then down here, we want to make sure that the channel is alpha. You can just see the drop down and just go on alpha. And make sure it's on current frame. And we're just going to hit OK. So essentially just traced our shape. And if you're not seeing these trace lines, you may have this turned off. So if you're not seeing it, just turn this guy out. And you can see what it did. And basically, we just asked After Effects to trace our shape. If you remember, it was just a flat layer. And now the shapes are traced easily because there's a huge difference between the background and each of the shapes. Now we're going to look for another, let's close this, another effect called stroke. Bring this on top of shape. And we're going to just turn this guy on, all masked. Turn this off. Come down to paint style and we're going to change it, reveal original image. We're going to increase the brush. You can see it's really tiny. Brush size, let's go for something decent. Just 5 pixels. And we're just going to create a simple animation for the brush size. So we're going to move in a few frames. Let me first adjust my workspace. Let's go for 5 seconds. There we are. Let's go for 2 seconds and we're going to, actually 1 second, that's good. Going to turn on the key stopwatch next to brush size. And then we're going to go in the beginning and put this to 0. Hit U on shape and you can see what we did. So we just created these 2 keyframes. We're going to hit F9 select them both and hit F9. So they're easy eased, and basically we just have these lines appearing out of nowhere. Just like that. And I'm going to reduce the size. I think 5 is too large. I'll make it 3 maybe. And make sure your hardness, brush hardness is 100%. And let's see. Now it looks better. Alright, now that we've done this, we're going to go on the start down here. We're going to go in the beginning of our timeline and we're going to set the start to 100. Turn on the keyframe, the stopwatch, I keep saying keyframe. Then we're going to move in around maybe 2 seconds and then make it 0. So essentially we have this, the shape is being drawn like that, and I'm going to hit M on this and then hit U again. There are the keyframes, just grab them both, F9. You want to make sure you easy ease everything, so don't forget. And now we're going to select both of these like we just did, and we're going to go into graph editor. We just want to make sure that everything is nicely edited, so go to edit speed graph. I just right clicked here. This is the speed. You can see it's really gradual, and we want to kind of add a spice to it, so I'm going to select this little guy. I'm going to get the handle. I'm going to add to the curve. So remember the slide theory. Basically this is what we have, so it's something like that. The person is up here, he slides down really quickly, it's like really slow here, and it ends slow as well. You can even increase it. Let me see that again. You can change. Alright, now I think I'm happy with that. So it's quick here, and then in the end it slows down, which creates this fancy effect that I'm going to keep. Click on this again, so we're out of the graph editor. And so far, this is what we have. Alright, I am seeing some sort of issue with these. You can get the pen tool and just go on the mask layer. This is mask 1. You can tell from the color. This is yellow, that's yellow. Just gonna go on this, hit G. I'm gonna delete a few of these extra ones. I don't know if you guys can see there's like a disturb. Just lines that aren't straight. Just gonna delete the extra ones. Gonna first see where the turbulence starts. See one from here, delete that. Delete this. Because this is auto trace, After Effects might kind of mess up the tracing, but that's okay, because we can always just come back and change a few things. And remember, the less points, the more stiff and straight the shape is going to be. So if you see that your shape is kind of not perfect, you just have to delete those extra lines. You can see it's straight. When there's like multiple points, it's getting curved. Delete everything. Let me delete this guy. Zoom out, see how it's looking. Got some extra ones here. Because we're dealing with straight lines, I think this is enough. So instead of this, we have 3 lines. And you just have to do this with all the other ones. And we're going to do it now because we're going to be pre-composing and the trace isn't going to be there. So this is a great time to just fix it up, or the first time that you auto trace your shape. And this is just going to get rid of those wobbly lines that we had when we added the stroke effect. You probably noticed. So just gonna delete everything and just leave 4 points because it's not a complicated shape. It's just a rectangle. And yeah. So I'm going to turn these two into this and then I'll be back so we can continue. Alright, so I did that, and now if we play this back, you can see it's a lot more smoother. And I did want to mention something else. If you are going on one of the masks, I'm going to go on this blue one, and you see that you cannot get these, you're having trouble getting these singular lines. Just click anywhere on the line to make a new point. Then you're going to have access to each of the separate ones. I'm going to long click on the pen tool and get this convert vertex tool. And just make a click on each of the corners, and what's this going to do is that it's going to remove the curves from each of those points, and then you're not going to have, you can see I made that into a curve. Just go over the ones that have curves. Okay, these guys don't. And let's see, hit G, long click. I want to access the individual lines. Long click, and I just want to make sure I'm not getting curved corners because that's not going to look good. Go on mask 1, again get the pen tool, create a random point, delete that, long click, convert vertex tool. Just going to check this one last time. Alright, so now we have straight lines. Play this back, we have smooth lines, which we didn't before. Alright, okay, now that we've done this, we're going to duplicate our shape layer. Let me hit U and have a look at the keyframes for a second. Alright. Hit, close that. Control D, we're going to duplicate it twice. Control or Command D, twice. So I'm going to just name this maybe shape 3. Shape 2, and shape. Alright, we're going to offset these in like a staircase motion. So select the 2 new duplicates, move them in time. Then we're going to select the third one, which is on the top, and offset that a few frames. So basically we're getting 3 separate lines, but we're not seeing the difference because they're all in white. So we're going to change the colors. Turn on the colors, the color palette that we had, and we're going to go on the second one. We're going to change the keep the first one, the one on top, white, and we're going to change the color of the other 2. So just go in fill, not stroke. Close stroke if you need to. Select that shape. You can see we have fill, and just select the eyedropper because we have colors here. Let's choose this blue. And then the one below it, again, do the same, get the eyedropper tool, let's get something like this. So essentially we're making 3 lines, and oops, I actually forgot to do it for the stroke, not for the fill. Turn this back to white. Alright, the stroke, get that. Second color, open up stroke. I believe this dark blue was it. And basically we have this. Looks cool. Turn off the colors. Let's have a look at it again. Get this cool tracing effect. You can add as many colors as you want. You can maybe add another one. I guess I'll do that. Control D on the last one. Remember, the first one has to be white. Grab all 3 and just kind of do that. Right. And I think this is the one without, oh, okay, this one is the one without the color. Bring the palette back on, and let's choose maybe this dark blue color. Play it back, see how it looks. So now we have like 3 colors. And again, you can add as many or as little as you want. Get rid of that. And now that we have this, we're going to again duplicate this. Let's go on the last layer, Control D, so we have shape 4. And let me just call this shape 1, so we can know the difference. Shape 4, name this no stroke. So shape for no stroke, we're going to delete the stroke because there's no stroke. Delete that. Now we get this white shape. Now we're going to change the fill into any color you want. So grab this guy again. Let's go for this purple or dark blue, can't really tell. And just select all mask. There we are. Actually, let's not do that. So we just have this guy. You can still see the stroke in the background. Alright, so we're going to just change the fill color like we did, and we're going to add another effect called radial wipe down here, the last one. Drag it onto a shape for no stroke. Now, like the name says, it's going to like wipe a certain color onto this. So change the wipe. You can change it to clockwise or counterclockwise. And then we can change the center. Let's bring it like here. You can choose anything you want. And we're going to set a keyframe for this. So just go in the beginning. Transition, we're going to add to this certain amount. See, 20. Turn on the stopwatch, then go to 0. So essentially this is all we have, although for the start I'm thinking we should from the center, so we need to just change this into corner maybe. Let's try this. So we have something like that. If we slow this down, we can exactly see what's happening. We create a space and see if I'm happy with that. Alright, I am. Bring this back as always. Select both, F9. And we're going to do the same thing with the graph editor. So just go in, and also make sure your start angle is 0 degrees. Hit on this, and again, make sure you are on speed graph, not value graph. Grab the end until you see the handles. And we're just going to do the same thing we did, which is to kind of make it really fast in the beginning and then slow and gradual near the end. So that's what it looks like. Close that, and we're going to just offset this after the stroke. So hit M on that. Let's see where the stroke ends. I believe here. Yeah, it's about here. So essentially, it should start after the, yeah, there we are. Also, I think my shape is a little smaller than the stroke shape. I'll fix that later. We just have to make sure it's the same size. So we got the stroke. Here comes the wipe. And again, you can duplicate the wipe layer and just add on a couple different colors. So I can Control D on this. We're going to choose, maybe we're running out of colors, but you can just choose something else. Let's go for this blue, maybe. Offset this by a few frames. And for the last one, we made 4 shapes, 4 colors. So let's make like 3 for this. Optional. Go here, get the eyedropper tool. Let's choose another color. I guess I'll go with this. So basically we have the stroke, then comes the 3 wipes, which looks cool. And if you bring them in closer, they're going to appear at around the same time. So it's going to be like this. So it's like back to back. Just play around with these and see what works well for you. I'm just going to fix a few things just so that the layers match up. then I'll be back so we can continue. Alright, so I did some adjustments and this is what we have. The stroke and then the fill. And then for the final color, I'm going to duplicate this one more time. The layer that has the no stroke. Control D, and we're going to make this white. So that's my final color. I want it to be white. Again, offset this so the finished product is going to be white. Here we are, different colors, and it's going to remain white. Alright, we are going to turn off the colors. Won't be needing that. And let's see what we can do. I'm going to kind of make the rest disappear, so select everything. Control Shift D, delete the rest. So that we have this effect. I'm going to make the last one come in a bit. So it follows it completely and then it disappears. I'm going to hit T on this. I'm only doing this because I saw traces behind the white shape and I don't want them to be that long. So just getting a opacity keyframe, F9, copy those, hit M on this guy, so we close it. Come down here maybe, select all the layers, hit T and Control V or Command V. Then move it to where it ends. Basically, I'm going to hit M again to close it. What we have is that it's going to do everything and then the extra things are going to slowly fade away. I don't know if you noticed, but there's like some leftovers here, but then they fade away and we're left with just white. So that's definitely something you need to do. Change this to fit, and we could also do an additional thing for the final logo. So just go on this, let's call this final. On the final layer, which is white, we're going to just go after the things finish around here, hit S on your keyboard. Turn on the stopwatch 100, move in a few frames, bring it a little higher, a little bigger, and then we're going to bring it back to the number that it was, 100. Hit F9 on your keyboard and basically we're just saying like, hey, I'm here. You can go into Graph Editor and kind of slow things down a little or make it like the end, something like that. You can do the same thing for the other side. So we have this. It's a lot smoother when you come in the Graph Editor. And basically this curve is going to be your favorite because it's really, it's what makes that really smooth animation, and time-wise it's going to look a lot more cooler. As we see here, instead of just it's slowly getting bigger and at the same rate it's going to get smaller, now it's kind of like a heartbeat movement. This is optional, you can skip this. And alright, so this was it for the shape. Now we're going to get to the text. I'm going to hit M to close that. And we just have a lot of text, have a lot of shapes. I'm just going to pre-compose all of these, select them all. Pre-compose, let's call this shape animated. Hit OK. So if we wanted to come back and change it, just double click and we still have the animation. The black just means that it's transparent. Don't worry about that. And this way it just looks a lot more tidy. And now we just got to work with the text. So I'm going to first determine when I want the text to show up. And I want it to come in after this. So we had a little heartbeat motion. And in the text, I'm going to actually, let me turn this off for a second. I'm going to type in something. And that way we can add some positions, add some animations that are unique to text layers, not shape layers. So I'm just gonna click somewhere, and I believe this font is Montserrat. I think that's how you say it. Black for the first part. Make the text black. It's a little too big. And in all caps, just click this. I'm gonna write creative. Control A, make it smaller. Try to get the same size. Be a little bit bigger. There we are. Creative space, and then we're going to change. Let's first write it. Design, select design, and below the font name, it's the style. I believe this is like thin. Or maybe light. I think it's light. So we have this, and I'm just going to hold down, click away first, go back on this with V, and we're going to hold down Control and just double click so we have a centered anchor point. I'm going to try to get them in the right spot. And there we are. Get my Align tab and just center it vertically so it's below our shape. We can do the same thing with this. This one's already in the center. Alright, so we have the text. I'm going to delete this, the one needed for now. And we're just going to kind of make this appear in a bubbly manner. Doesn't really look like the text, but we're just going to do what we think is right. You can actually change the font. Let's get a fun thing. Because this is cuter. Make this, oh, we don't have a style for that. Let's choose something else. I do like this dude. I think one of my favorite fonts. Make this a little bigger. Grab creative, and we're going to give it bold. So this is more likely to be bubbly compared to the previous font, which is why we did that. Align it in the middle, and we're going to fix the anchor point again. So go on this, Control, double click, centered, just like that. But I feel like the shape is not exactly in the center. I'm going to Control R, and using my text, I'm going to put a ruler in the center. Yeah, the shape is not centered, so just simply move this a bit to the right. This does not disturb the animations, by the way. Just move it. As long as you don't have a position stopwatch turned on, you're good to go. Control R again to get rid of that. And now I'm going to turn off my shape layer. We're going to be working with the text. Close these panels. I need that. So what we're going to do is to get the rectangle tool, and I'm just going to click away first. We're going to make a rectangle underneath the text. Alright, get the rectangle tool. Color is not important, just try to make it underneath the shape. I'm going to use my arrow keys to just make sure it fills the frame side by side. And also it's not like eating away the bottom of my letters. There we are. So now we're going to drag this dude. Let's call this shape. I'm going to drag this underneath the text layers. Just bring this underneath Creative Design, which is the name that the logo had. And the logo is designed by Freepik. I forgot to mention that. You can write anything you want here. And we're going to add another effect, which is, let's get our effects and presets. It's called matte, set matte. Got the A. It's called set matte in channel. And we're just going to drag this onto the text layer. Alright, so we have two of these. We're going to go to take matte from layer, turn this into shape, not shape animated. just shape. And we're going to invert the map, just like that. All right, so basically we just kind of connected these two together. And now we're going to just go in text, open it up, get the animate, then we're going to add a position. And we wanted to bring it below the shape, so just go in position, go for the Y value, and just bring it below, behind the shape, basically. And then we're going to go in range selector 1, open that up, and go in the beginning of your keyframe, turn on offsets, move in a few frames, and just make that 100%. F9 those keyframes. Basically, it's going to come up in this manner. You can see it's like kind of a typewriter look, which is what we're going for. Again, select both keyframes. After you hit F9, go to Graph Editor. Now what happens when you don't hit F9 before you come here is that it's going to look like a weird, in a shape like this, it's going to be a right angle instead of this curve. And that's not going to be cool. So just drag the handle, bring it up like this. So we have the familiar shape. And this is just going to make things a lot more smoother. There we are. Close that off. If you want it to be slower, which I do, I'm going to stretch the time between the two keyframes. So we have this, and you can see it starts really fast because of our slide. And here, just think that this is the opposite. Like the person's here, it's going to really make his way down fast. But if he was going to go on this slide, it's going to be kind of slow and just gradual until the end. So that's the logic we're using. So goes down the slide fast, slows down. All right, and then we're going to go down here. We're still in the range selector under animator 1, and we're going to go in the advanced tab. We're going to change the shape into, instead of a square, ramp up. It's going to make things a lot more smoother. And then again, down here, up here, we're going to add another animation. Right click, we're going to go for rotation. Beginning of the timeline, and we're going to go in the range selector of, alright, let's delete this. We want this to be a separate animator. Close that up. Add rotation. Now we have animator 2. Again, we have range selector. We're going to do the exact same thing that we did. So again, we're going to choose 0, offset 0 in the beginning of the timeline, turn on the stopwatch, come into where you stopped, then 100. Select both keyframes, F9, and let's just make that curve. Don't go below, stay within the line. And yeah, so basically, this is going to appear like that. And I actually forgot to add an angle. Go in rotation and add an angle. That's the whole point of the rotation keyframe. Let's go for 7 degrees. See how that looks. So you can see it has like a slight angle and just makes it more fun. Maybe 7 is too much. Let's go for 3. I'm going to undo the shape that I did. It's going to be this. Just playing around and seeing what works best for me. Let's bring this here. Play around with the keyframes until you're happy with the way they look. Let's add, perhaps we should go higher. Alright, we have this. I'm going to just get my text layer in position in animator 1. Bring this below Let's go in the beginning. See, it's not exactly below. Just bring this guy down. So it's going to be like this. Still have a little bit of the sea left. Let's bring it up here. There we are. So it's a little fun animation. You can get any animation that you want. Let's turn this off. We don't need the shape, as in the visibility. It's going to be like that. Creative design. Hit U on your text layer. And I'm going to just make this a little faster. I feel like it's too slow. Okay, that's too fast. Gotta see what works best. Alright, that's good. Close that. Set this to fit. Bring back our shape. And we know that we want the text to appear after the animation is complete. So that would be here. Bring this somewhere here. So after the animation's done, it's going to be like creative design. I also want it to be white, so get fill on the effects and presets, drop it onto your, although it's a text layer, I could just go in T. Change the text to white. We can make the first color, let's get our color palette. Make the first color this, try this dark blue. No, I think I'll keep both of them white. Alright, let's close that off. And this was our first style. Let's have a look at what we did. So this is a fun little logo motion that you can do for your brand. See, we used really simple effects, and because the shape is flat, this is going to be the I guess easiest creative logo motion that you can do. Of course, you can use the simple techniques we've learned so far, like trim paths, or maybe the regular transform option, so you can make it appear out of nowhere and just make some decorations on the surrounding. But we're going to go over even more logo motions, so it's not just this. And I'm still going to use the same logo, so it won't be confusing. We're going to use this one logo. This was a flat logo motion. We're going to also do a somewhat 3D effect with the same logo. So you can just have options when you're going to apply what you learned in this lesson to your own styles. Right, so I'll see you guys in the next lesson where we go over the 3D style. I'll see you guys there. This is the second part of our logo motion series. In this lesson, we're going to go over the more 3D style of animation using the same logo. And then after that, we're going to see a really simple logo motion, just in case these two examples were a little bit too hard and you're just looking for something simple and easy. Let's go ahead and import our project. So this is the one we used in the first lesson. I've added two more. And let's bring this guy in. This is just the logo itself. And then we have the outline of the logo, which we're also going to import. And finally, we have a color palette. You can bring in any color palette you want. This is just a metallic color palette. Double click on the flat logo. We're going to hold down Control and press Y or Command Y to make a background so we can see things. Alright, so what we're going to do is to start with a black screen. I only brought this so we can see what's going on. And then we're going to add the metallic look to this flat shape and then add a more 3D style of logo motion. Let's go ahead and just take our shape layer. We don't need the text, just delete it. Go on the shape layer and we're going to pre-compose the shape like we did last time. Just choose this one, call this our logo. Hit OK, and now this is a pre-comp. We're going to go on the effects and presets, and we're going to look for fill. Put it on top. I'm going to make it white. We can delete our white solid, and you can either make another black solid or leave it like that. Right now it's only black because of our composition background color, or else if you export this, it's going to have no background. Alright, so now we have a white logo. The reason why we made it white is that we're going to add the gradients that we talked about. So just drag in your color palette, search for a color that you like. I think I'm going to go with maybe this gray. Just put it on the side. You're going to sample. Go in your effects and presets again and look for gradient. Get the 4-color gradient. Drop it onto your logo layer. We're getting some random colors, but that's not what we're looking for. So next to each color, grab the eyedropper tool and select each of these colors. So we did this, second one, third one, and I think I'm going to do this separate in the other way, so it's light to dark. And then finally, because there's 3 colors, I'm just going to grab the gray here. So you can see we have like a gray motion. But notice how each of the corners are way out of our shape, so we need to reposition them. So get the first one, want to put the, I'm going to make this white actually. Completely white. I'm going to bring the white here. Get the darkest color over here, and we also had another one that is somewhat dark as well. Bring the other one here. You can play around with these and see what works best for you. But with the second color, I think I'm going to go with, I think this was the darker one. Just changing the positions here. Want to go for like a dark to light, so no matter what color you're choosing, just make sure that it has a 3D effect. So you can either do dark to light from here, or in the way that we are doing it. Alright, and then come down here in the blend, and make sure you do not turn on the keyframe, the stopwatch, and we're going to reduce the blend. Just a slight bit, because the blend is kind of not helping with what we have. I'm gonna make this, I guess this color as well. Yeah, that looks better. And let's see, I'm gonna put this a little further away. Okay, this one goes here, we did the opposite. There we are, maybe a little bit lighter than this. Click on this and just make it a little lighter. Compare the 2 colors here. And if the color's too intense, you can bring it away and it will look better. Alright, so I'm done with this. Again, you can play around with the blend. See what works best with the colors that you have. Okay, so we made this, and now we have a really simple gradient shape. If we click away, you can see it's still there. I'm going to delete my metallic color palette. We only needed it for that. And now that we have this, we're done prepping the background of our logo. I'm going to name this logo BG. And now we're going to also prep our outline. So just go in your project panel up here. Let's turn this off and bring in the outline composition. Double click. So essentially we have this. Or I'm just going to bring it in the same one. So just bring it down here or above, whichever works for you. And this is a black black outline. So what we want to do is to just get a white solid. Alright, we're just going to get a white solid so we can see what we're doing. We have these black lines. Again, the quality is low because we set this to 3rd. If you set it to full, you're going to see the full quality. Bring it back to 3rd. Now go on the outline, and what we want to do is to just, let's actually delete that. Open up the outline layers and get the shape outline, place it on top. We just want this. Now on here, we're just going to right click and go in create shapes from vector layer. So we have the outlines only. You can go ahead and delete the Adobe Illustrator file. Name this outlines. Okay, and in here we can just open this up, contents. We have the different groups. This is optional, but I want to kind of increase the stroke. So you have to go in each group, open up stroke 1, and come down to stroke width. Let's try 3. You set this to full and have a look. Click away. I think 3 is good, so I have to do this for every single group. We have group 2, stroke 1. Set this to 3 as well. Then we have the third group. Or you could just type stroke here. Oops, we got the R. Stroke. So it opens up the stroke in each one. Set this to 3. We have these two in the end. Just need to do that as well. Alright, so we have the stroke. You can set the cap to whatever you want. I'm going to leave it like that. I'm also going to go in the fill. Not the fill, actually, I forgot. Let's open it up and see. Stroke 1. Yeah, the color. So just type in color, not fill. If you open up color, you can just change each one to white. The reason why we're setting it to white, like we said, is that the metallic colors stand nicely on top and they show up nicely as well. If it's black, nothing is going to show. So that's what we're doing. Now I can go ahead and delete the outline, delete color, and then we're going to delete the white solid too. So we just have this cool effect, and this is great because now we get to maybe add a glow effect, a flickering effect, and just go crazy with the 3D effects that will help make our flat logo look cooler. Alright, so on outlines, we're going to add the glow effect, which we are pretty familiar with right now. Hit glow, add this on top of outlines. Alright, you can add to the radius. Let's try 30. Click away. And for the intensity, I'm going to add maybe 10. Maybe 5. Maybe 30 is too much. I'm just playing around with the numbers and see what we have. Threshold, let's make it 50. Alright, we have the glow. I'm going to go in the outlines again and search for color up here. I think white isn't right. Let's go for like a yellowish color, so the glow would look better. I'll just grab the eyedropper tool and get the same yellow for each of these guys. Boom. There we are. Alright, you can see the glow looks better now compared to the white. Now this is glowing. We can again go in here. Maybe add to the intensity, to the radius. Oops, that's a lot. And let's see. Add to the threshold. And there we are. So without the glow was just this. Let me click away. This is without the glow. This is with the glow. So it's a little bit of light. That's what I want. And let's see. Try number 10. Okay, so we have this vibrant yellow color. It glows like that. I'm gonna go for 36. before, after, just a little bit of glow. Alright, we have this, and now that we have this, we can go ahead and add a trim paths, which is another effect that we're familiar with. Go in outlines, go to the add, and add trim paths. Open this guy up. And you could either go for the end or the start. These depend on how the shape was drawn, which in this case, it's random. So if I hit start and I move in maybe 5 seconds, make it 100. Let's actually see a preview. They don't exactly start at the same time, which I think adds a nice effect to it. So it's not a predictable stroke effect. You can also go in with the end. I'm going to copy that, turn this, go on end and just add, turn on the stopwatch and then just add that same effect. So 100, 0. You can do the opposite if you want. Turn off start so we can see the end. So it starts from the opposite direction. You can choose whichever you prefer. I'm going to stick with this. Alright, so down here we also have an option for, you can also make it appear individually. So if you play this, it goes one by one, and you can just choose whichever you prefer. Does that. I like it when it's all at the same time, so just do that. And we do want it to be 0 to 100, not the opposite. Because after the 5 seconds, we want to add the other animations. So 0 to 100, grab both keyframes, F9. You can go in the graph editor and make sure you right click here and check that it's on speed graph, not value graph. You get this curve thingy. Grab one of the corners and just want to kind of add a nice smooth animation. Remember the slide theory. So slow, and then quick, and then slow. So because this is a slide, you're coming up really, or think of a roller coaster in this case, going up really slowly, really fast, and then here it's slow. And that's what we're getting slow lines, fast lines, and then slow lines again. That's kind of a luxurious look to it, but again, it's optional. Now we did this. I do want to copy this outline layer, so Control D or Command D, bring outlines 2 underneath. Let's call this outlines BG. Call this outline glow. Remember to always name your layers. Now in outline BG, we don't want glow, we just want the basic white color, and we just have the trim paths keyframe, which is what we want. But in the stroke, let's set stroke on this outline BG. Make this bigger than the glow. So instead of 3, go for like 5. 5, 5, and then we have to change the color as well. Search for color. I want to make this white. You can also get the eyedropper tool and just drag the color. And because this is underneath, we do have to change this color from, just make it a rather lighter yellow. Maybe something like that. Or choose any color you want. You can go for like pink or something. Play this back and you can see we're getting a nicer look compared to what we had. You can also make the stroke less, which is what I'm going to try. Stroke on, glow. Gotta select a layer and then hit that. Make it 2. Experiment with the numbers until you are happy with it. So the glow is barely there. It looks better. You can go in the effects and presets, open this up. And we could just maybe add to the intensity, the radius, and all of that. Let's actually add a fill layer to the outlines glow. Fill, go on top but below glow. Put this up, it's red, not really the color we want. We wanted a, let's see. If we do that, or maybe add like a orangish color. Experimenting. Add that, and it's just going to look something like this. Not sure if I like that. Okay, I'm going to play around with the stroke and the fill, and then I'll be back so we can continue. Here I went ahead and just made a white stroke on top, and then we have the glow. Close that. But now we're just going to pre-compose outlines glow. Just right click, pre-compose, move all attributes into new composition. And we're going to add glow on this again, just to intensify what we had. Let me come in here. So this is what we have, but we want to increase the glowing effect. So reduce the threshold. We want to add to the radius. The intensity too. Just play around with it. Maybe 5. Let's try 53 maybe. So we have a somewhat glowing line, and this is what it will look without the glow. So if this was before, this is after. You can see it's like a slight glowing effect. Alright, so we have the line, it's appearing, and it stops after 5 seconds, but I don't want to stop here because we want to add even more effects to it. And I'm just going to double click on Glow Outlines Comp 1 and change the stroke cap. Keep forgetting the name. Just open up Contents, Group 1, Stroke 1, and okay, Line Cap. Search for Line Cap. Instead of Butt Cap, change it to Round Cap. It will look cooler. So just come down and change each one to Round Cap. Let's go back. Now we're getting rounded lines, which just looks better. Alright, now let's add the flickering effect that we talked about. So to do that, we have to go in the beginning, and we're going to go in the opacity. So just click on that, hit T for opacity. And we're going to alt-click on this stopwatch. So hold down Alt or Option, click on this. Going to get this coding room, which then we can just simply write in wiggle, and then parentheses. We're going to go for a high number, maybe 45, comma 120. Click away from your screen. Basically, we have a slight wiggle line. I don't know if you guys can see. Can you see that it's wiggling from the yellow to white? If you turn this off, you can actually see it better. You can see it's like flickering lines. Let's zoom out. Changes to fit. You can see we have some really cool flickering lines, and we did that by just adding the thing, and we could actually delete the outlines background. I'm just going to bring it below black solid just in case we may need it. So I'm happy with the flickering, it looks cool. And we also added the trim path effect, which makes it even cooler. And then around here, I'm going to first duplicate this outline comp. And the second one, we're just going to hit T and just turn this to 0. Alt click on that. We just basically have a normal line. If I turn the first one off, you can see it's just, let me turn this to 100. It's just the regular line that we had. So the reason why we did this is that after the flickering happens, we want the normal shape to just be there. So in the, oops, I've turned off the visibility. Turn it on. We're just gonna get the flickering animation. And then once it's done completing the shape, which was around 5 seconds, we're going to get the regular line. Just hit U on outlines. Actually double click on it. And then we're going to go to trim paths. Open this up. Just turn off the stopwatch. So we just have the regular shape without the thing. We have turned it to 100. Alright, go back here. So after this happens, this line appears. And yeah, so it's there. And because this is underneath, it's going to make the flickering less, which is what we want. But in the beginning, I do want to add a slight opacity animation so it's not suddenly visible. Grab both, F9. So this is what we have. We have the flickering lines. There we are. Let me actually rename this. Call this trim paths. Now in here, I believe we turned off. Yeah, we did. Alright, so come back to 5 seconds, 100. That happened because both the layers were named the same thing. I forgot to change the name. Make sure you do. And then go back here, select this, and just do what we did previously. Alright, now it should do its thing. Then it's going to reach here. Alright, I'm going to, actually we don't need this. Just go in where the flickering stops or the shape is complete, Control-Shift-D. And in here, we're just going to reset the transform properties. And I believe we have the, yeah, so Alt click on this to turn off the wiggle thing we added. Trim paths 2 comes below trim paths 1. So after this, the shape is complete. We just get the regular shape and it's not flickering anymore. Alright, now for this, we can add the opacity thing. 100%, so it's gradual. And let me see if the speed is okay. Play that back. There we are. So the thingy stops. I'm going to bring this in closer and I'm going to do the exact opposite on this guy. So we're going to hit T on that. And actually it's fine. Since we have the coding thing going on, we don't want to disturb it too much. Alright, we had this. And we have prepped our text. So in here, I'm going to select these path layers and pre-compose them. Call this lines. And now we have this within a singular layer. Which looks cool. It's like a fun little thing. And then around here, I'm going to make it disappear. So I believe it stops around here. I'm going to hit T. Now that we pre-composed it, it's not going to disturb all the other things we did. Do that, F9. Then here it's going to disappear. And that is because around here we're going to make the background appear. So that's why we made the thing disappear. And we're going to have to move this guy down. Right? Match the, maybe we can make it come in sooner. So hit T on this, 0, and opacity to make it 100. Now let me try this. I may have to can do another thing actually. Let's try, let me F9 these first. Maybe expanding the time after these disappear. We want to add like a cool glow effect on this as well. Not exactly the glow effect that we added on the outlines, but kind of a light sweep on this. Close that. We're going to go in the effects and preset, search for light sweep, CC light sweep, add it onto logo background. Getting many things. And before I do that, I'm just going to pre-compose this. The reason why we're doing this so many times is that we don't want to disturb the previous effects. So just call this logo. Alright, now we can add the CC light sweep, starting fresh. And essentially what this does is that it's going to just, I don't know if you can see the light here, it's going to make like a really cool light sweep motion come in. So let's first do that. Go to the width and want to add to the width. And get this guy. Click on this so we can choose from which direction we want the light to come from. I'm going to make it come in from here. This is the light sweep, by the way. Let's put it here so we can see. I do want to add to the width, but we want to add to the sweep intensity just so we have like a metallic look to it. Edge thickness, let it be. Edge intensity, you can add or remove as you please. Alright, so we're going to bring it in from where we want the animation to start. Make it come in from here. Okay, yeah, I like this. I'm gonna match this with the tip here. And after it appears, which is here, I'm going to go on the center, turn on the stopwatch, move in a few seconds, and then make it sweep to the other side. Completely out of sight. So it's going to come in like that, flicker, it appears, we get this metallic look. Hit U on logo and then you can change the speed and all that. Maybe I want it to appear over here, hit F9, bring them in closer, make it a little slower than it was, so we don't have that awkward pause in the beginning. Bring it here. Play that back. Alright. So we can also go into graph editor and just make it look better. Let's try this. So we have this slide motion. I think that looks better. Then it goes back to the original thing. Now I did want to mention, if you're not a fan of the metallic look, you could go for another effect that will kind of have a gradient flat mode to it, and that's this effect right here. I'm just going to show you how it is and how it works if you're not a fan of the metallic look that we're going for and you would prefer something that is more 2D. So in here we got the colors. You would choose the start color and the end color. I'm going to just choose the yellow we had in the beginning. Use the eyedropper tool to sample that color. And you can also choose another color for the end. I'm going to leave it as white, and you can see instead of that 3D metallic look, we have this. So essentially the start color and the end color are going to transition one after the other. You get to choose the center point like you did with the light sweep. So it would just be a gradient on top of a flat color, which in this case, it's white, but you could switch them if you want. So personally, I'm not going to use this effect because I prefer the 3D metallic look. going to delete it. You can use that if you want. And we're going to, I guess we can be done with the inner color. It looks cool. And then here we had the two texts that was within our layer. I think it was called Creative Design. I'm going to delete this. Come in here, not outlines, come in flat logo layers, text, bring it above so we can see what we're dealing with. Yeah, it was called Creative Design. Before moving on to the text, I'm going to add one final effect to the logo. So I'm just going to delete that. So just pre-comp anything related to a logo. So these two together, pre-compose, logo final. Alright, so we have this. I'm going to come here, hit S on my keyboard, and just make it really big. So this is the center of attention first, and after it appears and does all that, around here, I want it to suddenly like back out into its original size, which is 100. Just type it in. Again, F9, speed graph. We're going to grab one of these and do that. It's a big shape. Comes out. If you want it to be faster, just bring this guy inwards. Lay that back. Alright, you can see it was a lot more smoother, and it's happening while the light sweep is doing its thing. So there we are, looks cool, and then we can bring in the text. Hit M on logo final. The text was Creative Design, which you can see here. I'm going to add fill, or we can just type this in actually, like we did in the last lesson. I'm going to get a white solid. So I can first type in my text because I want to make sure the fonts and all are somewhat the same. Get the text tool and just write in creative. Control A, make it black so we can see. Work out the A, creative design, Control A. We have X bold. We also want to make it a little bit flat, like the original text. Increase the size. You don't have to copy the original text. I just want it to look somewhat the same. Alright. Hold down Control, press this twice. The anchor point, I think pan behind anchor point tool. Click away. And I'm going to do a separate text for the design part because I want it to appear in from another direction. So we're going to write design, but we're going to hit Control A and make this maybe light. There we are. It has the same settings from the previous thing. Again, hold down Control or Command and press this twice so we can place it in the right position. I think it needs to be a little bit thinner, maybe. Okay, that's the thinnest we can go. Oh, we have this on. Just turn this off. And I'm just going to stretch out this text. Instead of 100, let's add on to that. There we are. Delete text, the Adobe Illustrator layer. I'm going to hit Control R, make sure they are on the same line, or Command R. Hit Edge. Want to make sure they're in the same place. Okay, Control R again. Get rid of this ruler. Alright, now that we have this, we have to change the colors of these into the white. Because our background is black, hit white on this. Click once, Control or Command A, hit white there. Then we can delete white solid 3. So we have this. Let's grab both of these, hit M. I'm gonna lock my black solid. Alright. So after this guy comes down, I'm going to make the text appear. Let me see where that is. Hit U on logo final. Okay. So after this transition, we're going to bring in both of these guys here. All right. And because we did the font choice and the color and all that, we can actually go ahead and pre-comp these together. So right click, pre-comp, call this text. So I can do this somewhere else in its own composition. Double click, let me close this. Double click on text. We can do the effect that we're about to do here. Right. So what I want to do is to first decide where these guys are coming from. I want creative to come in from above and design to come in from the side, or actually the below. So we're going to get the rectangle tool and just pick a really random color. And while not clicking on anything, we want the star next to our cursor. I'm going to make a rectangle that is just above our text. Click away. I'm going to do the same thing for design. All right. Get your move tool and want to make sure that it's not covering any of those letters. See, it is for design. Click on the shape, use your arrow key to maybe move it down 1 pixel. Click on that and bring it down so we can see the bottom of our text. Bring this up. All right, so we have 2 of these. And this one is creative shape. Let's name it creative shape. This guy is called design shape. So we have this in mind. All right, on creative shape, we're going to bring these below the text layer because these are going to appear from behind. Just drag them in here. And this way we make sure that the letters are not covered while we're making them appear. Go to Effects and Presets, search for Set Matte, and put it on both of these layers. So on Design, on Creative. All right, close that. And then here, this is the text Creative. Set Matte, we're going to put it on Creative Shape. Make sure they match. You can see it disappears. And just hit the Invert Matte. Go on Design. Again, Design Shape, Invert thing. And then once we turn this off, you can see that they're connected. You can't see that yet, but hit P on your text layers. And we're going to just make it go behind this. So go on the Y, choose this one, and just bring it below. And if I turn off Design Shape, you can see it's not there. It's like magic. I'm going to do the same thing for, let's start with this first. Turn on the Position keyframe, move in a few frames, and just bring it back up. Hit Control R to make sure that it's on one line. It is. Going to do the same thing on this line. Hit P on Creative and just bring it. Let's see. I'm not seeing Creative. Yeah. Gotta come in a few frames so you can see the text. Bring it completely out of sight. Turn on the stopwatch. Match it with Design. Bring it down. Make sure it's on the line. And we can go ahead and turn that off as well. Grab all keyframes, hit F9, and then we're going to go in the speed graph, grab the end. We want to make sure this is like really smooth. So it's like that. I guess I want to do this separately. So I want Creative to come in first. I'm going to move Design, move Design a bit away. So Creative appears first and then Design. Select the Creative keyframes. I'm going to do this one by one. Alright, so it's something like this. Like that, it looks better. Get the other 2 keyframes and we're going to do the same. Get out of that, maybe add a little bit more space so there's a pause before Design shows up. Creative, Design. Maybe a little bit faster. Play around with the keyframes, see what works well for you. All right. And let me see if the words are getting covered. Okay, it is. So go on the second keyframe and we want to move this upwards so that the bottom of the letters are not getting hidden by the shape. It's really important. You don't want the bottoms to not be there. All right. So we have this. If you go back in here, we have the design, but we wanted the thing to appear after this shape has completed the animation. So we did that. And in text, I'm going to bring these in the beginning. Select both, bring them in here, forgot to do that. All right, now we go back in here and they will appear like so. All right, and if you want, you could add the same gradient effect to this. I think I'll do that because it looks a bit out of place. Add 4 color gradients to this. I'm going to bring in my colors again. I believe we have this guy. Okay, and go in text, effect control, and we're just going to do what we did last time. Select this, color again this, but we're going to make this one a little bit lighter. And then here, we're going to go for, I guess this one. And then finally, the color white. Gotta reposition these. So I think white is this one. This is white. All right, ring white because the light source is here. And design needs to be like that. Something like so. I guess I'll bring a darker one here. Looks metallic. And remove the blend. Maybe add a little bit of space. Try to match the light here. Sometimes you may not need all of the little dots. So if you didn't use all of them, don't worry. Because we only have like a short text. Delete metallic thingy. And there we are. So it has the line thing, creative design, but now it fits in with the gradient that we have. All right, and I think I want to, let me go in here for a second. In lines, then I think it's this one. Yeah, I'm not happy with the line color. Just turn it to white. I think the yellow is a little bit out of place. And this is why we pre-comp everything. As you saw, if I need to go back, I can simply do that. And I don't have to waste time. Start all over, actually. So now we should have, yeah, we have a white line now. The yellow wasn't doing it for me. So we have white flickering lines, which looks better with our gray gradient in the end. Here comes that, light sweep, creative design. Okay, design is a little bit slow. Go in text. Cancel that, click away, and then move it. See here. Still a little too slow. Alright, so we did that in text. Now it should appear faster. Creative design. Okay, now I like this. And there we have it. We did this 3D effect. You could, of course, add like a video in the background so it looks better. But that was just a quick and simple way to do this 3D effect. 3D locomotion. In the next lesson, we're going to go over the the easier method, just so you have 3 options to work with rather than 2. I will not be doing it in this lesson because it will be long. And this is it for this lesson. Hope you guys enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Alright, and then we have our final example of our logo motion, which is the easiest one. For this lesson, we're not going to focus on 3D effects or just effects in general. We're just going to use the properties that are available for each of the layers, and that way this is going to be a lot more easier than the stuff we were doing so far. Let's make a new composition. I'll name this logo 3. Down here, just make the duration 10 seconds because we always end up cutting it later, maybe 15. And we're going to hit OK. Let's bring in our logos. Again, the same one. Import as, composition, retain layer sizes. And then we're just going to double click in here. All right. We're first going to delete the text. We don't need it. For shape, we're going to just pre-compose the shape layer. Move all attributes to new composition. Call this logo base. Hit OK. Alright, I'll delete this. Let's bring logo base in this guy. In logo 3. Alright, let's make a white solid so we can see what we're doing. Call this BG. And there's our white solid. Before I start, I'm just going to hit S to just scale up our logo. This is going to be the main focus in the beginning. Hit P, and we're just going to bring it below then the center line. Something like that. Or we can do that later. Just hit S and increase the size. I did mine about 187%. And then we're just going to hit M to close that. So the technique we're going to use is mask paths that we've used quite often now. You should be pretty familiar with. Just select your shape and then get your pen tool. We're going to get this mask icon and just go in the bottom. First hit Control or Command R to get the ruler. Control R. Drag one ruler below all of the lines and then one in between. Guess you can line it up with this guy. So start from one corner. You can zoom in if you need to. And let me come down a little. Going to start from the bottom, so we need to get a nice view of here. So this is at an angle, right? It's not exactly a perfect straight rectangle, so we need to create an angled rectangle following the same direction as this. Open this up, hit M on this. We have mask 1. Turn this to subtract, just so we can still see what we're doing. Still see the image, I mean. And I want to leave a space between the edge of this logo and the edge of our mask path. So we're going to go for something like this. Again, align it with the edge here. So that's our first mask path. You can select it, Control T to just move it up a little. You can still rotate it if you saw that it's not good enough. Just look at the angle here. You can bring it up here for reference. Okay, and then bring it down below or on the line. Just don't hit the edge of that. All right, click away. Turn this to add again. Or actually subtract because we are not finished yet. Click on the logo base again, not on the mask. And we're going to grab this and just do the same thing for all of the other shapes. So you can see this is yellow now, 2 different masks, but for the same shape. Make a rectangle, simple one, and then we're just going to do this. And then hit Control T on that mask. Oops. You just select the mask path first. Open this guy up, select this, and then hit Control T or Command T. Again, bring it up here for reference. Want to make sure it's in the right angle so we don't have hiccups when we're editing and moving the mask path. Also, again, be careful about the edges here. You want it to be larger than the edge. You can use your arrow keys to just make a more precise placement. Alright, and then we have our final shape. Again, click the logo and make another shape. For this one, we can go for, it is a triangle, but we still need to make a rectangle. So just because it has a different shape doesn't mean that we get to add a different mask shape. Because we want them to all be the same, no matter what. Open mask 3, select mask path, Control T. Again, just check the direction of this and make sure they all look kind of the same. And there we are. Move them up a little bit with the arrow keys. Again, watch out for the edge here. And just click away. Alright, so turn the first one to add as well. We want to do this. And then we're going to go for, select this logo layer, type mask path. So we're just going to get the mask path for all of the 3 ones. And we're just going to turn on the stopwatch. So it's going to be like this first. Move it maybe 2 seconds in. Move out. Adjust your view. Remember, this was like the middle, so it's not the top. Get your pen tool, and we're just going to reveal each one by one. So this is green. Click anywhere, and we're just going to reveal. And again, move with the direction of the shape. So I'm going to go all the way up here. Watch out for the edge. Get my other top, and make sure that the sky is like this and not that way. So they stop at the same time. If we play this back, you can see it's appearing slowly like so. You could do this. That's how it looks like. Or you could do something like this. Get the mask again. Again, come to the tip. But for the second one, just end it where this dude ends. But again, leave an equal space. And if you play this back, it's going to be moving at an angle and it's going to reveal the thing. I think I'm going to stick with this because we don't really have a straight rectangle. We have a tilted one. So we need to make the mask move in that direction. Okay, mask 2. Gonna select the edge and just reveal our second shape. All the way to the top, the second point. There we are. Then our third shape, just click anywhere, delete that, expose the final shape. Equal sides. So basically we are revealing each of these guys at an angle because that's how the logo is. For the triangle one, we should delete what we did and start over. We need to move the second, we need to move the second line as well. So just get this here, get that here, and bring this up like this. See if that's better. It was kind of awkward first. All right, perhaps we could do a triangle. I think a triangle will be better. We need 3 points and not 2. Delete the extra lines, delete that, and can keep the tilted angle, but just bring this guy down so it's one line, 1 point that we're moving, not one line. Moving forward and just drag this guy, drag that singular line, point, and reveal the thing. Gotta move the first point. Let me first adjust the line. So if I bring this up, turn this to add. If I bring this up, trying to fix this point in the back. So just bring it in a way that if you were to kind of slide this up, you're going to get the whole triangle in. Alright, so this is our shape now. Delete that, turn on the mask path, come in with the other guys and just reveal the final part of our logo. Okay. So now they should all appear nicely. We're going to adjust the speed and all, don't worry about that. Select all keyframes, F9. And of course, we're going to go into Graph Editor and just, before we do that, let's offset. So the second one, which is the yellow one, we're going to offset it by a few seconds. The third one as well. I don't want them all appearing at the same time. Okay, but the third one is a little late, so we need to fix that. I'm gonna come maybe here. Let's have a look. Alright. Try that again. Okay, that's better. Alright, so we're gonna grab this after we've offsetted the points, and we're gonna just do the slide theory again. I'm gonna get the selection tool, not the pen tool, and grab the corners to just simply do this slide effect that we talked about. Click that again to get out, and now we have a more fun look compared to what we had, and it's just looking something like this. Even after you did the offsetting, you can still come back and grab these guys to make the speed and the order in the way you like it. So you saw that we were able to get this really nice animation. Let's close this, and I'm just going to do something to the background since this white thing is not going to make our simple animation stand out. Go to Window, Effects and Presets. And I'm going to show you guys the gradient ramp that I didn't get to show in the last lesson. Put this on BG. So this is what a gradient ramp looks like. You can choose the start color and the end color. If you grab this, you get to position the direction of which the color is coming from. So I'm going to do it here. Then we have the black that's over here. So I don't want black and white. Click on the black. You can choose perhaps like a really light gray or something like this. You can change this to radial ramp if you want. It's going to be, you can see there's like a circle. So if I put this here and I bring this here, you can see it's like a circle. But if you make it linear, it's going to be like a line. So I want it to be linear from one side, one corner to the other in a diagonal motion. And just like the 4-color gradient, we can change the position. So if I go to start color and then maybe move in a few frames, change the color to like this. Because we have the thing turned on, you can see that it slowly transitions to red. And we can also change the position. Start ramp. Start off ramp, turn that on. Come in 2 seconds. You can move this in other places. If you want a, oops, hold on. Turn that off, start off ramp. Hit U on this. Oh, not on this one, sorry. On BG. Hit U. Come in here and we get to maybe grab this guy and put it here. So you can see it's slowly moving up. It's not that vibrant. Let's get a red, maybe. Grab this one here so we can see the effect more clearly. So you can see it's shifting towards the direction we chose. And yeah, so that's just how the gradient ramp works. If you wanted to use it in the previous lesson or in this lesson, it's really easy to use. All right, so this is my background. I'm not going to turn on any keyframes because I want it to be solid throughout. And if I turn on my logo base, we're just going to get this effect. I will move this to the center, get the align tab to be more precise, align it in the center. Okay. And we already scaled it up. So make sure it stays scaled. All right, now let's move on to the next part. I'm going to make it scaled down because we're going to reveal the text. Before that, I'm just going to prepare my text. Hit T or Control T for the text tool. Click anywhere, and just write your text. Creative design. Control A. Choose the color black, maybe. Let's do something like that. Again, Control A. Bring it to the center. I'm going to make creative a bold look. Let's try X bold. I like them to be on one line. Control A, bring them below. I'm going to come in to where my logo is so I can see the size, maybe adjust it a little bit. Alright, I think that will do. Okay, so we have our text. We changed the font and all. Now, after the logo has shown up, let's turn text off for a second. We're going to hit S on our keyboard on the logo layer. Turn on the stopwatch. We're going to make it kind of bounce inward and then go out. So instead of 180, type in 200. And then at like 4 seconds, it goes back to its original size. It was 100, but I'm going to make it 130 because it was a little too small. So it has kind of a hiccup motion. It comes in and then it goes down. I'm going to grab these guys, easy ease, by hitting F9, go to graph editor. And again, we want to do the thing. So I want the beginning where it's zooming in to be slow, but when it goes backwards into the original size, I want it to be a little faster. So it's going to be like this. That's why we left the first ramp, this guy, like this. So it's slow, fast, and then slow. Okay. Let me adjust this like this. Let's have a look. I like that. All right, after it's scaled in, we're going to hit M to close that, and then hit P because we wanted to kind of reveal the text. So without turning on this, we're going to bring this guy down to where I want the text to show. I'm going to grab the ruler just so it can guide the text. Put it here. So this guy needs to go over the ruler and reveal the text. Turn on text. It's a little too big now. Control A. Let's go for 60 maybe. Too big. I want to make sure it's a size that fits on the bottom of the shape. All right. I'm gonna go back here and just maybe move it a little up, just until we're not seeing the text at all. Hit V to get your selection tool, turn on the stopwatch. And I forgot to add a previous one. So first it's going to be in the middle where it was. I think it was here. Then it's going to make its way down and then it's going to go back up to where it was. Let me just check. Here it was 572, so I want to make sure here it's also 572 in the exact same position. Delete the previous one. So it's going to let me hit U and see the scale. All right, so position needs to happen after it's scaled. Move these a bit to the right, hit F9, hit U again to close that, P. So it's going to scale in and it's going to come down to reveal the text. Go into graph editor. So here when it goes down, we want it to be slow. Or let's try the opposite actually. So in the beginning, it could be fast, and after that, it could be slow, or we could try both. Let's see how that looks. I think I like that better. So I did the ramping for both. You can see it does that. All right. Now the text is already there. We gotta add a mask to that. So when it's here, it's going to stay invisible until this text decides to move. Hit H, move down. We're going to get the pen tool again, go on the text layer and just make a rectangle to make it invisible basically. And then close the rectangle down. So this is how it looks in the beginning. And go on this, search for mask path or mask path. There we are. Turn on the stopwatch. After the guy moves away, we are going to move and kind of reveal the text by moving up the 2 points. Again, try to get an equal position for the points. Zoom in a little bit. That way we won't get like a slanted reveal. We will get them happening at the same time. All right. And again, mind the space between each of the things. Hit V, and this is where we get to adjust the speed. All right, so it's too slow. You can see, hold down Control and press the right arrow key to move in frame by frame. So you can see here it kind of jumps. That means we need to bring this in faster. Again, Control right arrow key or Command right arrow key. Then we have to go in here and first F9 the keyframes. And this is what it looks like without F9. You get this square, really rough animation, and that's just not what we're looking for. Now that we F9, it's going to be like this. Grab the end and just do the ramp slide that we talked about. Slow, and then it reveals. Now we get to move and work with the timing. Maybe try to slow it down a little bit. All right. Now the text is a little too low. I'm gonna P on the text and just move it up a little bit, maybe here. Let's try that. All right, there we are. If it's a little too low, you can always just go back to the position keyframe and have it in the right position. All right, I'm going to add motion blur to logo base. Hit toggle switches, turn on this guy and this guy for the text. Hit M, close that. And I'm going to grab both and let me first see if everything's okay. Close the extra panel so we get a little room for our view. Hit fit. So we get the logo coming in and then it scales down. then it comes down to show our text. All right, so this is a little too slow. I'm going to grab both of these guys, not the background. Right click, pre-compose, call this logo base final. Hit OK, and now we can scale this one without disturbing the scale properties we had for the previous thing. I'm going to go in the beginning and make sure I'm not making the shape come out of frame. Go in the beginning. The logo's there. Does it scaling? It's still in frame. That's what we want. Also, we're going to get the align tab. I feel like it's not aligned well. We could just move it up with the position keyframes. Move it up with Y. Have a look. Always check your animation again once you've adjusted the pre-comp, because sometimes you may do something that causes the logo to maybe go out of frame, and that just ruins what you did so far. So I need to move it up a little bit more. I want it to be in the center. There we are. So the scaling is too slow, and if you ever wanted to change something, just double click on logo base final. Not just go into final and then hit S. You can see that it's a little too slow. I'm gonna drag this in like that. Let's go back. Should update the original composition. That's better. Then we get the text. All right, so that was a really simple logo animation, and then after it appears, we could add maybe another kind of a fading animation. So it appears, we can hit T, 100%, 0. Okay, or we could do a mask fade effect. So instead of the whole thing disappearing at once, turn opacity back to 100, we can make it kind of like swipe and then disappear. So select that logo base final, get the rectangle to make a mask as tall as the both the text and the logo. Go on this. Again, search for mask path. Select mask path, Control T, just move it on the edge. All right, I'm gonna hit subtract for a second so I can see that it's tall enough. It is. Go back to add, and now we're just going to delete this. Go to mask 1. We're going to feather the edge quite a lot, or at least let's do that after we did the motion so we can see the difference. Turn on mask path. Maybe come in 8 seconds and just grab the pen tool to just simply reveal the rest. I'm going to again use the rulers for guidance. All right. So I can get a nice little equal animation. You can check the edge. The edge is not right. You can see that's why rulers are helpful. It allows us to have a mask path that moves at the same time, and that's really important. So basically, we have this guy showing up. We're just going to do the opposite. So just bring this here. I just switched the keyframes, so it essentially disappears. All right. Again, F9, go back here. Oops. Hit V, not with the pen tool. Grab the corner and do that. All right, so you can do that if you want. I'm going to undo what I did in the speed graph and do it with the other side of the keyframes because I want it to be slow in the beginning and then fast near the end. All right, now that we did this, you can stretch this out as much as you want. Come in the middle maybe. where you can see like the half thing happening, and then we're going to add the feathering. So it like kind of fades away completely. We may have to readjust the position of our final thing. There we are. It's a little too slow. Let's bring it in here. Try that again. Okay, this is what I was talking about. So basically on this last keyframe, select mask path, Control T, and just move it completely out of sight. Delete this one. Bring this maybe a little bit closer. Play that back. All right. Here it appears, it does its thing. All right, I also need to hit Control T and just stop that. I'm going to duplicate logo base final. So this guy appears, bring logo base, let's call this logo base mask. Bring logo base mask above logo base final. Basically where the position ends, hit P on, actually there's no P, that's in the pre-comp, so just see where it ends over here, and then this is where we want the mask to be. Alright, I'm just gonna go on the mask over here, hit M, the mask path, Control T, make it a little bigger, because the bottom was kind of fading out. Maybe a little bit more. Okay. It's actually a good idea to cover the entire composition. Alright, so it does its thing, and then we may have to readjust the mask path because we changed the shape. Delete that. Hit Control T on this and do the same thing. Go in the beginning. Alright. Believe we want it to disappear maybe around here. Turn on the stopwatch. Come here and just drag the edges to completely get rid of the thing. Gonna come here, hit Control-Shift-T on logo base final, delete the rest, so it does not interfere with our other thing. Forgot to ease these, F9. Can go back here, and I'm only going to do it with the first point. Alright, so we have the logo motion. It appears, it does its thing, and then in the second layer, it's going to disappear. Can make this however short or fast or long you want. There we are. Okay. And then you can make this a looping thing where it will just come, start from the beginning, because we start with the white background and we end with it. That's why it's a looping animation, as you can see. Alright, and that is how you can do a really simple logo animation. As you saw, we didn't really use that many effects. It was just the mask properties that are the options for every single layer in After Effects. And you have basically 3 different options if you were to make your own logo motion. All 3 are very helpful because it creates variety for your logo motions. And you can always just mix around each of the effects you learned in the lessons and apply it to different ones, see what works best for you. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn how we can take flat designs, more specifically UI designs, user interface designs, and apply them onto a phone. A picture of a phone, and then we're going to animate those designs. And let me first bring it in so it's easier to explain. This is our phone. and we have some videos. Basically, we have application designs in this lesson, and we're going to put them in the phone screen, but we will be animating the application, which is right here. There it is. So this is our application design, and the quality is low because it's on Quarter. And we're going to animate this application and put it on top of this phone. This is a picture, but since we will be animating the application, make things appear and add some 3D stuff as well, we're going to make it really cool on top of this phone and have a really futuristic display of the application design. And then after that, we're going to animate certain elements for communication to make it look more fun and more exciting. You can see we have this guy typing, and we're going to put some relevant elements around the subject. We're going to add in some maybe text bubbles and just show the activity that he's doing, which is chatting with his friend. All right, so let's close these. And first open up UI screen by Freepik. We have the application here. We have a lot of layers. And if you remember from previous lesson, we need to separate each of the elements that we want to animate, or else we will just animate a merged version, and that's not going to look cool. The more movement in the animation for UI application designs, the cooler and the more futuristic it will look. So that is why I separated every single one of these elements, and we're just going to group them so we don't have this many layers to look at. Grouping them will just make it more organized, and it will be less confusing when you're looking at the layers. So I'm going to get every layer related to this temperature box. So 20, 22, 21, you can see the outline. Temp BG, half circle, main BG temp, humidity, and temp text, control your space. So everything in the middle. Right click and pre-compose. Move all attributes into the new composition. Call this temperature. All right, it's looking cleaner. Then we have the slider. Anything related to the slider needs to also go in its own group. Light slider. Then we have the backgrounds. Pre-compose those as well. BG. Then we have some plus and minus also goes in temperature. Just put it here. All right. Then we just have these two elements that can just stay out because they don't go in any of these. We can just make their own composition. Additional elements. Okay, so now it looks a lot more tidy and a lot more easier to look at. Alright, so before we animate this, usually we would animate the flat designs and then we'll bring it onto the final footage. But this time we're going to do the opposite, just so we have an idea of what type of animations we would, what type of animations would look better. So go on the image, right click, new comp from selection. Fit, so we can see. This is a picture. I'm not using a video because that would just be harder because you have to use the tracker panel and then match the corners and all that. So it's a lot more easier to get a picture. And we're going to, I chose this picture because the phone is here and we have space up here. So we can do maybe a 3D animation as well. So it looks really futuristic. I'm gonna delete tracker. What we want to do is to first rename our picture, call this phone, duplicate it, call this phone frame, and on phone frame we're going to go and affect some presets. If you're not seeing it, window, affect some presets. Alright, on phone frame we're going to get something called Luma key. We're not using key light because we don't have any color. It's mostly a bright surface and there's a lot of white, so we need to use Luma Key to carefully remove the brightest shade of white, which is the phone case. If we were dealing with a green screen, we would be using Key Light and not Luma Key. So this effect goes on phone frame. In the key type, go for Key Out Brighter. And turn this off for a second, the one below. So essentially we have a black screen because it keyed out everything. We need to work with the threshold to make things better. So slowly bring in the threshold and add until it's nothing, like everything's there except for the phone, because the phone screen is the brightest color. So we easily keyed out that. But once we zoom in, we have some edge work to do. Come down to edge thin and we're going to maybe add 1. Okay, 1 is enough. We are done with the edge. Let's feather out the edge by maybe 3. Let's try 2 on edge thin. Okay, 2 is better. Go for 3. And we have successfully keyed out the white. If I bring in something, let's bring in the UI screen, put it in between phone frame and phone. You can see that it is perfectly removed and we have this within the phone. All right, so we have this, there's this issue now. Go back in phone frame and perhaps we can remove from the threshold 218. I meant add to the threshold, not remove. 237. See if it's okay down here. Okay. Add to the edge thin 3. You can feather it out as well. All right, so that's good. Let's zoom out. And now we want to fit the UI screen into the phone because right now it's not in with the perspective of the phone. So zoom in, go in effects and presets, look for corner pin, apply that on the UI screen by FreePick. We have the corners now and all we have to do is to just first lock the phone frame so we don't move that accidentally. Select corner pin and just grab each of the corners. Align it with the corner of the phone. Just like that. May have to zoom in, make sure everything is perfect. All right, so this is in the frame right now, and it's looking pretty good. And you can turn on the phone visibility, and once I do that, you can see that we kind of missed a bit of the top. So go back to phone UI, select corner pin, and just move the corners up a little bit. Make sure you're not exposing any of the whites. Okay. So we have this, and now we need to remove a bit of the bottom here. So may have to get the corners again and just move it up slightly so we're not going over this piece of wood. Okay, there we are. So now that we know that, now that we're done with the fitting of our screen, we can go ahead and start animating everything related to the phone. So double click on UI screen to enter the composition. And just using everything we've learned so far, you can easily animate each of these elements. I'm going to start from the top. Double click on additional elements, which is up here. Kitchen text, we can perhaps write our own text. So we can add something to it, call it this kitchen, Control A, make it white. Choose another font. Let's see what font is fun. I'd go with the favorite font. This looks classy enough. You can make it bold to somewhat match the boldiness of the text up there. Alright, we can replace this. Delete kitchen text. Select the kitchen layer, hold down Control or Command, double click on the anchor point so it's in the beginning. Alright, so in the kitchen, bring up the text property, go to Animate, Character Offset. Again, Animate, Animator 1, we're in the text layer now. Go to Animator 1, go to Add Again, Property, go to Opacity, set Opacity to 0, and then go to Range Selector 1, turn on Start at 0%, for at 100. So we're gonna have like a typewriter like this. And if you want it to be like a typewriter so it doesn't have that smoothing effect, you can go to Advanced and just remove the smoothness from 100. I'm gonna keep it at 40. So now it's going to be a little bit smooth. You can see it kind of fades in. And I like that. I'm going to make it a little faster. Kitchen. Make sure you easy ease those keyframes with F9. Go to the graph editor. I want it to be fast in the beginning. Hold on. I want it to be fast in the beginning and then slow near the end. So we have something like this. Play that again. It's fast, then it slows down for the final letters. If you expand it, it's going to show these slow parts even more. Okay, so there's the text done. We have the menu settings, which I'm just going to make them appear. Hit T, 0%. Gonna get the Align tab. I feel like they're not in the center. Select that layer and just put it in the center. There we are. Let's close these two. 0% and then 100. F9, those keyframes. Be halfway through the text. We're going to make these guys come in. So it'll be something like that. Get a little faster. Okay. And we're done with the additional elements. Go back to UI screen. I'm going to bring it here. After that is the main part, which is the temperature part. I'm going to come down here, go to temperature. I'm first going to make plus and minus. Let's do temperature first. Go to temperature. We have all of these guys. And all right, so we have a slider control, essentially. We are going to first start from the top. We did in the last part. Control your space. I'm going to make this come out with position. Take it out of frame. Turn on the stopwatch and do everything in the beginning of these composition. We're going to offset these layers separately in the main composition. Make sure everything starts in the beginning. Again, want to make it fast and then slow, so it comes in like that. All right, then we have temperature, the text. Going to move in a bit forward and then do the same thing for temperature. move it out of frame, turn on the stopwatch, then bring it back. F9, and we're just going to do the exact same thing we did last time with the control your space text, so they come in a similar manner. All right, temperature. Next is the humidity, which I'm just going to make it appear like that with T opacity 0. $100. All right, looks futuristic enough. Close that. Then we have main background, temp, the half circle, temp background. So we're just going to make this scale in after like halfway through the animation here. Hit S, 0, hit scale, come in a few frames, 100, F9, do that. So it comes in like that, which looks pretty cool. And then after it appears, we want the half circle to make its way up as well. So for the half circle, I might maybe get the radial swipe effect. Go to effects and presets, radial wipe, put it on half circle. So get the wipe center, put it in the center. Okay, then we're going to zoom in, and we're going to set the start angle for 90 degrees, so it starts from here. You can make it clockwise or counterclockwise. Turn on the transition. First make it 100, then turn on the transition, open a few frames, and then make it 0. Hit U on that, then we can clearly see the thing. If you want it to come from the other way, simply change the wipe to clockwise. It's going to come in like that. Which I think for our case, it could be from the other side because it's coming, although no, it's going to be okay. Depends on whether you're going to go from 21 to 22 or from 21 to 20. I'm going to go to 22, so it needs to be this orange, and then it goes to red because it gets hotter. F9, do that. All right, this guy comes in. We need to definitely make it slower. It's a bit too fast. All right, a little bit more slow. Something like that. Or we could just undo this. Let's have a look. Okay, that's better. It's the speed I want. And then we have the temperature BG, which around here where it's almost finished, I'm going to scale this inwards. And although we should do that before the rainbow thing comes over. So hit S, make it 0, turn it on right before this guy starts to appear. Set it to 100. F9, and we want to make this smoother. Let's have a look. Okay, that's better. We did these, and then we have the numbers to work with. So we said we're going to go towards the hotter temperature. So 21 needs to go up. Sorry, 20 needs to go out of frame. And I may have to type these again because we need another number since we're going to scroll in. Just get the text tool. We're going to write our own numbers. 21 degrees. I'm going to leave the degrees out, just 21. Click away. 20. Click away. 22. And then finally, we need 23. Okay, we can get the color. So click on 20, get the eyedropper tool and get this light gray color. And we can just replace this with that. 21 is going to be this color. 22 needs to be the same color as this guy. 23 as well. It needs to be this grayish color. Okay, we can go ahead and delete the numbers. Don't need them anymore. So we have 21, 22. Hold down Control and center their keyframes, the anchor points. We can use the Align tab to just align them in the center. Close the paragraph and just align them in the center. This one as well. Alright, so 23 we're going to have to bring it below 22 and then align it in the center. So 21 is going to 20, sorry, I don't know why it's written 27 here. This is 20. 20 is going to move up at P after the things have appeared. So right around here, 20 needs to move out. Hit P on 20. Turn on the stopwatch. And then around here, we want it to move upwards. Like so. And then at the same time, while it's moving upwards, close that. I'm going to stretch my timeline. Around here, it needs to start disappearing. So hit T. Let me F9 these first. Hit T. Then we're going to make it disappear. 0. F9, hit U on these so you can look at both keyframes and then adjust it like that. So as you saw, it disappears and it fades out. I'm going to make it fade out before it reaches the end. So let me zoom in. See, it fades out like that. Alright, so we need to do the same thing with 21. It moves out, but it becomes the light gray. It does not disappear. Get the number 21. The layers are named weirdly. So as soon as this guy starts to move, on the keyframe that you set for 20, hit P on 21, turn on the stopwatch, and at the same rate, we want it to move upwards to replace 20. Okay. So you can see it goes up like that. We may have to speed this up a little bit. F9. So it disappears and replaces 20. But for the color, let me close 20, open 21. The names are not right. Let's rename them real quick so it won't be confusing when I'm explaining. 23, 22. Okay. So 21, we're going to open the properties, the text, more options. We can add a fill layer on this. So go to Effects and Presets, get Fill, apply it on 21. So we don't want this color. We want it to be white like it was. Hit U on this. So right around when it starts to cross this line, I'm going to turn on the stopwatch, and then once it ends here, we want to get the eyedropper tool and get this gray. So we have this animation right now. In the beginning, goes up, it turns that color. And if you hit U on this for the color, we can even make it happen faster. F9, let's have a look. Okay, that looks better. So make the color change in the same rate of the position keyframes. Put that in the middle. All right. So we need to do this with the other numbers as well. Close 21, we're going to get 22, which is next in line. We're going to compare it to 21. So open 21 and then hit P for 22. Turn on the stopwatch, match it with the other keyframe for 21 and just move it to replace the number. Okay. F9, both keyframes. And I believe we used the speed graph for 21. Do that, and again put the fill on 22 because it's going to turn white from gray. First set the original color. 22 gray, turn on the stopwatch, go in the end, and then set it to white. Hit U on 22 so we can see the keyframes. F9. Let's have a look at the speed. 22. I think 22 is a little too fast. We want this to be a little slower, so grab all the keyframes for 22, kind of slow it down so 21 has time to completely move out of sight. And then finally we have 23, hit M on 21 and go to 22. I'm going to bring 23 below 22. Go for when 22 is down there. We're going to hit P on 22. Before we turn on the stopwatch, we're just going to move it out the frame because it blends in with this color. We don't need to make it disappear. Turn on the stopwatch and then have it move up to replace 22. Trying to find the right position. F9, elements, speed graph, not elements. So 22, 23. We don't need to change the color for that. We're good. Hit M on all of them. Grab all the numbers and hit U on them so we can see the keyframes. I feel like it's a little bit too fast. I want the circle to finish appearing. And we're just going to get all of these guys and hit T because I don't want them to be here when the circle's not there. So hit 0 and then they're going to appear. Make it 100. Although before we do that, let's undo what we did. We're going to pre-compose all of these numbers. And then we're going to add the text, the opacity transformation on this. So this is where the circle appears. Okay, and then the next frame, I want them to be 0. So it's not there, and then it appears suddenly with F9. We can edit the speed graph as well, stretch the timeline. It's really hard to see. It's really tiny. So the numbers show up when the circle shows up. So they have something to stand on. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. There we are. Maybe do this here. A little bit longer. It's a bit too fast. Okay, that's better. And the position, I'm going to slowly go over this and look at the positions. Okay, 22 is a little fast, as we can see. I'm going to double click on numbers to enter the numbers. 22, hit U on it, and go to 21 and hit U as well. We want to slow down 22. So when this is here, I want 22 keyframes to start moving. So it's going to come down a slight bit. Play that back. Okay, it's too slow. You may have to stretch your timeline to see them better. Get the second sets of keyframes and slow it down a little. Okay. That's better. I'm going to hit M on all of these. And once again, I'm going to align them in the center. Select all keyframes, align in the center. Good. And there we are. So this is our temperature stuff. We had let me close additional elements. We can close temperature as well. We're done with the things. Go to UI, and then we have the plus and minus, which I'm just going to make it appear when the numbers start appearing. So hit T on that. So it's like the plus and minus icons appear as soon as the numbers are about to change. Okay, slow it down a bit. Okay, slow it down a bit, make it appear before the numbers. There we are. So we're done with the temperature. We changed the number. Hit M. Now we have the light slider, and that is the final element of this UI application. The background stays the same. Just go in light slider, just down here. Go to the Lightroom text in the beginning of the thing, hit P on it, or you could just use any property that you prefer. I like using the position keyframes. A few frames in, bring this guy back. F9, speed graph, edit that so it appears in a fun way. Okay, and then once it appears, we're going to make the light background scale. Hit 0 on scale, turn on the stopwatch, 100. So this comes, and then this guy comes in. Around here, we want the bar to appear as well. We're actually going to mask out the this part, so it's like it's sliding forward. get the slider, hit P. Without turning on the stopwatch, just bring it here and make sure the slider is big enough to cover the color underneath it. Just make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So I'm going to hit T on this, 0%, and make it 100. Don't forget to turn on the stopwatch. Over here, turn on the stopwatch, 2 seconds, 100. F9. Second one, didn't make it 100. Okay. Then F9, so it appears after the box. And then we're going to get the bar, move it here so we don't have that problem. And we're going to put a position keyframe at the start of this after it appears. It's going to, let's hit P, turn on the stopwatch, then move it a few frames and just move it all the way to the end. F9, and I want it to be slow. We're not going to go in the speed graph for this. There we are. Then go in the bar, go in the beginning, and we're going to mask it out using the rectangle tool. So just make like a little box in the beginning. Open up mask 1, mask path, turn on the stopwatch, come near the end, match the keyframes, and we're just going to hit Control T on mask path to just open it up completely. You may have to adjust the speed, so have a look at it. Okay, it's perfect. So that was the light bar and everything else. Close each of the layers. We can now go ahead and go back in the UI by Freepik. Now everything is animated, so turn this to fit, go from the start, and now we can adjust the time they come in. I like it when they all appear at the same time, but if you want, you can offset each of these layers, make one appear after the other if you prefer. I'm going to leave it like that, and now once we go back in the Cotton Bro video, the Pexels video, we have all of this. And after it appears, or halfway through, it's a great time to add a text to make it more commercial-like. Get the text tool, and let's write smart home. Then a tagline like easy living. Control A, make it bigger. All right, we have this now. And I want to make it white so it stands out. There we are. Click away. Can add a drop shadow effect on our text layer. Add to the distance. You can choose the angle too. I'm going to add a little bit of distance. You can soften it out if you don't want it to be harsh like that. I'm happy with the angle. Opacity, you can change that to 59 is good for me. So this was without the drop shadow. This is with the drop shadow. And, oops. I'm gonna lock the videos in place. I don't want to move them. I will also add a rectangle below the smart layer. Let's sample the red in the UI and make a box as big as this. Bring it underneath your text and then adjust it if you need to. All right. And I'm going to duplicate this, bring the second one below this, and maybe get another color from the UI. I'm gonna go with this orange color. Bring that below the red color. I think we don't need the drop shadow since we added the background color. There is a lot of space between these. Turn this off for easy living. Turn the easy living to something lighter so it looks better. Bring this here. The box is too big. Just make it smaller. And the same thing for the layer underneath. Maybe do something like this. Okay, we have something like that. And I'm going to link get the orange layer. Let's call this orange. The one on top, call it red, and that one's just our text. So get the pick whip and apply this to attach it to orange. Same for the text. Then on orange, we can get the perspective, the position keyframe and just move it out completely. The pick whip allows us to keep the position that we determined for the text and the red box. So we don't have to do this position animation for each of the 3 layers. We can just add the pick whip and everything will stay just the way we animated. Do that. You can adjust the speed later. All right. So there's our animation. We made it like so, really easy. And now that we made the animation, in the next lesson, we're going to try a 3D look. We're going to make it come out of the phone and have it on display here. So it has like a futuristic look to it. And then later after that, we're going to go with the second example. And the second example, it's something really easy. I just wanted to show you guys that you can also show activities using these techniques. So this is it for this lesson. Let's move on to the next part. Okay, this is where we left off. We animated our application and we placed it inside the phone, gave it a nice little text. And now it's time to make that 3D display for it. So instead of being flat like this, we're going to make it 3D. So let's go ahead and import our footage for the 3D display. And I did want to mention something about your project tab. Sometimes it could be really crowded like this. A good idea to make it organized is to make folders. So just click on one of them. Down here, there's a folder. Create a new folder. Call this maybe the app. So anything related to the application, which counts for all of these. Light slider, background, additional elements, number. You could just drag it into app and already it's getting a lot better. Make as many folders as you need to. Put that in there. A lot more clean. And let me put this in app as well. Okay, So let's go ahead and import our other footage. So this is the additional video. Just drag it in. Right click, new comp from selection. So we have a video of this person working on their phone as they're in the office. So this is a great time to maybe say that you can control the temperature of your home using our app, even when you're busy and you're not home. So I'm going to cut because he then takes a phone call. Just going to cut before he takes that phone call. I think that's about 4 seconds. Yep. Just trim the clip to 4 seconds. Let's go ahead and rename this, call this video. All right, let's bring in our, where is it? UI screen by Freepik. This is the composition that has all of the application animations. Just drag that on top of video. There it is. So we need to make this a 3D layer. If you're not seeing this, toggle switches / modes to go to this mode. Turn on the 3D icon, and then we're going to open up this layer. Let's call this app. Open up the app layer, go to transform, and let's zoom in a little. First, we need to scale it down so it has the same size of a phone. This is way too big, so go to scale. Just make it small. A little bit larger than a phone. Large enough so we can see the animations. Just going forward, I think we need a little bit more. 74%. And then we obviously need to position it in a nice area. So this area is good because nothing is going on. He's holding the phone there. So I'm going to put it here. And now we're going to work with the orientation. So come down to orientation and the Y orientation and just flip it this way. Let's move in a few frames, see if everything is good. So we're creating this 3D display of our app design. You can go in position on Y and just bring it up if you want. You can scale it down. There are so many possibilities. I'm going to flip it a little bit more. Okay, I got mine on 24 degrees for the Y axis. All right, so it appears like that, but I want it to slowly come from below because we can't just have the display suddenly appearing out of nowhere. So go on position, and with the position that you're in, turn on the stopwatch, move this forward a couple frames, maybe 1 second, and then bring it down below. Maybe a little bit down. All right, so it's going to make its way up like that. Let's replay that. It's just coming up as the animations are happening. Let's grab both keyframes, go to the speed graph. Oh, first we need to hit F9. Hit F9. Let's make it fast in the beginning. So grab this side and then slow as it comes up. So it's going to be fast and then slow up here. And maybe adjust this a little bit more. Play that again. Okay, that's a lot better. You can also slow it down. Maybe 12 frames. Comes up like that. Okay. I will make it a little bit longer and slower as it comes up. So it will be something like this. This looks a lot better. You want it to be fast when there's no animations and then slow as the app UI animations are taking place. Okay, I'm going to grab let's make the video a little longer so as soon as he takes the phone call, the app disappears because he's not on the app anymore. All right, so it's coming up and it's not looking good. We need to make it fade out. Go down to opacity, put it to 0%, turn on the stopwatch, come around here, and then make it 100%. F9. So essentially it's going to show up like that. I will slow down the, oops, that's too much. Slow down the opacity animation so it comes in like that and it looks good. Okay, so this is our 3D animations, really simple. Close the properties, turn off the audio for that. Toggle switches / modes, and we're going to change the blending mode of app to screen. So now instead of that flat look, we have a screen. And just to make it more screen-like, I'm going to double tap on app. And we had a video, because here, yeah, device noise by With-Easy. Drag that on top of all the other layers. Right click, transform, and we want to go to rotation, put it 90 degrees so it's straight. Make sure it fills the entire thing. And then we're going to grab, first we're going to pre-compose everything here. Right click, pre-compose, right app, reel, hit OK. Get the effects and presets. Search for displacement map. Under distort, put it on app reel. Displacement map layer, turn it to device noise by With-Easy. Now we can turn off the visibility. And as you can see, we have this, which looks pretty nice. Okay. I will, however, put this on a adjustment layer so we can work with the intensity. So go to layer, new adjustment layer, apply displacement map on adjustment layer, and change this to device noise by With-Easy. Turn off that layer. Make sure app reel has nothing in the effect control. And then in adjustment layer, let's call this glitch. Hit T on glitch and we can kind of tone down the effect. So there's still noise, but it's not as glitchy. We're just adding enough glitch to show that this is a device. So if it was 100, you can see it's distorting the perfect shapes and it's just not looking so good. Keep it around 50 and we get like a slight distortion, which looks cool. This is optional, by the way. You can totally skip this. All right, so we get our glitching device-like display of our app. And after he adjusted the temperature of his kitchen, we're going to make it fade away. Perhaps you could move it up out of frame. So, oops, go on app. We're going to make a keyframe. Click that. Bring it backwards, and then we're going to move the layer completely out of frame. You can use any animation that you prefer, maybe scale it out, move it to the side, just remove the opacity, anything that works well for you. Grab both keyframes. We definitely want to work with the thing, which it already has that, so we're good to go. Hit play. Okay, that's a little too fast. Let's bring it here. See if the speed is okay. Gets a little too fast. We want to see the stuff before it leaves. Okay, and then it goes up. I'm actually going to extend the video. Then work with the keyframes. So it appears. We're seeing the animations. It stays there, finishes, and then it goes up. And I believe around here is when he takes the phone call. So I can even stretch this out until he takes the phone call. So as soon as he's about to take the phone call, the app just disables. And that shows like how smart this application is. And then he's on the phone. You hit end here, play that again, just in case you didn't see. Here's the app, does its thing, and then it goes, and then he takes the phone call. So that was a 3D display. And if you want, you can, we'll learn this in the next lesson, where we learn how to make a HUD animation, make it kind of futuristic, add cold tones to it. This right now is a simple phone UI, but in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to make HUD animations, which uses the same techniques and principles from this lesson, but we're going to change the colors, the modes, maybe add some glow, and make it look more futuristic. Okay, so we did this, simple. Let's do the phone text thing that we said. Going to go in my videos, find the video of the person typing. There we are. Right click, new comp from selection. So this is the video that we'll be using. I'm gonna close the rest, don't need them. So we have someone texting and we have some space up here. Perfect for adding speech bubbles, maybe previewing what they're talking about. So I'm going to get Talk Bubbles by Freepik. Going to double click to enter that. And we have 2 speech bubbles. Select both and right click, create shapes from vector layer. Delete both of these, the Adobe Illustrator files. And we're just going to grab both and turn them to white. Okay, we're going to duplicate the, oops, not this one. Duplicate the bulky one, the square-like one. So one of them is the friend, the other one is him. And try to get the green that is in the phone layers. You can choose green or any color. I'm going to turn off the circular one. You rename them. Circle. This is the, I believe the green one, yeah. Bubble green, and then bubble white. Oops, got the T. Bubble white. Okay, so turn off circle for a couple while, and we're going to position the green here. Right click, transform, flip horizontal because the other person's talking, and then white can come below where we can make him talk about it. And yeah, okay, this is good. So let's first make these bubbles appear. I'm going to go on each one, get the anchor point tool and put it in the corner of where the speech bubble kind of attaches to the person. Do the same thing for the other one. Okay, and then we're going to hit S, go in the beginning of the timeline, put it on 0, turn on the stopwatch, about 4 seconds, and in this case it was -100 and then 100. Then link them back, F9, speed graph. It's going to look like this. Want to make sure it's smooth. Let's go back so it comes in like that. It's a little too slow. Let's speed it up. There we are. It looks more fun compared to if it were to appear from the center, which wouldn't actually make sense because speech bubbles come from the corner here, meaning that they come from the person's mind. All right, so 0% for this too. Turn this on. Get the same rate by copying the second keyframe, 100%. F9 both keyframes, go to the speed graph, grab the end, and just do that. So they both appear like that. But first the friend is talking, so we need to offset this one like this. So this guy appears and the friend says something. Get the text tool, let's zoom in and come up here. Get the text tool and write, click away first. Write, you make this smaller. Like, hey, do you want to hang out today? All right, make that smaller so it can fit in the bubble. All right, and for the font, I'm using Roboto. This is a good font for phone UIs. So if you don't have Roboto, you can just download it off of Adobe Fonts or any other platform that you prefer. So we have this, and okay, the style is good. Make sure it's in white. And now for the text, we don't want it to just be there. We want to do the typewriter animation. So go to text, animate, character offset. And then we're going to go to animator 1. So text, animate, character offset, and then you're going to get animator 1. Come down to add, which is in the same row. Add property opacity. Make this 0%. And then just look at where you want the text to start, which would be around here. Come in range selector 1, open that up. Turn on the keyframe for start, and then 40 or 4 seconds, make it 100. Also, we want to go to advanced under range selector 1 and remove the smoothness completely to 0%. You can F9 both keyframes. So it's going to, let me zoom in. It's going to just, the bubble's going to come up and this is going to be like, hey, do you want to hang out today? You can make it fast or slow by adding or removing space between these two. Going to make it a little bit slower. All right. So the friend says this, and we can now make the character in the video respond back with this thing. And this is the bubble white thing. It appears here. And then after it appears, we can get the text tool again and type, sure, where should we meet? All right, Control A, let's make this a gray color. Guess this is a nice one. I'm going to copy this because the text color should be the same. It cannot be white. Put this where it should be. And I'm just going to go on this real quick and then paste the hex code that we just copied from this text. So they both have gray color. Now on the sure, where should we meet? We're going to do the exact same thing that we did with the font, with the first one. So go to text, animate, character offset. Again, animator 1, property, opacity, 0%. And don't move your time indicator. Leave it where it was. Go to range selector, start 0%. Come in a few frames, then make it 100. come down to advanced and remove the smoothness. F9 both keyframes. I think we need to offset it a little bit. So it comes in like that. And then this person is typing. All right, so we did this. And before these guys show up, we want to make sure that the typing animation is there, which is where the circle comes in. I'm going to link them with the pick whip. So sure, where should we meet should be connected to the bubble white. And this guy should be on bubble green. So we get that. And then before all of these, let's select everything, move them out of frame. First, it needs to be the circle. We're going to right click, transform, flip, horizontal. Bring that in the same spot where the bubble green was. We can scale it out as well. This needs to be smaller than the the main bubble. Put it here. Again, anchor point in the corner. And hit S, 0. So before that, let's move in and then turn on the stopwatch. Then type 0 here. F9, and we're going to grab the ends, pull them like that. So we have this, and around here, where it appears, I'm going to make 3 little circles, which indicates the typing. So zoom in, make sure you are not selecting anything, so you don't make mask layers. Zoom in and hold down Shift on your keyboard to make perfect circles. We don't want stroke. We want the fill to be a grayish color. Let's paste the gray that we had. Click away, so we have this. We're copying the text element that is on the iPhone. So we're going to duplicate this 2 more times. Hit P on both. Get the X value and just make the space. Then click one of them, the last one, and just, move that to the side as well. Make them equally spaced. Grab all 3 and we're just going to put them in the center. All right, let's pre-compose these 3. Call these dots. Go in dots. I'm going to get a white solid. Then we have to delete this. So we have the 3 dots that are up there. Don't move their position. We just want to add a opacity keyframe for them. So I'm going to hit T on all of them. Turn them to 0 first. Turn on the stopwatch. Then move in a few frames. 100. Grab all keyframes, F9. We're going to offset each one. So let's have a look at the order. This was the first one, second, third. So first is here. Want to make second here, and then third here. So we have something like this. We have to make it faster for sure. It's really slow. Like that. And then we're going to grab all of them, Control-Shift-D, and maybe copy these guys, Control-D, and just bring them here. So it should be something like that. And yeah, grab all and So we have something like this. This will only be there for like a few seconds. We may not use all the 5 seconds. Let's go back here, zoom out. Oh, and we need to delete the white solid or turn off the visibility for now. Go here, this guy comes in, and after it shows up, we need to just connect the pick whip to the circle. So they show up at the same time. And when it shows up, it's doing this. Then we need to, around here, before the green guy comes in, we're going to hit S again. Sorry, S on circle, not this. Make a keyframe and then make it 0. So it goes back to where it came from. Texting, and then this is what the friend says. And then this is what the model responds in the video. Alright, now that we have this, let's call this video. Bring in the talk bubble by Freepik, put it on top. And if we go forward, we can see the layers. We definitely need to scale this up, hit S on that, and scale it upwards to make it visible. And there we are. So the friend is talking. Let me first zoom in so we can see. The person is texting, his friend is typing. I'm going to replay this once it rendered. And while it's rendering, you can also change the blending mode of this to screen, but I like the vibrancy of the white and the green. If you want, you can change the blending mode so it has that similar screen layout like the first 3D display that we did where the guy was working. Or you could leave it like this and just have it be this way. The choice is yours. And you also want to make sure that your animation is in sync with the video that you're putting it on. So I'm going to match the animation to when this guy is laughing to show that he's happy that his friend is trying to hang out. Okay, so around here is when he's going to show his phone. So we need to crop and trim the rest of these. We don't need to see his phone. And then we need to speed this up. So hit right click, go to time stretch. Remove from the stretch by maybe 70. Okay, that's a little bit slow. I'm going to Control Shift D the rest of the animation. Right click. Let's add and make it faster. So it appears. We need to stretch it out. Perhaps that was too much. I think 60 is a good number. Stretch factor. Hit N on the rest so it can loop back. So it plays again, it loads, the friend sends this message, and then he writes this while laughing because he's happy that his friend wants to hang out. So that's why it's really important to sync the animation and the video below it so it looks more natural. All right, and I'm gonna leave this here. There we are. So this is it for the application or just phone UI, anything related to the phone. As you saw, we did a flat example like this, and we also did a 3D display of a flat animation, which was the application one that we did before this. You have 2 choices with your application designs. And like we said, in the next lesson, we're going to look at how we can take these applications or just any sort of video and make it more futuristic, make it look more cool with cold colors and maybe some glitch effects. And that will be in the next lesson, which is all about HUD animations. So this is it for this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn about HUD animations, and basically what that means is that it's going to be elements such as bar graphs, pie charts, and all that, and we're going to add a futuristic look. So it's going to be very tech-like, and it's a great way to maybe showcase your presentation in a new fun way, or to just add an element to your video to show that you're using a really futuristic device that can maybe generate these infographics for you. So if you've seen Iron Man, when he's wearing his helmet, there's these elements that are glowing and he's looking at them and maybe he's working with them. Those are called HUD animations. And we're going to create something similar. It's obviously not going to be as advanced as the Iron Man movie. We're going to start slow, start with something simple, and then perhaps move on to those more advanced 3D elements. And by advanced, I mean that once you create those elements, you need to track the model's face in the video. In Iron Man's case, it's his face. We need to track that, and we need to place the 3D elements on top, work with the perspective, and it's just going to be a little bit more difficult than just creating the elements and putting it in a regular video. So without further ado, let's get started. I'm going to double click here. You have 4 things in your HUD animations folder. Just bring them all in as footage. So we have 2 videos. We have this one. Let's double click and bring it in. It's people in the office, and one of them is giving a presentation. We have a screen, but as you can see, this is just a simple flat photo. We're going to animate our elements, maybe add a bunch of them, and we can also make her finger interact with those elements, like she's pushing a button and then it shows the another graph. So this is for our first example. We're going to go with flat shapes, flat colors, but with the second example, we have this person giving another presentation. We have the perfect opportunity to create those futuristic glowing elements. So it's going to be the exact same thing we made in the first video, but we're going to add a glow to it. And this example is going to be closer to the Iron Man elements. So let's go ahead and create our composition. Click here, call this bar graph. We're going to have to create separate compositions for each of those elements and make sure it's 1920 by 1080. So we want it to be the exact same dimensions as the video. You can make it 15 seconds or so. I'm gonna make it black, change the color if you need to. So you could either just download these things from the internet, the bar graphs, the pre-made animations from platforms like YouTube, like Videasy, maybe Adobe Stock, Freepik, just any other platform you prefer. You could, if you can, create it yourself in Illustrator or Photoshop and then bring it in here. But for today's lesson, I'm going to use the tools that are available in After Effects, just in case you may not know how to use Photoshop or Illustrator, or you prefer to create something from scratch. So we need to make a simple single composition for each of these elements. We're going to start with bar graph. First off, we're going to get our pen tool to create the lines that are in bar graphs. We're going to get our pen tool, and before I do that, I'm going to bring in the image that we had. Just bring it in anywhere. We want to sample the colors. So we have this nice blue, want to keep that. Get the pen tool and click away from the image. We're going to turn off fill, add a good amount for stroke. Hit on the color, get the eyedropper tool. Let's perhaps make the lines this color. Hit OK. Then we're going to create a point somewhere around here. Hold down Shift and then click here. So we have a straight line. So you can see it's that color. Then we're going to make another one. Click on that again. Maybe make one here. Hold down Shift and create another line here. So this is what we have. I'm gonna turn this off for a second, the layer. This is what we have. And if you open these up, I believe it's shape. We have shape 1, shape 2. You can make them separate if you prefer. I'm just going to leave them like that because these lines are not that important. They're just there. All right, let's call this lines. And now underneath lines, we're going to create our bar graphs. And okay, we're going to get our rectangle tool. Click on that so it's below lines. Click away so you're making shapes. This time we're going to add fill and no stroke. So turn off stroke. Turn this guy back on. For fill, we're going to add this cyan color. Now we can turn this off and just go ahead and make some bars. These size isn't that important. I'm going to click away. Want to make sure these are separate layers. Just try to get them the same width. You can change them later yourself. Close these. Make a medium one here. A tall one here. To click away first. Tall one here. Small one here. All right. So we have these placed. You can get your selection tool and maybe fix the spacing if you need to. I think mine is pretty good. All right, so we have these, and let's check if they are in order, and they are. You can rename them, but because I made mine in order, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bring the line above all of these shapes, so they're looking like that. And now, because we want them to appear from below, we need to go in scale. First, we need to work with the anchor point. Zoom in. We want to bring the anchor point of each of these shapes just below on the middle line here. And this way, when we scale this, we're going to get it coming from below. So normally when you scale things, it happens from the center, but that's only because the anchor point is in the center. So once you bring this down, you get to have that appearing bar graphs. And because scale has animations, we can adjust when those bar graphs appear. All right, let's go on the first one. Hit S on your keyboard. We're going to unlink this. So you see this guy, just click on it, no longer there. And if you go on the y-axis, you can see we're getting a tall one, a short one. We come all the way down, just hide it behind here. And if we turn on the scale stopwatch, we can make it come however long we want it. As you can see, it's appearing. And again, if you make it shorter, it's going to appear slower. Let's do the same thing with all of these guys. We're going to maybe make this one 0. -1 would work better. Come in. Let me zoom out so I can see. Maybe make this really tall. Another one. Just do this for all of the layers. Make sure it's hidden behind the line. Got this. We may have to come back to this and adjust it according to the lady's finger because she moves it at a certain speed. We need to match that speed once we are ready to combine the elements with the video, which would be in the next lesson. Unlink, turn on the stopwatch. Oops. Bring it down first and then turn on the stopwatch. And there's our final graph. Okay, we're going to expand this. Grab all of these keyframes, F9. And if you want, you can leave them as they are. This is how they appear. Looks nice. You can also go into speed graph, but I'm happy with the way they look. So this is our bar graph. And if I make a composition out of our video, you come from selection and bring in bar graph. We put it on top. You can see we have this. Let's bring it here maybe. We're going to get the animations on top of our clip. It's rendering, but you can see we have the animations. First it was nothing, and then here they start to appear. So that's what we're doing with the HUD animations. Let's delete this composition, close it off. So this is our graph right now, and we can either make this glowing or keep it flat. You can choose whichever you prefer. I'm going to keep it flat, and that way I can add a glow to it later if I want to. So that's our bar graph. We did the first one. It's really easy. Let's make another composition. Call this circle thing. Not sure what we can call it. Hit OK. Or actually, because we have the photo, we can just click on that, right click, new comp from selection. So we have all of these futuristic elements. I got this on Freepik, but we're just going to work with this guy, the circle in the center. All right, so we only need the circle in the middle. So just long click on your shape tool, get the ellipse tool, select that so you're masking it. And we just want to create circle that can fit all of these in there. Open this up, mask path, and we just want to maybe double click on that and just expand so we can see the whole shape. We're missing out these bright blue colors in the edge. All right. But because we're getting these, let's just remove those and work with the circle inside. Okay, there we are. So we have this thing, and it's a flat image. But what we want to do is to just keep duplicating this and kind of create a nice dimension to it. So we have like a circle on the outside, and then we have another one on the inside. So get the circle again, go on this one. Let's call these outer, this one inner. On inner, we're going to make another circle in the center. Okay, and then we're going to open mask 2, mask path, get the pen tool and just double click on it. And make sure we're only getting the inside only, not these lines, so we can get a nice selection. Okay, so in the second one, we're going to delete mask 1. Don't need that. So in here, inner, we have mask 2. On outer, we have mask 1. So basically, if we turn this off, actually let's copy this mask 2 onto mask 1, into mask. So we have these, but this one, mask 2, we're going to subtract. Turn this off. So this is for outer. Close that. Turn this off and bring this back in. We're going to, first we need to copy mask 1, Control C or Command C. Turn this off, come to inner, click on mask, Control V, and we're going to subtract mask 1. Oops, I locked it in place. Hit none, and now we only have the inside. So basically we have the inside here, the outside here. Now because we separated these two, we can maybe rotate each one. First, make sure that the anchor point is in the center. This one is. Inner is also in the center. So hit R on each one. We're going to turn on the stopwatch, move in to maybe the last, to the end of our timeline, add a 360 degrees. So this is going to just spin like that, and we're going to Do the same thing for this R, but we want this to go the opposite way. So do that, come to the end, and we're going to search negative 360. So it goes the opposite way. This is what we have. Our circles aren't exactly perfect. Gotta fix that. Or we can hit S on this and maybe create a space on purpose. Maybe that will look cool. Hit P on this. We know that we need to move this a little bit to the right. Yeah, our circles aren't perfect. We may have to redo the circles, but it's fine. I'm going to leave them like that. If you don't want the outer part to show, you can scale this inwards, bring this back to the center where it was, and now we shouldn't be able to see the edge. Alright, so there it is. We cannot see the edge because we made the outer layer smaller than the inner layer. Alright, you can see we need to scale it in even more. So just do that. There we are. So we have this going on. Just this thing circling around. And I'm going to hit P on outer. It's getting a little bit out of place. There we are. So we just have this circling thing. And I'm going to rename this composition, call it circle. So now we have bar graph, we have circle. We made 2 of our elements. Now we're going to make our third element, which is, I guess, a pie chart. You can call it that. Make a new composition, call this pie chart. Everything's good. Hit OK. And again, we're going to start with this shape. This time we're going to need some colors. So hold down Shift, make a perfect circle. Like so. We're going to duplicate this a bunch of times. I guess we need 4 parts. 3 is standard. Get 3. We're going to choose different colors for each one so they stand out. Got red for this. Let's get a green for this. It's a odd color combination, but it will do. Alright, so we're going to go on each of these ones and we're going to work with our Effects and Presets tab right here, and we're going to search for Radial Wipe. In transition, drag that onto Shape Layer 1. So turn on the, first make it 100 because I want it to appear. Turn on the stopwatch, hit U on this so we can see. Go to like 4 seconds maybe. I'm going to remove from the transition. So we have this until this much. This one, the first one, want to make sure it's 100 because it will be the background for everything. If you want it to go the other way, just hit this and it's going to go this way, which is the way I want it to move. Alright, I'm going to first delete these. We can simply just duplicate this. Duplicate this one. Change the colors. And then in each one, we're going to hit U. And in the second one, just gonna offset things by a lot. So you can see we have this. Each one of them are going to appear at the time they need to, and they'll stop where we tell them to. Although for us, I'm gonna make sure that the second and third ones are not 100%. So let's go for 57 for this. This is the red one, and then for the green one, we want to hit U on that. Delete the 100%, maybe end it on a low number, like. So in this case, it's a high number on 88. So the cyan one is going to go all the way, but the rest of them are going to stop where we tell them to. You can make this one faster, the green one, because it's a little number. You can make the red one a little bit faster. And yeah. So we have this. And I'm going to actually duplicate the first one, just because I don't like that we only have cyan here. Hit U. Now instead of 100 on this one, let's delete that. First change the color. Let's go for this dark blue. Going to add maybe till here. Play that back. They all appear in order. There we are. Change the colors if you want to. I'm going to leave them like that. When we want to change the color, I'm going to come back to it later. Grab all the keyframes, easy ease. And let's have a look here. All right. I'm going to offset the blue one as well. The red one too. I don't want them all appearing at the same time. There we are. Okay, so the blue, which is, I think, this one, it's a little too slow. So we want to make it a little faster. Slow this guy down maybe. Just don't want the red to go over the blue. There we are. Okay, so that was the pie chart. You can see, easy. Close that, and we're going to make another line chart, line graph, and go in project. Make a new composition, call this line graph, hit OK. Again, we're going to get the pen tool, first click, hold down Shift, next click. And we need to first add to the stroke. I guess this color will do. 20 pixels is alright. Another point, hold down Shift, do that. So we have this. Then of course we need to make our line. So click away, we're going to make the stroke different color. I'm choosing really vibrant and random colors now, but later we definitely need to choose better colors because it's going on a video. Now let's make like a line chart, a line graph. So we have something like this. All right, and then on this, I'm going to click away. We're going to get our circle. Zoom in, turn off the stroke, turn on the fill. Let's choose another vibrant color, and we're going to hold down Shift and draw perfect circles on each of these places. So I want to place it exactly on the joints, I guess. Okay, place it here. And we can just do that a bunch of times. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 more, so Control D 4 times. I'm gonna move each one to their rightful place. One here, got another one up there. Hit V and just put them on each of the edge. Zoom in to make sure they're in the right spot and they're covering the edge. Like this one, it's kind of slipping off. Bring it down. We also have the same problem down here. All right, so we have this line. And if you want, we could add a graph, like an arrow to the line. But I'm okay with this. I just want to connect the edge of the shape So it comes from here. And then our line, we want to bring it above like we did with the first one. And then on this one, let's name this line. Let's call this base. And the rest are just circles. We're going to select all of these shapes, hit S, make them 0. Oops, just type in 0. Turn on the stopwatch, and then just come in randomly how fast we want it to appear. Rather fast, 100, and then just select all keyframes at F9. So they're all gonna appear like that. It's a little slow. Let's make them faster. Okay. A little bit faster. Okay. So hit M on that, close them off, and then on line, we're going to open this up, go to add, trim paths, and then we're just going to, you can see we can kind of animate the shape. Want to make the end 0 as well. Make the start 0 as well. Turn on end from 0. We're going to go maybe 4 seconds and then make it 100. Grab both keyframes, F9, go into beginning, and it's going to appear at this speed. You can close them in and make them appear slower. Okay, to adjust these circles, we're going to play this until it hits the first circle. And over here, we know that we need to make this guy appear. Okay, so it's going to come in like this. The circle will appear when this is on the spot. Then we have our second line, a second circle. Bring it in here so it appears when the line shows up. The next spot is up there. This is the circle, I believe. Okay, move it up here. The next point, bring it here. Then our last point, which is up here. And then the bottom is not that important. We're going to make it fade into the line. Oh, I moved the base accidentally. Play this back to where the line was, and then bring this one back. Okay, let's play this. They should appear with the line. Okay, but actually add one more circle, Control D, just so the last line isn't just hanging there. Go back in time where the last line appears, around here. And let's see which one is the line. Okay, just bring it in here. Okay, now they should all have like a circle appearing at the time when the line reaches. There we are. So far we made, I believe 4 animations. Let's hit, I'll make a new composition just to show you what we made. Final, pie chart, bring it in. I'm gonna make it small, bring it in the corner. If you go in, oops. Let's first come in and then scale it so we can see what we're doing. Bring this in one corner. We have the next guy, which is line graph. This one as well, just make it like this. Circle, I think the biggest one. Make it smaller. Bar graph, I think that's the final one. So far in terms of animations, we have all of these random things. Let me first zoom in, lay that back. So we have all of these animations. They're all great for infographic presentations. There's one more thing that I wanted to show, and that is like a robotic text. So we're going to close this, make a final one, call this text. Okay, get our text tool. We'll choose this to be white for now until we choose a good font. For example, we can type in all caps, calculating all assets, 3 dots, bring this maybe here. Control R when it creates a line to align everything together. Calculating all assets. I'm not seeing my paragraph tab. Put this here. Okay. Then we want to write other things. For example, assets found. And then down here, creating report. Just something a robot would say. Can close that. And just put this somewhere like this and just make it long. And Control A, select it. And we're going to look for a somewhat robotic text. Okay, I'm going to find the robotic font and then I'll be back so you guys can add that too. Okay, I found it. It was called System and bold. You can make it, we only have bold. Now let's move this a bit to the side. Close this. Open up this text layer. I'm going to go in text and we're going to get, I'm going to go for character offset. Alright, and in Animator 1, we're going to hit this add button, property, opacity. Now it's 100, set it to 0%. And then in range selector, open that up. We're going to turn on the start keyframe at 0%. Come in maybe 2 seconds and then make it 100%. And then come down in advanced. We're going to go down to smoothness, turn that to 0 because we want it to be robotic. So basically we have this. We can maybe add a pause between the text. So delete this. We're going to go on until we are seeing the dot, the third dot. There it is. And then we're going to make a pause here. So it's going to be like that. Make another keyframe. And then after it, we're going to add the rest, or the second sentence. Assets found. Move in. Turn. Make another keyframe. And then finally, it's going to do that. F9. And basically, it's going to be like this. Pause. Says this. And then pauses again. And then finally, the last thing. Okay. So if I delete text and try to make room here for the text, let's make it smaller. Try to add some variety too. We have the bars on one side and everything else on the other. And if you want them to reflect, just right click, transform, flip horizontal. So transform horizontal. You can do this if you want it to be this way. Usually it's the other way, but I'm just showing you how you can flip things. Bring it here. bring this below, and then we're going to add our text composition, the final element. Make this smaller and put this here. Okay, and in the circle, I do want to add maybe a scaling effect, because it's just there when everything else appears. So hit 0 on that, turn on the stopwatch. I believe it was 33%. Alright, and let's do the same thing. Copy those keyframes on the bar graph, hit S, paste that. Then we have the line graph, hit S, paste that. So everything appears suddenly. And obviously we need to change the colors and then align them in a nicer way. We need to decorate the presentation board. Let me bring it in again. We need to decorate the presentation board with these elements that we made, change the color, and then put it within this screen. Now we're done with the base of our flat elements. In the next parts, we're going to make it more futuristic, maybe add a glow to it, make it look like a hologram almost. And we'll just see how we can do that in the next lessons. I'll see you guys there. Okay, this is where we left off. We went in here and we created these. I just went ahead and changed the color into something more sci-fi looking. I left one as it is just so I can show you how to change the color just in case you forgot. So I brought in another layer, which is this color palette. It's in your resource pack. And all you have to do is to click once so it shows up here, and then you're going to find the layer where this one was a line graph. Double click on line graph and then find the color again. And you're just going to go on each of the layers. Right now I'm on base, which is these two lines. Go on the stroke, get the eyedropper tool, and just change the color. Got the line, again, stroke, grab the color. I guess we can go for something a little dark. And then if you want to do multiple things at once, select the bottom one, shift the top one. Since they're all the same color, get the eyedropper tool and choose something else. So just like that, we changed the color. As you can see, we go back here in final, the color is changed. Alright, so we did this. Now we need to essentially animate this like a presentation would look like. So in the first part, let's bring the video. It's the pixels. We just call this video 1. So let's bring video 1. You can see she is bringing her finger down, and that's a perfect time to bring in the bar graph. So it's like moving with her finger. So we're going to go on the final again. Go in bar graph. That's the first thing we're going to animate. And we're just going to bring in the pixels video. Just call this video 1. Bring video 1 below. And we're just going to make the bar graph move at the same rate as her finger does. So let's scale this out. Just right click. And we're going to go and transform fit to comp. Alright, there we are. Then we're going to get everything. We're just going to pre-comp this so we can move it in one scale. Hold on, bar graph. So we don't end up ruining the size. Okay. Let's bring this here. Let's pretend this is where it's going to go. I'm going to bring it here. Alright, and then in the bar graph, we're going to go in the first one. I'm going to have a look at the rate. So we know that first it's up, and then she brings her finger down. So at 2 seconds, her finger's all the way down. And yeah, all right. I'm going to first hit S on this one. And going to make the, you can actually just change the place between this and that. So just bring this here, bring this guy here. All right. So this guy's up. Hit S on shape 2. S. In the beginning, we want it to be tall, so just switch these two. May have to do that for all the keyframes actually. Hit U on all of them, and we're going to select these ones and just bring these second sets to the side. We're only doing this because we want it to match the video, or else the bar graph should just appear in like a fun way. Bring it here. We missed the first one. Hit U on that as well and just switch the two keyframes. Alright, so we have this thing. We just have to, let me expand this a little. So shape 2, we have to also replace the 2. Because first her finger was up and then it comes down. So essentially they're all up and then they come down. And for shape 2, we're going to go for 2 seconds. So it doesn't come down as fast. Just offset the rest, make them random. Alright. So they're all up and then they go down. Let's come back here and have a look. See if it's alright. Gonna bring this in here. Okay, at 1:15 frames, she starts to bring her finger down. Expand this. Alright, so shape 2. We're going to bring this here. Bring this here and then copy this and paste it in the beginning so it does not move in the beginning. You want it to be normal. Does not move. Let's see. Oh, that's shape 3. To do it on shape 2. So shape 2, this guy comes on 1:15. Copy the first one on shape 2. And just keep it maybe 25 frames. So shape 2 stays that way and then it goes down. Stays like that. And then, okay, it's a little too fast. Gotta slow down the movement. So we're going to bring the second one that we made on 1:15. Let me close all of these guys. Hit U to close them. We're only dealing with shape 2. So it stays tall until 1:15, where our time indicator is. And then it goes down to 2 frames. Alright, stays there. And then it goes down with her finger, as you saw. Alright, so we only wanted to make this interactive with her finger, the first bar. The rest of the bars, we just gotta offset it so it lasts until 2 frames. So we are not left with 1 bar after the interaction. Select all of these shapes except for shape 2, or the bar that you had here. We can call this main. So except for the main bar, which is interacting with her finger, we're going to just offset everything else. And make it look natural. Make this like really slow. Try to get really random things and then copy the first keyframe of each one and paste it in the beginning. So Control C, come in the beginning, Control V. Select, Control C, Control V. Control C, Control V. So it stays that way and then it goes down according to the speed that you chose. Goes in like that. Alright, so we made this really slow. Gotta bring them back in. Because we were going for 2 frames or 2 seconds, it expanded to 10 seconds. There we are. Now it looks like a bar graph. If we go back here, we have, again, her finger interacting with this, and then the rest just taking their time. Alright, we can delete video from this bar graph. Click away, close this. We have video 1 and final. Now our bar graph is updated. We just simply need to go back in and scale it up. There, we're going to scale it up. Fit to comp, right click. We only did that so we can match the finger movement, but the arrangement is going to be done in the final one. So just bring it back. This is how it was. Bring my timeline down so we can see the screen. All right, and now we're able to start our presentation. So the first thing was the bar graph. So all of these guys need to be offset away. So we're going to make this really big, right click. We're going to, and before that, let me actually put a background color because black is not the color we need. Go on your circle layer, or the one that looks like this. Hit Control Y or Command Y on your timeline, get the eyedropper tool, and get the dark blue that is in the background. So it's dark royal blue solid 3. Hit OK. This is the background color we need, not black. Alright, I'm going to lock this in place. I don't want to move the background. We're going to go in bar graph. Again, right click, transform, fit to comp. Maybe a little bit smaller. Like, not exactly filling the entire thing, but somewhat close, like this. So this comes in first, and it has this scaling thing. Hit S on it again. 33% is too small. So we're just going to delete the last 2 keyframes. See what this is. Change this. Let's just delete them and do it again. I'm just going to make it appear normally. So 100%. It's going to, though it needs to be, I guess 80%. So it's not exactly filling the screen. There we are. So it's slowly going to show up. It's going to do its thingy, the movements. And then after it goes down, we can maybe move it to the side. So hit P on that. Turn on the stopwatch, 4 seconds. Move it out of sight. All right, F9. You're basically making a presentation right now. Select both keyframe, get the edge. We want it to be fast in the beginning. So get this side and just do that. So it's fast. Slow in the beginning and then fast afterwards. So it's going to be like this, and then it goes fast. All right. So just think that you're making like a PowerPoint presentation for that video. So you can choose the order and see what works for you. So after the bar graph is gone, we can choose maybe this circle thing, bring it in, And first we have to scale it up. Hit S on that. On the second one, delete the scale because we want to make it come from the side. And make it 80% like the bar graph. Right click, transform, fit to comp. Okay, it's a little bit squished. Just adjust it yourself. And then we're going to hit P on this. We hit U on bar graph. We don't need it anymore. Hit P on circle. Before turning on the stopwatch, we're going to move it to the right, completely out of sight. Turn on the stopwatch and then just come in a few frames. Bring it back in. So when the bar graph disappears, we want this guy to quickly make its way in the presentation. F9. Select the edge. Play that because I want it to be fast in the beginning and then slow on there. And I want this to appear when this guy is disappearing. So just bring it in like this. So as soon as the bar graph leaves, we're getting the circle thing. Then this circle thing is going to do whatever it's doing. And then we're going to make it scale out. So turn on the stopwatch, move in, just bring it to 0 and type in 0. F9. Again, as always, we want a smooth transition. So it goes in like that. So this was like the loading thing, and it comes in the calculating asset thing. Which is this layer. Let me close circle. Open this up. Gotta get the text. Calculating assets, and I want the pie graph and all to be around it. So the calculating asset already has a appearing animation. It's gonna do that, and after it says assets found, creating report, we're going to move this one. I'm going to put the line graph at the end. Just move it out completely. We're going to reposition the text down here, and this bar graph, just let it be where it is. So these two appear at the same time. Okay, I'm just going to speed this up a little, bring this here, because we have 14 seconds. I don't want this to be really long. It's just a little presentation. So we just got to bring these in like that, and then we're going to bring text and pie charts here. So when this disappears, the text and pie chart shows up. Okay, that was a little too fast. We want the bar graph to be on its way. Play that again. Bar graph moves out. This guy comes, goes out. Calculating assets. Pie graph, and the pie chart in the back is just doing its thing. And then while it's trying to calculate the report, we are going to hit P on both of them. Turn on the stopwatch, and then just maybe move them to the side. Moving forward. Out of frame. And again, F9. Go in the stopwatch, the speed graph, sorry. Grab the edge, the other side, because we want it to, this side, sorry. We want it to disappear quickly. If you're finding it hard to get the edge, just kind of zoom into your timeline. There we are. So we want it to be fast in the beginning and then slow once it went away. Okay, I'm having trouble getting the other one. Just see which one it is. Okay, we did this. Select them one by one so you won't have that issue. All right. So they disappear like that. You can offset the pie, the pie thing, so they're not exactly at the same time. And then the final line graph appears, which is really small. Right click, transform, fit to comp. Then we're going to just close the stuff we don't need, hit U on them, or M. Go on line graph, we're going to hit S and just scale this down. Turn off the scale. Scale it to 80% like we did with all the other ones. I will add like a transparency animation to this. So come in the beginning, 0%, turn on the stopwatch, 100. F9, bring it in like that. So after these guys leave, bring it in closer. Oops, go back to final. So after it created the report, this is the report. So we're running out of time, unfortunately. So if you go in composition settings, we can add, I guess 25 seconds. Oops, 25 seconds. All right, we've just done that. And after these guys leave, you can now give them some extra time to breathe. You can then watch the line graph complete, and then you can make it disappear so it becomes a loop. All right. Then over here, we're going to hit T again. 100%. 0. Then just got to expand our, unlock it first. Expand the background because we need it at all times. Close in the timeline, the workspace. So essentially we have this. Play that again. The line graph, the bar graph, it disappears. It then comes in the circle, calculating assets. That. And then this is the report that the computer created. All right, and now that we expanded things, we can also kind of slow down the time these guys are on screen. Hit P on this, a little too fast. Didn't get to see the bar graph finish. Make it as big as it was. Hit S. Bring it here. Okay. So this is our animation. It's really simple. You can add or remove elements if you want it to be different. And like I said, you can just download things online if you don't want to create them yourself. So you're saving time and you are just making your work look better with additional elements. All right, now that I'm done, I'm going to go to the closed line graph, the video 1 composition. There we are. Double click on that. So we have the video, but there's something else in there that we do not want. We want to replace that with the video we made. So hit G on your keyboard to get the pen tool, and we're going to mask out this guy. So zoom in. First have a look at your video and It's really important that the video is shot on a tripod. You can see it's not shaking at all. And I'm just going to bring it in just before this lady moves her head, because it will be difficult for us. Maybe cut it back to when she goes back in the seat. Cut that. So we're gonna have like a hiccup here. It's all right. So we want to mask out this screen. Just select the video, get your pen tool, and you're just going to start from the edge and just go around the screen. And it's okay if you get her hand out. Don't worry about that. And try to guess where this guy ends. Find the edge, and then we want to change this, hit M on this, change this to subtract. So we have a black screen here instead of that. And now that we have a black screen, let me see. So we can just keep the video that is there because it's white and it's barely visible. We can simply just, let me bring back the mask, turn this to none. Let's go to Lumetri color, add it on here, basic. Okay, so turn it to add. We're going to just add to the exposure. Not that much. Just until we're barely seeing the stuff. We're going to bring this below. This video below. And let's have a look. Okay, turn it to none. And we have like a bright screen that is okay for the video to go on top. All right, so get final, close it here, go to project, NVIDIA 1, close this. We're going to get the final layer that we combined all of our animations on. Here it is. If you play it back, you can see it's still there. Needs to render, but if you go in through, we have all of the animations that we made. And I just realized that we made our animation 16 seconds long, but the video is short. So be careful of that. And what we want to do now, so just go to final, close all of these layers, hit U. We're going to make a stroke, get the rectangle tool, don't select anything. I'm going to make a stroke of the edge. We have a fill as well. Turn off the fill. Get a bright color, this guy. Okay, and we're just going to, let's see, make this a little smaller, maybe 25. Okay. Hit V, and we want to make it small so we're not exactly covering the edges, but we have like a lining inside. Turn this to 15. Okay, so now we can go back to video 1. Now we have this. We're going to position this guy onto the screen. So just go to your effects and presets and look for corner pin. Apply corner pin on final. Now we have these pins, which we can just match with the pins of the television. You might have to zoom in, but this will do. Zoom in and make sure we're getting every bit of the screen. You can see we went over the top a little bit. Come down here, we have some bald spots here as well. Here it's the head of the lady, you can't do much about that. And then up here we have another point to fix. All right, So this is on here. It has all of the things, but we need to make it blend in. So we're going to go on Final, hit toggle switches and modes until you're seeing 2 of these, and change mode to add. As you can see, it's like a thing. You can see the, I don't know if you guys can see, maybe. You can see that it has like a hologram look to it, and it looks cool. So we also want to make it more visible, so go to glow and add glow onto Final. Close corner pin, as in hide it. We're going to remove from the threshold and add to the radius. You can see it's glowing. You zoom in. So this is with the glow, this is without the glow. You can see the difference. All right, so we have this, and if you guys want, you could kind of make it more 3D. So it comes out of the screen, but we added the corner pin, so we might as well just stick to that plan. Okay, so we have this problem now that this lady's hand is, and this lady's head is going over this hologram. And I'm just going to, let me see, remove the mask on this one. Don't need it. So what we need to do is to simply get the roto brush. If you guys remember how to use it, we're going to select this lady and this lady and just make them a single layer on top so we don't have this issue. To do that, you're just going to double click on video 1, bring it on top, double click, get the roto brush, and just select, just want her hand. Don't really need the rest. Hold down Alt to remove the parts that you don't need. Okay. Then with the green, we need her finger and all that. Forgot the tip here. Alt, just go in like that. We also have this tiny bit. Okay, so it's only her finger that is in her arm that is interacting with the thing. Okay, so and then we also have this lady's head, so just get the green and add that to the selection. Forget the face as well. Zoom in so you get everything. Now this would be a lot more simpler if you had a green screen video, but I'm showing you what you can do in times where you have a video like this, you took it at your office or something, and there's people on the screen. All right, so we have these 2 tiny things. We're just going to close these 2. We're going to hit freeze. So go in the beginning of your timeline and just hit freeze. It's going to freeze this. I'll be back once it's done freezing. All right, so it freezed, and you can see we have a head and a finger. If we go back to composition video 1, without the, let's call this roto. Without the roto layer, this was going over the head and the finger. With the roto layer, it's not. And if we turn off the video below, you can see it's just a head, the finger, and the final composition that we made. All right, so we made this, but we need to kind of soften the edges of the roto layer. You can see it's really rough. And to do that, just go on roto. You can see roto brush and refine edge. You can feather the edges. Let's go for 10. You can shift the edge if you need to, and maybe reduce chatter by 4. Okay, that's better. You can play around with these and see what works well for you. So we did this, but the animation is really hard to see because we need to darken the background more. We could even replace the bar that is already there by simply creating a solid below this, because we have the roto now. Whatever we do below is not going to affect the finger or the head. So Control Y or Command Y on the keyboard, go for like a color that will look good, that will kind of bring out the details in the animation. This gray is fine. We can clearly see what's happening, and it looks cool. Okay, So what we're going to do is to first turn off the roto layer. Going to get our effects and presets layer, get CC corner pin. Sorry, just corner pin, there's no CC. Corner pin, put it on gray solid 1. And we're going to do the same thing as we did with the other layer. Squeeze it into the computer. Do that. I'm going to turn off the final composition so I can see where I need to go. Make sure you're fitting everything in perfectly. And like we said, if this was a green screen, you can simply just keylight the green out and you won't have to do this gray solid thing that we're doing right now. You can make sure you zoom in to make sure everything is nicely placed. Go on gray solid, corner pin, just make sure you're on the right spot. See, we're getting some blue lines. Need to adjust these. Then we have our third one. It's a little out of place. Bring it in like that. Then we have the fourth corner, but we don't need to do much because the head is there. All right. So we have the gray solid one. Let's call this screen. So on top of screen, if I turn this on, we can now clearly see what's happening. If we also bring the roto brush on, it just looks like it's a screen. And it's the original screen, like instead of that white graph that they already had, now we have this gray background color. And our animations are looking pretty realistic and cool. So she's teaching that. I'm going to cut the end of the workspace here. I'm going to let this render so we can see a preview of what we did. But essentially, this is how you create HUD animations. It's fairly simple and easy. We may have to reduce the glow a little bit. I'm going to replay the part where the graph moves with the finger because that's the part we spent quite some time on. And now that we have this, we know how it works. We can create a 3D version on the second video. And we're going to see how we can do it by converting these into 3D layers and kind of make each element float in the air like a hologram would. But for this one, we just have this in a screen. You can also make it a flat color if you just want to put your own presentations into a video screen. One you created on PowerPoint maybe. You can export that as a video and then use the CC corner. It's not CC, just corner pin on the video to make it fit. Alright, so you can see the bar, it goes down with the hand, so it's like she's controlling everything, and then she's pointing at the circle thing, and then calculating assets. We would continue with this, but because we only roto brushed until here, can't really do that. We could, however, after the bar graph shows up, goes down, we can Control-Shift-D here, right click, go to time stretch. I want to make it faster, so let's go for 200. And okay, it's a little too slow. Try to see if we can time stretch this. Oh, we stretched it actually. Go for 50. 30. A little bit more. 30 is too little. Let's go for 10. Alright, so this will have to fit in, and we made everything really fast. We can make the rest where it's writing the text slower. So go again here. Time stretch, bring it to 100. So it slows down when the text is coming. That's too slow. Let's go for 50. Okay. So we have the bar graph just moving in the time that we assigned it. Then we have this happening. And then calculating assets. We made it faster, so now we can see everything except for the line graph. That's okay. And if you want, you can reduce the glow. It is a bit much. So just, oops, that's a radius. You can add to the threshold to remove that intense glowing line. So you can see this was before. This is before. If you add to the threshold, you are kind of reducing the intensity. Also remove from the radius. And that way you're going to make the glow less intense. So I'm going to put 50 for each one so we get an equal glowing amount. $50 here, 50 there. And all right, we have this. It's looking good. So there it is. We have a HUD animation. Really simple, really easy. And now that we created the base and how the glow works, how the blending modes work, we're going to apply it on our next lesson onto a 3D space on this video, where we have the perfect opportunity to create these 3D elements and use the animations that are available for 3D layers onto this video. Hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, this is our second video. We're going to add what we made in the previous 2 lessons onto this video as a 3D element. Okay, so I made a composition out of our second video. Let's call this video 2. Just select video 2 and then hit this button to create a new composition. And I made mine 25 seconds long, just in case we need it. And now that we have our video, I'm going to turn off the sound. Don't need that. Essentially, what we want to do is to bring in each element separately instead of final. So we're just going to use final for the background and the stroke. That's all we need. So go in video, and once we bring in final, we should only have the background and the thing. So this is going to be our screen background. We need to do something with it. This is optional. You don't have to put the screen, but it's a fun addition to do. So I'm going to bring it here, and then if you remembered, we're going to hit toggle switches until we see the modes and change this to add. I'm going to move it a little bit here so we don't have to deal with the rotor brush again, but if you want it to be there, you can do what we did in the previous lesson. Okay, so we have this. Let me turn off this layer. We're going to bring in each of these individual ones separately. So let's start with circle, readjust it into the appropriate size over here. Then we need to add the others as well. Readjust each one until it's in the right size. Okay, circle bar graph and go up for the rest. Line graph. Make this small. Pie chart. It comes in the middle, so that's why it wasn't there. Try to get it to be the same size of the circle. Okay. Then we had the text. Okay. So we have all of these. We need to add the glow effect. So go to Window, Effects and Presets, and look for glow. Add glow to each of these layers. Although we can just copy the settings on one. So delete that except for one layer, so we're only going to add it on text. Adjust the threshold. Let's go for 40%. Intensity 40 as well. Sorry, the radius 40. So 40, 40. You can change that. Copy the glow from text. Go in pie chart, click here, Control V. So everything is going to be the same because it comes from one presentation. Add it to final as well. All right, so everything is glowing now. You can see, looking good. And now we just need to make it as a presentation. I'm gonna close this. This is our circle. Yeah, it looks like that. So first thing we want to do is to go back to the original mode, and we're going to make every single layer except Final 3D. So this cube guy, turn it on for all except for Final and for video. And turn off Final for a second, and again, we want to choose the order of which these guys appear. And it changes to add as well. So it's like this and not that dark blue. So this is a 3D layer, and I'm going to come to the point where she brings her hand up. It's around here. I'm going to hit S on this. Hit R on this, and we're just going to change the Y rotation onto the Y and the Z actually. So it's going to be turn on Y rotation here. Come in like 10 seconds in, we're going to just make this flip around and do its thing. And at the same time, we want it to rotate as well. So try to align the keyframes, turn on the Z rotation. Come in here. Control left arrow key to move in. You can either add the same number or something else. I'll go with 250 maybe. So something like that. So this would be like a prototype that she's presenting. We kind of squished our thing, our shape. So I'm going to make it bigger. If you hold down Shift and then scale it, it's not going to be squished. Grab all keyframes, F9, and we just have this floating, turning thing. All right, so this is our loading thing, and we want to show the graph when she brings her hand up. So we're going to grab the two last keyframes for this, bring them in closer. You might not see a preview because it's rendering, but in the end I'll show you what it looks like. Close circle, and I'm going to go in the beginning. I hit U on the circle to show the keyframes. Just cut everything in the beginning, hit T to make it appear. You can either use a scale or you could use opacity, whichever transform property that you want. Let's make it 0. So it's not there. Turn on the stopwatch. Be a few seconds in. Then make it let's try, it's not 100, I think 30 was the number. Yeah. So here you actually have the chance to make the shape equal again. So just write 30. F9. And I'm going to bring it in closer. So this is like the loading animation, and then I believe, yeah, around here she brings her hand up. When she brings her hand up, I want like one of the graphs to show. So I have to bring this in here. Hit U to see the other keyframes. Maybe bring them in closer. Alright, so after this, we're going to come in around here right before she moved her hand. I'm gonna add another scale keyframe, then bring it down to 0. So that was our loading animation. You can cut this short if you need to. Okay. So I'm gonna go back and have a look at the video. She's talking. I'm gonna put the calculating assets here. Then we're gonna bring this here. Somewhere around here. So we're gonna go on text, turn on the visibility. So first it's like calculating assets, all that. I'm gonna speed this up a bit. It's a little too slow. Go to time stretch, and we're going to add maybe 50. So I wanted to say all the things it needs to say before the loading animation shows up. You can also go in the layer itself and fix the animation keyframes. I'm just gonna do the speeding here. All right. So it says this, and then I want this to perhaps disappear. So hit T on text, 100%, then make it 0. Hit F9 on both of these guys, bring it back a little bit so it fades before the thing shows up, or you could move the loading animation forward. So I'm going to hit N until this part so we can see a preview. Have it load first. So it's saying calculating assets, this dude appears and it disappears, and then we're going to do the rest. So this is when she brings her hand up. It's a perfect time for one of the graphs to come up. I'm going to bring bar graph, align it right when the thing disappears, the loading animation. I'm going to bring it here. This has its own animation. So after it leaves, you can see we did the animations for the up and downs. If you want this to be faster, just go in time stretch, make it faster by half. All right, so we're going to add a scale to this too, because we don't want it to just appear out of nowhere. It's not looking cool. Hit S, first make it 0, so we have nothing basically, and then we zoom in, turn on the stopwatch, and then make it, I believe it was 40. Yeah, 40. So right when she brings her hand, it's like she's showing the bar graph report. Make this longer so we can see how long this bar graph needs to be until here. Hit S, we can perhaps make it zoom out again. Scale out, I mean. Hit that to 0. So she says the calculating assets, but the loading animation, we have the bar graph. Once it finished, telling the numbers, and it come back and make it disappear right when the numbers are gone. Right click on time. We made it too fast. Let's go for 70, 60. So here there's still numbers, and then it goes down. And this is when we want to make it disappear. Okay, she says the rest of the presentation. Gonna cut these so it's not that confusing. Afterwards, she's just smiling, which we can maybe add the line graph, or the pie chart actually. We already had a graph. At the pie chart, we're going to make it rotate around itself. So go on the circle. We're going to copy the X and Y rotation for this. Just the Y rotation, not the X. Paste that there, and just remember that in the circle we had two separate things. So if you double click on here, we have the perfect opportunity to create a really nice 3D effect with this. Turn them into 3D, the inner and the outer part. We're going to position the Z a little forward, orientation, maybe do that, flip it to the side on orientation like this. Do the same thing for the one below. Orientation, we want it to be like that, but we want to leave space between them. Position, oops, the X position, move it backwards. So we have something like that. You can see it looks better like this. And you can add I believe the rotation is already there. Yeah, so we have the rotation, we just created this space between them. I will change the orientation a bit to the right, like that. Go back up here, do the same thing for this. 59 degrees, 59 degrees. Now let's go back in the video. In the circle, the pie chart is available everywhere. So we have something like this, and it looks cooler than what we had. Just open it up and remove the X and Y orientation, because we already have them spinning around. See, that looks better. This is the prototype that she was talking about, I guess. Then comes the bar graph, the pie chart, and then finally we have the line graph. Let's cut this up like that. Could actually get rid of the pie chart. Don't need it. The line graph will look good. Need to rotate, flip it. Go to transform, flip horizontal. So it's on this side. And there we are. We just need to hit scale and make it equal. Hit 40. They're all linked. Not sure why it's like that. Just gonna unlink this for a second. Make these positive 40, 40, and 40. Okay, we have something with the orientation. Y rotation, put that to 0. So we have our flat shape, which you could maybe slowly bring it in, hit on that, T. Just adding simple animations on this. You can add anything you prefer. 100. F9. She is showing the graph. And then we're going to end it here. So we have also the background layer, the final layer. Get final. And it would be nice if it has a background. You see it's making everything stand out more. I'm going to make it bigger. We may have to roto brush her in front. Let's see if all the animations fit. They do. We just need to bring line graph a couple frames down because it's a bit too high. We have to roto brush this person out so it does not interfere with the screen that we have. Okay, so I'm going to roto brush her and then I'll be back so we can continue. If you remembered from the previous lesson, you know how to roto brush a character out. Just duplicate the video, bring it on top of everything, double click, and then you're going to get the roto brush tool. Select her. And it should be pretty easy because we don't have much going on in the background. If it selected everything, just hold down Alt or Option and remove from the area. Okay, so I'm going to do this, let it separate the two, and then I'll be back so we can continue. Alright, so it finished, and then we're going to go in decomposition, and now you can see that the screen is behind her. We didn't include the hand on purpose to create that 3D dimension. So like she reached out her hand and it just went behind the screen. And this just creates a more natural look to our 3D screen. So we added this effect and now it looks a lot better that she's in front. But this is a computer screen and it'll be nice to add maybe a glitch effect on the screen to make it look, well, computer-like. I'm gonna hit P on line graph. I want to move it a bit to the middle. Okay. So what we're going to do is to pre-compose everything except the video. So text, everything, even the final thing, right click, pre-compose. Call this elements. Okay. In elements, just change the blending mode to add. Alright. So on elements, we're going to double click to come in it. And we're going to, I added another file in the resource pack. It's called the glitch. Glitch by With-Easy. I just brought that in and put that above everything. So it's a glitch screen, nothing weird. And then on top of that, we want to bring in an adjustment layer. Go to Layer, New, Adjustment Layer. And then we're going to turn off the glitch layer. Go to Window, Effects and Presets, and search for Displacement Map. Put that on Adjustment Layer. And then we want to match the Displacement Map layer to Glitch by With-Easy. So now it's going to glitch, you can see. Just in case you can't, might be rendering. See, it's glitching. And without the adjustment layer, it was just flat like this. Alright, so we're going to turn this on. Now we can delete the glitch layer. Sorry, don't delete it. Bring it like below everything. We don't need it. We don't need it to be visible. And here, if you don't want the glitch to be constantly there, you can maybe crop this a bunch of times. Go to Adjustment Layer, Control-Shift-D. Maybe like make the glitch come in randomly. So it's nothing, it glitches, goes back to normal. Then it glitches again. Control-Shift-D. Nothing happens. Come here, Control-Shift-D. And then I think that's the end. Yeah. So until the very end, it kind of has a on and off glitching effect. Make this a little longer. And now if we go back to video 2, we have a random glitching effect. You can see it glitches, goes back to normal, glitches again. I'm gonna play this one more time after it rendered. Not sure if you guys are seeing a preview right now. And do that. Almost there. Okay, So this is a preview. Normal, it glitches. Goes back to normal, glitches again. Normal, glitches. And yeah. So it glitches like a computer would. Just a fun element that you can add. You can totally skip this if you don't want it. Alright, so we added this, and now I'm just going to go on light. You can add a light sweep to it as well if you want. Go to CC light sweep, go to apply it on elements. Get the color to be something similar to this. Hit OK. You can choose the angle, make the center come in from whichever angle, whichever side you want it to come from. I'm going to go from up here. And you can make it smooth. Okay, you can feather the edges. I'm going to first make it come down. Turn on the center. And then come here to the end where you would just drag this guy over like this. So essentially it has this happening, and this goes over the glitch. Stop halfway so you can see the edge. You can make the width bigger or smaller. The sweep intensity, you can make it a little less vibrant, which is what I want. Edge intensity, you can soften it out or leave it to be hard. I'm gonna remove it. Edge thickness, you can add or remove as well. Okay, I will hit U on my elements. Get the keyframes. F9, and I want this to only happen in the beginning. Play that back. We get that, like so. Just making it as computer-like as possible. There we are. Gonna have a look and see what else we can do. We can also darken the video in general. Just make an adjustment layer on top of everything. Just so that the thing stands out, the neon colors. Search for Lumetri color, put it on your adjustment layer. Basic correction, just bring down the exposure, maybe negative 0.5. Okay. Increase the highlights a bit. Remove from the shadows. You can also add some vignetting if you want. Not a fan of that. So now it looks more visible. This is before, this is after. You can see that these guys stand out a lot better than they were before. Alright, so we added this. I do want to add another final element. This is again optional. Alright, I went ahead and brought in another video. Volumetric light. It's on your resource pack. So we can have like a light showing this hologram because it can't just appear out of nowhere. Bring that below elements. And as you can see, it's a regular video. We're just going to expand it a little. We need to flip it as well. Right click, transform, flip vertical. So it comes from below. And just look at the, match the bottom here. And look so that it is in the right area. This is good for me. Again, toggle switches, come to where you can see the mode. Change this to screen. So we have the light only. And this is a moving light. You can see it's like that, but I don't know if you guys can see there's like the end of the video is there. We need to make it fade out as it reaches towards the hologram. Go in effects and presets, look for radial blur, CC radial blur, add it onto volume video. Get the center and place it here above the video. Then turn this from scratch to fading zoom and just add to the amount. You can see we blurred out the edges. Just make it in a way that it's only the tip. I'm going to put it here a bit closer so I could simply add that. All right, so now we're not getting that rough line. All right, we just get the light and that's it. And then the light is white, which is not suitable for this cyan blue. So go again in the effects and presets, look for Lumetri color, add that on top of the video, bring it on top of radial blur, go to color wheels, and I'm going to go in highlights and just bring the highlights to, well, the blue down here. Okay. And you can see this looks better compared to what it was. All right. So this is before, this is after. You can see it's a little bit blue. You come down here. Can add or remove from the intensity. Can make it more cyan. So this is before the Lumetri color. It was white. This is after. It's blue like this. And yeah, so instead of just the thing appearing out of nowhere, we now have this, the light showing up, and it's like there's maybe a projector down here showing these reports. All right, I'm going to turn off the audio as well. We could kind of squeeze it in if it's not to your liking. I'm happy with it. I'll leave it be. It fits. And now we have a nice hologram looking thing. Hologram presentation, I guess. Gonna let it play again. Just in case you guys aren't getting a preview. Here we are. She's giving the presentation. The thing is glitching. We have the lights from below. All of that together. All right, and we could also make it appear so it's not suddenly there. You can see the video just starts, but we can do something else with this. Select all the layers except for the, select the elements and the volume layer. We also turned the adjustment layer off. Select these two. Again, we have to pre-compose. Call this hologram. So in the hologram layer, again, change this to screen. So we get everything. We are going to turn off the audio first. We're going to get a mask. Get the pen tool. Select that so you're making a mask. And just create a straight line like that. Delete one of the points down here so we have a triangle. Come to where you want it to appear. I think this was the center. Adjust the thing. We want a straight line in the beginning so we don't see anything at all. Okay. Open up hologram, mask, mask 1. Go to mask path. Turn on the stopwatch. Come in a few seconds. We want it to appear in a hologram way. So may have to zoom in here. Hit etch and just go up here. Try to find my second point. Get your pen tool again. Click some random spots. And there we are. All right. So now we're going to expose this in like this manner. And we're still on the same keyframe, so don't worry about that. Going to do that. Though we should have started with a rectangle. So we're going to delete that. And just bring this guy really down. Expand it. This guy too. Something like that. All right. Then we're a few frames forward. Turn on the stopwatch. Go in the beginning and just close this. Click anywhere random. Just bring the line like that. So we have a straight line without the hologram in sight. Zoom in to make sure we're not getting any sneak peeks. And essentially we have this. So the hologram appears. Hit F9 on both. And to hide this, let me click away. You can see there's like a line. You can just hit T on this. 0 opacity. Control right arrow key for single frame. And then make it 100. Control left arrow key. I forgot to put the stopwatch. Put it 0. Turn on the stopwatch. Control right arrow key. Or command right arrow key. F9. So it essentially appears like that. Alright. And now it would be more suitable so that the hologram is being projected from another device. Let's play this back. And we also definitely need to feather out the edges. Hit M on hologram. Hit M twice. And just feather the edges. Come in the beginning so you can see the difference. And just feather out the edges. Because it's a hologram. So now it just looks more hologram-like. And we have this person giving a nice presentation. Alright, let's have a look at our creation. Let it render. Then you guys can see what we made. So as you saw, this is how we make HUD animations. So you could use this to show your application, or just for something sci-fi like this. You can make yourself into a superhero, make your car look really futuristic by putting these into the little screen that's available in the cars. But I will give you one tip. If you're trying to film this yourself, make sure that in the car or any device that you have, there is a solid color. We talked about this in the green screen lesson. Green is the best color for this, but you want to make sure that you don't have similar colors around. So if it's a white car, if you put that vibrant green in the middle, it's really easy to just take out the green, replace it with your HUD animation. But even if you don't have that and you're just practicing using videos you found online, you saw that we were able to replace the screen by adding a corner pin effect and using the rotor brush to separate the main subject and place them in front to give it a more natural look. Alright, so this is it for this lesson. This concludes our HUD animation lessons. And now that we know this,